Welcome everyone to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang European Mid-Season Cup. I am Zakoto, joined today by Sint, and we're going to have a few interesting games today. Sint, what do you think? Yeah, I agree with you. It's gonna be a big game coming up. We know that I believe either of these teams, if they lose, they're gonna go to the 2-2 bracket, if I'm not mistaken. Quick, let's take a quick look at the brackets right now. That first day was intense. We saw a lot of great teams completely just showing up what they're made of. We saw Obsidian, we saw Rain, we saw Birthright, as you said. We saw Team Limit. There's so many strong teams. The first qualified teams are going to be Team Rain and Minerva Fury. The 2-1 teams are going to be Birthright and Ake. That's a match we're going to see today, the first one of the day. And we're going to have a few interesting games, but in the lower brackets, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to see Sigma Voice versus Ita Breva. Again, interesting games. And unfortunately, some of the teams eliminated are Miracle Gen, one of the fan favorites, of course, with Zedel being there, and Holo Pantheon. Props to them for showing up, playing their game. Sin, what do you think of today's games?
I think the games are going to be amazing. I think a lot of people are going to underestimate Aki and overestimate Birthright. I think Birthright played really good yesterday, but Aki is also quite dangerous, right? They're both in the same stage of the tournament where they need to prove themselves. And also, I see that both lineups have kind of changed a lot, right? Birthright lineup changed because Danny and Mark play back together. They have Cristiano Nazardo, they have Pankrat. These are normally Ukrainian players playing for Icon, but now they're playing with Birthright. So obviously it's a whole different new Birthright. At the same time, Ake is, the Polish team that's been sticking together for a long time. They play really consistent. I think this game is going to be extremely, obviously a good game, but I don't know who's going to win. But, someone needs to prove themselves because this is one of these games that you show both us the casters and the viewers that you got it to win this tournament. But it's gonna be a very interesting game. What do you think, Zakota? Birthright against Ake. What's your prediction here?
And my prediction has to go towards Birthright. As I said, they are again strong players. We saw them in other tournaments. We saw them last season as well. And as you said, joined by two strong Ukrainian players is just gonna be, a game changer as well. But as you said, Team Ake has a pretty good chance. Nayando's there. I really like his, his mages. He's pretty strong on them artillery mages, if I'm not mistaken. But even so, the bracket synth.
Yeah. I think these two teams that we can see right here, obviously qualified. Minerva Fury is not surprising. They have that stacked lineup with Wicked and Pagu leading that charge. And Rain, a little bit surprising, but I guess they was playing good yesterday. I can't complain. So both of these teams definitely deserve to be on that bracket. Now today's game gonna be very interesting. I think a lot of people they need to count about one thing when it comes to Ake. They're extremely strong from Maku. Maku on that jungle, especially his Hulkert, is very dangerous. You said Birthright. I'm gonna say Ake. I think Ake is gonna take this 2-1. I think Birthright, if they come with a kind of emotion that they're underestimating Ake, I think Ake can surprise them. Also, Nanyayo, like you said, his mid lane is really good, really consistent. He doesn't die a lot, so it's gonna be very interesting. But I think Ake is gonna take it. This is a Polish team which have really good connection. While on the other side, Birthright, obviously they have a stacked lineup, but do they have the communication now with the Ukrainian players of Pankrat, of Cristiano Nazardo? These are really strong players, but we've seen time and time again, it's the communication that wins these games. It's the shot calling. it's not necessarily the better team on paper. So honestly, I'm gonna catch a lot of slack for this right off the bat. I'm gonna say Aki is gonna win this. That's my prediction.
You still have to take into consideration Birthright has that Danny Mark combination. They've been together as a duo, that mid lane and the roam. I mean, you know how strong they are. You played versus them, I played versus them. We know what they're capable of, but still, as you said, I mean, it's left to be seen because there's these pocket heroes. Again, you have to play what you're strong suited for. The Hellcore pick would be interesting. But, Mark on that Beatrix is really, really nice, and especially Danny with Valentina. I know you remember how strong that was.
Yeah, Danny's Valentina is one of these heroes that you need to be careful when you pick. If you go on the other side and pick something like Tigreal, he's gonna steal that ultimate. You gotta be careful with what kind of ultimate you decide to give him. Another hero that I wanna expect to see is Farsa. Farsa right now is one of the strongest mages. It basically has insane range. It counters, heroes like Kimi that are usually spam now in draft. And yeah, I think Nandayo is really good Farsa. I've seen him play it, but like you said, the Valentina and these kind of heroes for Danny are also very strong. It's gonna be the mid lane is gonna be extremely important. Also the jungle and the mid lane, because I think, in my opinion, Aki is the strongest with the jungle. Maku is really strong jungle. He's basically the leader of that team, making sure that the team runs and plays good. So it's gonna be interesting. But like you said, the mid lane, who's gonna take it, Nandayo or Danny? Now Mark is playing with Danny again, so they have that core, they have that synergy. This is not a new synergy, so they've obviously played for a long time. They got to prove themselves again, because now they just put together a new Birthright. How is he gonna face up? This is the first test. If they are as good as people say they are, they need to win this game, and that's what I think.
I mean, looking at the draft, there goes that Hellcurt you mentioned, just taking it out of. I mean, Ake's hands. I mean, as you said, you have to respect him. And I think Ake is going to do the same by banning out. I believe the Guinevere is a pretty good choice here, because I believe they can still go. I mean, Mako, I believe, can still go Fanny here. I mean, he's a pretty decent Fanny, if I'm not mistaken.
But yeah, so first of all, like you said, the Hellcourt being banned, I was calling for the Hellcourt. His Hellcourt is dangerous. It needs to be banned. Sure. So now, they need to, I would say, on the other side of Ake, they should ban out XP lanes. Nazardo usually plays Uranus, Lapu Lapu. He likes these kind of tanky XP lanes. If you take him out, you make that team a little bit weaker, because you can't really predict what the mage, what the gold lane is gonna, or even the jungle. The XP lane is very easy to predict. He's gonna pick that Uranus. He's gonna try to get that Lapu Lapu. He's gonna try to get the Ruby. So these kind of heroes are good to be banned. Arlott as well. Now we see Zuxin. These bans are going out fast. Zuxin is a really, really good ban. Nandayo, obviously, a strong Zuxin, very strong Farsa. So good bans so far. What do you have to say about this?
I mean, there's a hero there that's left under the radar a lot. With Zetian, the new mage. I feel like she's so underrated in the right composition, especially with an Iritel team comp. I think that hero is going to excel a lot, as you get that movement speed from that ultimate, from that Phoenix ultimate. You're gonna reveal everyone, you're gonna give them a little stun, especially it's good on Lord or Turtle fights. As soon as you hit that level 4 power spike, Iritel just comes around with the heavy crossbow, just gonna dish out a ton of damage with that movement speed from the passive.
Yeah, absolutely. Zetian is extremely strong, like you said. The problem with Zetian is it's not necessarily a damage mage. It's more like a utility. It has a little bit of poke damage, but it's mostly for that ultimate that sets up. If you have a Tigreal, if you have a Minotaur, it kind of makes their life easier. But now I'm really interested. What's the last ban? We see the Badang ban, extremely good ban, just to keep on the trend of banning XP lanes. I think Birthright is eventually gonna first pick an XP, and that is why they're following the trend of Ake banning out the XPs. They say, okay, we ban out the Badang. You're gonna try to ban maybe I don't know, an XP lane, maybe Ruby. What else is there to ban? I'm not really sure.
Yuzhong and Lapu Lapu are the ones I'm thinking of right now that need to be banned. But the YSS is going to go out. I mean, that's a pretty respectable ban. Him being, I believe, the strongest jungler right now in the game. An assassin with a stun and the damage of a marksman. I mean, you have to respect that hero.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a very veteran, experienced pick from Birthright. They picked Baxia, not necessarily because they want to first pick the roam. the Baksha here is working like a flex pick. We can pick it on the jungle, but we can still take it on the roam. So also combined with that, it's extremely strong, right? You have to, with the mobility, you have to expect how quick it can rotate. So it's still very dangerous. Good pick from Birthright, showing that flex pick. Now, the YSS being banned is extremely good. Like you said, it's one of the strongest jungles in the game. So I'm happy to see that off now. Now, Aki needs to make an important decision. They have to show where they want to take this draft. Because now it's these two picks are gonna show a lot where they want to go. Do they want to pick that 1-1? Do they want to pick the Kimi? Yeah, the Kimi is picked right here. Lapu being picked. I like these. These are two heroes that are, often picked and often great, especially Lapu Lapu.
I mean, I agree with your 1-1 take. I was expecting him to second pick the 1-1 just to counter that Baksha, to have a little bit more damage to Demon Hunter Sword with that Malefic Roar, doing a ton of damage to tank heroes and being untargetable for like 3-4 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. But even so, Kimi is a good second pick, but Lapu Lapu, I don't know, I wouldn't pick him over the Yuzhong. Yuzhong just has a bit more impact on the game.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Yuzhong has a little bit, is very good in team fight, can kind of reach the backline, like you said. It's like a pick and choose. Maybe Lapu Lapu didn't, it wasn't necessarily that it needed to be picked, but it's extremely strong also with that 1v1. No matter who you face against, and also if it gets ganks, because it has a lot of mobility to kind of flicker back, combined with the ultimate to go back. But this is the Farsa that I was talking about. Really good Farsa pick here. So Farsa obviously counters Kimi with that range, extremely strong range and extremely strong, just high damage in general. Really good to see Farsa. Fredrin being picked here is very interesting. Ooh, that 1-1 being, this is what we were talking about, Zakota, with the crossbow tang, and like the damage here can be really scalable for 1-1. Once you reach a few items, especially once you reach after that Demon Hunter, you start dishing out a lot of damage, no matter who's in the front. And Baksha and Fredrin are two heroes that are obviously tank heroes, so they'll probably give him that ultimate. But I'm still interested. Pankrat has a big decision. What marksman does he want to take? Does he want to take that Bruno? I'm expecting him to pick Bruno just because he can kind of bully the 1-1 in the early game, and that can make the difference. But we're left to see. Now the two bans still left on the map. Irritel, of course, counters 1-1, and that is banned. So really good ban. I want to see the marksmen being banned from the side of Ake, just because you need to make sure that the 1-1 has a good early game.
Joy is a bit of an expected ban, but I like the Yuzhong over the Lapu Lapu. If you go up against the Farsa, she's in that Feather Airstrike. She is really stuck in one place, right? You need to stun her to cancel her ultimate. And with the Yuzhong, you can go, with the Black Dragon form, you pop that ultimate, you go and nudge her a bit, it's a stun. And that's gonna you're just gonna defuse the bomb, that Feather Airstrike, but we're gonna see the Phovis and Minotaur getting banned out. Minotaur, I don't like because it's a pretty nice counter to 1-1. They could flex that Baksha into XP and keep that Mino on their roam, but still, I don't think they want to give a bit more healing that Kimi and that, Lapu Lapu again.
Yeah. The Phovius makes sense because of the dashes, but personally, I wouldn't have banned Phovius. I would have banned something like Bruno, just because they kind of need to focus on the damage. The most important pick here for the side of Birthright is actually going to be the damage. It's not going to be the XP lane, even though Phovius counters a lot. That Bruno, I'm pretty sure that Bruno is going to be picked. And I don't know what they're going to... Ooh, that Moskov actually. Wow, okay. So they go for a kind of split push combination with the Chi-Chi.
I don't like the CC. I really don't like the CC in this team comp. I feel like they like a proper stunt. They have nothing to lock down that Lapu Lapu or that Kimi.
Yeah.
Even if they,
the Chi-Chi being... Yeah.
Even if they put a Kalea maybe on their roam and keep the Baksha on the XP to counter that Lapu Lapu, Still, it's pick and pockets. But again...
I think... Yeah, if we just go off what we see, we see a very heavy, sustained composition from the side of Birthright. Obviously, the two fronts. They have the Baksha, they have the Fredrin. Now, they pick Chi-Chi because they can't really keep going with this sustain because they're going to eventually lack damage. Ooh, I just have to say, I don't like this Hayabusa. There is almost no pickoff from him. The Moskov is potential, but again, he's going to kind of be evasive. He's going to be a little bit everywhere. Now, the Farsa I can understand, but you're playing against stuff like Baksha, stuff like Fredrin, Chi, I just have to say I don't like the Hayabusa coming up. Now I know he plays Hayabusa a lot, just from a personal experience. He likes this kind of pick, but maybe there was another pick that should have been better. What do you think, Zakota?
Lancelot here would have been extremely good to go to the backline for the Farsa. Lancelot would have been extremely strong. You can immune the Frederin's Appraiser Arrive, you can immune that Feather Airstrike, you can immune the Spear of Destruction, even CC's Curtain Call. I mean, there's so many possibilities for Lance here.
You know what I was thinking, Zakota? I just got this genius idea. I said, why not Xborg? Even though you may put yourself in a counter against Farsa, you still, you know, if you're up against Fredrin, if you're up against Baxia, you still have that damage with Kimi and 1-1. That could be potential, but now it's not about what they could have done. Now they have already picked. Let's see. This is going to be a really interesting match. Day 2, first game, Zakota. How are you feeling?
Excited, I can't lie. I'm really excited. But who do you think won the draft?
This is a very good question. I just have to say, honestly, I have to say Ake. I like the 1-1 pick here. It's going to be extremely strong. I also like the Kimi pick. And the Lapu is okay. But the main thing that makes me like Ake's draft here is actually the 1-1. The 1-1 has a really good game here. Only the Farsa can little bit disturb. But if Hayabusa does his job, the Farsa shouldn't even be able to ultimate, because he always needs to be careful about the Hayabusa coming up from the bushes. But what do you think? Who do you think won the draft here?
I think Bertrai won it because I don't like the Hayabusa, because again you have the CC with that Curtain Call and it's gonna disable your ultimate. That Uke Shadow Kill won't go off if you're in a team fight, you're in a pickle, you know, the CC is just gonna cast your ultimate and you can't do anything, right? You can teleport back only. But even so, we're into game number 1 as of day number 2.
Absolutely, and this is interesting. Now we see a very aggressive kind of early game from both teams, right? Not holding anything back. Both teams want to make sure to win the early game, and they have a lot of arguments to do so. Obviously, they have the Fredrin, Baxia, but on the other side, you also have the Kimi, right? The Kimi kind of freezes the Farsa early game. But yeah, this is very interesting. I always believe that in these kind of heavy early game compositions, the Turtlist matters the most. Now look at this, they're gonna engage very early.
Ake is gonna slow down Mark, and Ake won't use Revitalize, but even so, he is getting slowed down by Nyando. Bandani is gonna go through, he misses his second skill on Farsa, but still Mark might just lay down Toby. First blood goes to Team Birthright. Just giving them that extra lead you are talking about. I think that's the biggest mistake to fight a Baxia in the roam with that expendable skill 1 that does, like, I believe 450 damage per strike.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage, and you can easily underestimate the damage. But I just want to say, look at this Hayabusa going bot lane. Is he going to try to do something, or is he going to try to maybe just get the farm? Because they're starting Turtle early, and none of them can even do it. Let's see, though. This is going to be really interesting. This fight is going to be extremely interesting for who's going to take the next 4 or 5 minutes and have the lead, right?
Lapu with the bravest fighter, but even so, Levi has slain down Hayabusa. Maki goes down, Curse lays down Nyando. Azardo, I mean, but even so, look at that pull coming in from the Kimi, doing a ton of damage to Levi. Period Destruction connects, hits 2, a ton of damage yet again. Kuro falls down. A lot of kills going towards Birthright. That's that early advantage that Bakshia's anti-heal. They can't do anything, especially with that Lapu. And Toby using his Revitalize early just sealed the deal for him.
Well, yeah, like you said, it's a very heavy front. They obviously have that
Feather Extra coming through a lot of damage. Hayabusa manages to escape, but even so, look at the ton coming from Levi. Cristiano Nazardo does a ton of damage. Jesus, you see that damage coming from the CC? Holy!
Yeah, it's actually insane. But look at this, he doesn't stop. Look, Mark is very smart. He knows that Hayabusa obviously is slow from
AOG.
You know. Wow, this is very interesting. Very interesting how aggressive Birthright is.
I mean, right now, Ake wasted 2 utility ultimates just to try to catch Mark down. But even so, look at Invade, keep going on. Hayabusa can't do anything. He has that Oogie Shadow Kill in a few seconds. He does manage to pop it, but even so, Mark is too tanky for him. Not much you can do. AOG isn't ready. They can't even cancel that Farsa's Feather Airstrike. I mean, that was a big waste of utilities. I agree with you completely, Sin, but even so, 40 seconds to 40 seconds to that turtle, but even so in the mid lane there's a fight. Danny used the Federation, gets Nyando down. A ton of damage coming in on Toby. He's about to die as well. He connects with that basic grab, but not enough to heal him. Pancraft is gonna stand down Maku on the
Wow.
blue buff, managing to slay him down. Oh my god, this is a complete slaughter.
That's actually insane by Pancrat. Did you just see him go from top lane to that blue buff in a matter of 1 second? Just because how, you know, the Moscow ultimate. But also, I wanna think that, you know, maybe this 1-1 can do something because he's just been farming, right? He hasn't
Feather
been
airstrike
doing...
connects. Nyando manages to survive. So lucky, but even so, Curtain Cut is available, but he won't use it. I don't know if you noticed that, but Fredrin built 3 belts.
Really? That's actually surprising.
He's gonna go for the Guardian helmet early game. He's just gonna try to continue fighting. I mean, that's a pretty odd build, but even so, look at the damage on Pancroft.
Yeah. And now, obviously, Birthright has that early game, right? So now they're just gonna try to snowball. And this is what you couldn't have let happen if you were Akia.
Mark is looking for an AOG, goes down, catches Danny. Lapu goes the bravest fighter. Use the flicker, but he does not connect with the stun. But even so, look at Maku. He manages to get a kill, but he goes down as well. A ton of damage on Kuro, but he survives. One has the mark, but she won't connect with it. She knows that CC can tank it, I believe. Just the Dreadnought armor as a first, but Maku finally gets his first hunter item, being the Hunter Strike. I mean, they're going to swap the lanes right now. Pancrat is probably going to try to maybe solo kill him, but still, look at Mark.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Now, for 1-1, you can't allow yourself to be solo kill. But look at Mark, he's taking a little bit of damage. I want to know, what does Nandayo build first item? It needs to be that glowing wand. And look, Fredrin goes in. He has no fear, Zakota. No fear!
No fear whatsoever. Feather Escher comes through. Spear Cycle next, gets 2 down locked. But even so, they're going to try to keep going. Dan is going to chase in the jungle. Toby is below, basically out of his HP. He's 1 hit away from death. Look at Nazardo. He goes in there. Tier 2 turret to try to slay down Maku. Curtain Khan is still available. He can lock them down. Astra got his first item, the Wind Talker. I mean, second item actually. But even so, Retribution has been used. Maku, I mean, that's why I don't like the Hayabusa here. You're too vulnerable compared to the Lancelot.
Absolutely. I think the Hayabusa... Oh, Toby is going in. Interesting. I don't like that too much. But like you said, Hayabusa being picked there is very bad.
A ton of damage coming through the Lapu with the bravest fighter. Does a ton of damage. Look at that Oogie Shadow kill. It's connecting, but still not doing anything. Nazardo falls down, uses Vengeance as well, but still not enough to sustain everything that's happening to Mark. Is getting in a ton of damage. The Sky Piercer coming in from Nyando is pulling through finally. But still, the mid turret is about to fall down. Levi is there. Danny is there. He's gonna ult that Kimi. Oh my god. Will he survive? The prediction isn't there. Maku, with the shadows, doesn't connect to the Farsa.
However, he does force his Purify, so maybe they can try to do something with Agatu Kacha if he lands perfectly on the Farsa. Now they're gonna get the turtle. I mean, Birthright is playing this game actually very smart, right? Getting the towers, not stressing too much, making sure they have all the farm, and just slowly and surely just snowballing this game. But I do think, you know, we can't count out the 1-1. If he connects, maybe he can do some damage, right? Does have that Inspire still. So we're gonna have to wait and see. I did think it was gonna be easier than, you know, how it actually turned out to be for this 1-1 to toggle that ultimate. And but I don't know. He's really
Bravest
struggling
fighter
with
goes
this game.
through under a tier 2 turret trying to defend it, but even so, he manages to survive by a slither of HP. So does Asha, but Mark goes through, rolling away. Feather Escher comes through, marks 2 people down, doesn't slay, but the passive from Farsa and the Spear of Destruction managed to slay down Astra. That was an incredible play coming in from Birthright, forcing out the tier 2 ultimates as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is really a showcase why Farsa is so strong in this meta. I believe it's the best mage currently that you can play like right now. It's even stronger than Kimi because it has that range. It has an insane damage output. It's extremely elusive as well with that bird. So he's really showcasing how great Farsa is.
Now Mark is looking, he manages to fight a fight, but the Feather Escher comes through, just poking out Kuro. He goes with the bravest fighter for some reason. He manages to... But he gonna flicker back, sustain a bit, because I think they're gonna lose the top turret right now. Curtain Carlos goes through. Traction pull comes as well, but still doesn't catch anyone. That's dash coming from this is so annoying. It's so hard to, catch.
Yeah, and at this point, Zakota, they're up a lot in gold, right? So it's not only extremely hard to catch, it's extremely hard to
Slowly,
kill as well.
they're looking for a fight. Look at Mark is rolling away. Will they wait for the Lord or will they try to initiate a fight? They're a lot of gold up, 9,000 gold.
What they can do is kind of bait out Ake, see if they want to fight, because they
Feather
still have
airstrike.
that Farsa, right? They still have the Feather Airstrike, but looks like they're gonna try just to waste the passive on the bot side.
AOG as well.
Then go on the Lord.
Fraction Pulse comes from Mark. He's getting taunted into the damage of Kimi in that beam. Hayabusa is in the top lane split pushing, but even so, all tier 3 turrets have used their abilities. That's a really good thing for the Lord that's upcoming. I see Birthright is doing it. I think Nazar is trying to answer for what Maku's doing. Pancrat finally gets that Lord down. It's a domination from Birthright. Look at Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu in the fight. Also, Namaku will escape, but still, Astrad has the mark.
He can't kill him, right?
He's
going for the kill. Oh. But the Vengeance is still up, though. Zakota, this Vengeance is still up. Wow, that's a big kill right there.
Wookiee Shadow kill as well. God damn, that healing from that Revitalize helps a lot. And Maku is stuck.
Man, he has no one.
Oh my god.
How are they gonna defend this? Do you think they can defend this, Zakota?
With Kimi, I believe they can defend it, but the Lord is marching down as well before Astra goes up. Flicker coming from Kimi as well, just wasting a lot of utilities yet again. Kuro is trying to defend that bot lane turret. But even so, the Feather Airstrike comes through. They know she doesn't have that Flicker, so they're trying to catch her out. And Azar finally gets that yo-yo in her face. But look at
I don't think they can defend this, Zakota. I don't think so. They're gonna finish the base here.
Through, the Lord is hurting Kuro a lot, but look at that. Wookiee Shadow kill marks down. Moscow, but still not enough. One on goes.
Wow, one shot.
Ultimate, but still too much damage coming in from Birthright. Too much sustainability as well. Feather Airstrike just lock him in base. That's wrap for game number 1.
Over.
Game number 1. Hey, it's a best of 3. Sint. It can turn around.
Yeah, I feel like I gave Ake too much credit. I don't know what happened. They just folded, I feel like. But it all started off that early game, right? They got to Kacha against the Baksha. Why would you kind of go for that? Obviously, you know that the Baksha is going to be much stronger, right? He just got chipped down and eventually just died to, I guess, Farsa. And that was the beginning of everything. After that, it started to snowball. Pancrat rotating a lot more than 1-1 to the turtle and to the objectives, obviously because he does have that ultimate, so he can kind of teleport. But at the same time, there was not really much to see from Ake. I'm not sure. You mentioned the Hayabusa. Hayabusa was a big part. We didn't like the Hayabusa. We said that was obviously one of the losing picks. It was a big part why they were losing, and we show. And this is the result. Obviously, the Baksha just invading the Hayabusa couldn't get the game going. At the same time, the Kimi kind of close range hero against a hero like Farsa kept the distance. Dani did really good. Making sure to neutralize that Kimi, and yeah, like you said, I maybe overestimated the draft from Ake. I had expected that the 1-1 was gonna play a little bit bigger role in terms of damage dealing, but once they started to snowball from the side of Birthright, it just got out of control, I would say. I think Ake just they made a miscommunication or something, because you can't die after 2 minutes. Not in EMC. Maybe in rank, but not in EMC.
And maybe it was a calculated mistake, but even so, I didn't like that Lapu Lapu. They didn't have anyone to go for the Farsa and the back. And as I said earlier in the draft, the Yuzhong would have been such a better pick because you have that Petrify, you have that Furious Dive, that third skill. You have the Nats from that Black Dragon, from that Ultimate, from that Big Serpent. But even so, the Lapu Lapu didn't have any impact. He has 1 stun. Yes, she's tanky. But look at the Sissy. Not 1 stun. She's just being annoying. You can't catch her. She's there to rotate for the Moscow, because the Moscow uses Spear of Destruction, teleports to the team fight, and Sissy can just go to his lane and take over to push the turret. But even so, again, this is game number 1 out of best of 3 scenes. So what do you have for game number 2? What are you expecting?
Obviously, now Ake knows what kind of drafts Birthright like to play. Don't expect the Hulkert. Don't expect to get kind of they're gonna fight like with Farsa. They want to play the Kimi. Kind of try to do something else, right? You've seen how Birthright likes to play. They like to play heavy sustain and keep a kind of backline with high damage output. That's what we saw last game. Now, for this game, I want to see Ake pick that Farsa. Don't even allow the Farsa. Also, like you said, the Yuzong. I don't believe that Lapu Lapu was the reason that they lost, but could they have picked Yuzong and be a little bit more dangerous? Absolutely. And also, they need to play much more safer. You need to be careful, at least up until that first turtle. That's when you can kind of engage. Before that, I would say play safer from Ake. And these are the stats, right? 21-4. We can't sit here, Zakota, and say, this was a good game from Birthright. And, this was destruction. Birthright just destroyed Ake. First game, 21-4. This is not normal. But they showed us. I thought when I saw the lineup of Birthright, I knew that they played yesterday. I thought maybe the miscommunication and the communication just in general would be the difficult thing. But they showed me that, even though they have two Ukrainian players from a different team now coming into Birthright, they showed me that actually the communication is not an issue. So now Ake need to figure out what went wrong. I would say change the draft. That's the biggest thing, but also change the mindset. Don't engage before the first turtle.
I mean, Sint, you have to take into consideration the items of the players as well. I don't like what Nyando did with that Kimi. I don't like that Sky Piercer first item. I would go for a concentrated glowing combination to sustain a little bit more. Because look at the first item glowing one. You have that Baksha anti-heal as well, right? And now with a new Baksha nerf, it stacks the anti-heal to, I believe, 65% if I'm not mistaken. But still, he had that magic robe, he had that Drenator armor, that blade armor as well, just to sustain that one, and he had the crown, the freeze.
Zakota, you're absolutely right. Nandayo picking up anything but the glowing wand here is a rookie mistake. He should have just built it first as soon as he could and gone for the concentrated energy. But this is gonna be a really interesting second game. Let's see what if Ake can adjust, or our Birthright just gonna show another excellent performance.
It's a best of 3 as we said, but the highlights, quick, Sint. What do you think of them? Let's see the core moments of the game, the big team fights.
Obviously, it's gonna be a lot of the highlights are gonna be in the early game. Absolutely. Look at Pankrat coming in here. Nice damage from him, but also look at this. Look at the space that he makes.
He made the Waster flicker as well to escape. The guy has better air effect positioning as well. That taunt from Feathering, I mean, it's a deadly combination.
Yeah, absolutely. And these fights that we see from us. Look at the Pankrat still hunting for Hayabusa. A lot of the fights that we see here are all early game. Look at the minutes. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. They've lost the early game completely, and they keep fighting, keep engaging. Now, from that 6 minutes, from the last highlight, this is 8 minutes. So now they've already taken almost all the towers. And they keep fighting. They keep trying to engage. And, it's not working, and they're letting them snowball more and more, and they're digging themselves lower in the grave. Even this, I didn't like this, because I knew he had Vengeance here. It looks good on paper, you're doing a little bit of damage, but the Vengeance is still coming out. And even if you kill him, you would still die after.
Look at Mako going in for no reason as well. I mean, that's a pretty big thing. Waste his shadows, waste his positioning. And they lose. They're fighting when they're supposed to be defending. Kimi can't do anything, even if they're all alive, right? They need the one, and they need the Gacha to front line. Look at that. Look at Mark just using that freeze, and he tanked out the one on ultimate.
And also we saw the 1-1 activate a little bit too late, right? He wasn't dishing out the early game. He wasn't doing too much in that early team fight. Ake lost this game because of the early game team fights. It was absolutely something that they should not have done. They should not have engaged against Baksha, against Fredrin. They should kind of move side to side, right? Try to do something, with Hayabusa catching off the Farsa on the rotation towards the goal lane or towards the turtle, or try to kind of catch out Pankrat. Okay, give them the objective. Say, okay, you got the turtle, but we're gonna gank the goal lane so we can get the 1-1 ahead. But nothing of that happened, Zakota, and eventually they just kept fighting. They kept losing, and they kept fighting more and losing more. So honestly, I think just from that game, Ake needs to kind of reset their mindset. They can't fight the early game. They need to recognize when there's Baksha, when there's Fredrin, when there's these types of heroes, especially with Chi-Chi as well. You need to be careful, extremely careful when you play early game, because they're already early game strong. If you give them a little bit, they're gonna crush you. After that, they start invading Hayabusa. Hayabusa couldn't get the game off the feet, and it was basically over in 8 minutes. We saw a game maybe in 11 minutes, but actually the game was already over after that 6, 7, 8 minute mark. A lot happened in those 3 minutes. Towers were gone, objectives were taken, and it was just basically waiting out the Lord for that eventual push that would be the finish. But yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised of these kind of mistakes from Aki, because I know that they're usually more smarter in their engaging, and because they're all Polish, they have that communication, but in this specific game that we saw, the communication were totally lacking.
I agree with you completely, and they didn't have an answer for the most, because they had nothing to really lock him down properly. That's why I don't like the Lapu Lapu. I'm gonna assume my hate again for Lapu Lapu. He's good in some specific team compositions, but here you needed something to lock down certain heroes, the Farsa, the Moscow, even the Sisi. The Yuzhong trades really great against Sisi right now. Back then, yes, it was a counter, but with the recent change, it's a big, huge difference. So that armor first item, you're gonna be fine. Rapid boots as well. I've been trying out XP, and Rapid boots are, I believe, the most broken item right now.
Yeah, thank you, Zakota, for that opinion. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't play XP, so I don't dare to, disagree with you. But like you said, the Yuzhong has a lot of impact now with the new kind of buffs, and also just in general with the meta, the Farsa, the Kimi being picked a lot. Yuzhong is very dangerous also for the objectives. But I don't think this was an issue on the XP lane. It was just an overall communication. They didn't really understand whether they should fight, what's going on. I got the feeling that they were a little bit disoriented. We can argue with the Lapu pick maybe being better with the Yuzhong, but I think in general here, it is unfair to say that they lost because of the Lapu pick, because overall the communication was completely off. But now let's see, second game. What can we expect here from the draft? I do expect that Halkurt ban, but now Aki's first pick. What are they gonna pick here?
I believe they should go for maybe an XP laner. As you said, Arlot, Uranus, Yuzhong, Lapu Lapu are great picks, but you have to build around it. You don't have to build for them. It's now back to pre-tank meta jungle. If you remember, that Eve-Fredering combination. I think they should go for something to keep the fight going, to deal a ton of damage while fighting, because the fighters, they're sustaining. But you need to do something while they're sustaining. Because we had a bruiser meta, Hilda bruiser meta, right?
Yeah.
She went in, bruise for you, opened the map, and you, the damage dealer, went and followed through. You went for the execute, but they're gonna ban the YSS so early as a first pick as well.
Yeah, I don't know. YSS tells me that they're not confident with that first pick YSS, because obviously it would be first pick for Maku if it could be open. I'm a little bit unsure why they would ban that. Maybe not confident, but Halkurt being banned, that's what we predicted. Now, can we expect something like a Kimi ban, or should you go with something like XP, right? So you want to take an XP lane, maybe Arlot, maybe Badang. You can kind of ban Badang here. You're not going to pick it first, at least. Another XP lane you can ban is kind of Uranus if you're not confident. Or if you want to build a draft around Uranus. Depends, up to them. The meta nowadays is very open to a lot of options, right? There's mid lane potential for first pick, XP potential. Farsa being banned here is really good, because this tells them that maybe they want to pick that Kimi. Farsa counters Kimi, okay, we can ban it.
Even so, I really don't like the Kimi on the mid lane, because it really tones down your drafting potential. Yes, she's really annoying to deal with. She has a ton of damage in the early game. I believe 100 per bullet or 67 per bullet in the early. As soon as she gets that concentrated, you stack up to 100 or so damage. And that's really hard to deal with. But still, I wouldn't pick her on the mid. Even on the goal, I wouldn't pick Kimi at all.
Yeah, well, I think Kimi most of the times is just picked on mid lane, and it's usually strong because it can kind of freeze them early game. No matter almost what hero is being played against it, you can kind of freeze. But like you said, maybe in the tournament format, Kimi is a little bit overestimated, actually, because there are counters, there are ways you can get around it. We were talking about Yuzhong, Farsa, another one. There are ways to play around Kimi, while some heroes, there are just no ways. I believe that, Uranus is one of those heroes. There's no way to play around it. You just have to do so much damage that, you hope you can die.
And with Uranus, I think that's the same story with every single hero if you're not bursting. But even so, I know you have played against some proper team, and I saw a lot of Mashas going into the Uranus matchup. I don't know if you saw it
Yeah,
recently, but I think that's a
yeah,
really nice and interesting pick. You can actually focus down on the mid and goal as well with Masha, so you know it's a pushing
yeah.
monster, does a ton of damage, and can be really annoying with that passive.
Yeah, it is like you say. Masha being picked against Uranus is obviously a match. It's a matchup win, and it's also used because it can cut the lane. So it even if Uranus is gonna stay on the under that turret, it says okay, I'll just cut your lane and I'll rotate into mid. But now speaking of Uranus, it's banned. Very very good ban here. I don't want to see that Uranus, especially because just how strong it is. Now the Lapu is still open. Kimi is still open. Kimi is actually picked here, so they did ban that Farsa just for that Kimi. Interesting. What do you think about this? You don't seem to like it, Zakota.
I don't like the Kimi on the mid. I really hate it. It's such a waste of a hero. Yes, it has annoying crowd control effect, but I like this. Eve is better than Kimi in my opinion. Eve is such a strong mage. She has so much abilities that can help you in an actual team fight. That real world manipulation, just locking down the enemy teams. You're CC immune. You get the shield, but even so, they're gonna go again for the same draft. Basically, the Fredrin and the Badang is a new addition, of course, but still counters basically the Kimi because you lock her down, you make her ways that flicker, make her ways that purify, and that's GG for her.
Yeah. And these two heroes obviously are Fredrin and Badang. Very sustainable, very annoying for Kimi as well. Unless you can kind of get your items together and you start doing damage. Maybe Feather of Heaven. I've seen Kimi's build in Asia. Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter actually works very good, but it's very risky. You need to know what you're doing. Speaking of the draft, just in general, with a Phovius being picked, Moscow, interesting. It seems like they just want to steal that Moscow off Pankrat. It doesn't seem to have any purpose yet here.
I don't like this. It's too early for the marksman. The fighter can be picked a bit early. The Phovius is okay versus the Badang matchup. Even so, you're not 100% sure of what Team Perfect is going to do. You don't know what they're thinking. You haven't seen their draft fully yet. At least you saw only two heroes. What can you tell from that? Both of these heroes can be flexed into like two roles at least.
Yeah. Let's just put Fredrin on the marksman.
I mean, Fredrin X-Lane can work pretty well if you have a decent matchup. Even versus obvious, it's okay.
Yeah, it is like you said. You can't really decide after two heroes to pick to lock in that marksman, or even I think even the mage. Now we see Lapu Lapu being picked here. Lapu Lapu just maybe to reach that Kimi is really good. But like again, I like Yuzong. I'm like you. I actually like Yuzong in this meta a lot. Lapu Lapu is definitely one of the strongest XP lanes, but I think people are still how strong Yuzong is, still underestimating it a little bit, just because how fast it can reach the backline. But again, Lapu Lapu and Yuzong, they have the kind of same purpose. Now, I'm interested to see what they're going to ban. So obviously now, Ake is missing a roam and a jungle. Marco likes to play assassins. Fredrin being picked here, okay, you don't maybe need to ban out the assassins because you want him to pick an assassin, an Hayabusa. He wouldn't be, he wouldn't be that crazy to go into a Fredrin matchup with a Hayabusa, right? So you kind of don't care that much about that. So you want to ban out the roams here. Gato being banned. Interesting.
I'm thinking about the Joy here. The Joy could work pretty decently into a Fredrin, and she's not that banned and picked anymore. I don't know if you noticed. She's under the radar. She's still pretty strong. But as you said, you can't really go Assassin. I was thinking maybe go Suyu here, but you're going to ban the Wu Zetian. Hold on.
Yeah, Zichan being banned here obviously serves utility pick. It's just very strong in general. It's gone under the radar for a long time, but now it's eventually banned here from Ake. Minotaur being banned, like you see, they're not focusing on that jungle. They say, okay, go whatever jungle you want. I think he's gonna pick an assassin because I've never seen him pick a fighter actually. And matter of fact, I'm gonna go an extra step. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. What fighter can you even pick here?
Suyu.
What can you even go for here?
I think only Suyu can work here.
Only Suyu can work just because of the dashes.
Or Roger.
I was thinking
still Roger in the
Roger
is. I mean, 3 marksmen. That's the problem with Kimi. 3 marksmen.
Yeah, that's true. But Roger is still kind of evasive. He still has, chance to kind of escape as well. Irrital being picked here. I was kind of expecting an Irrital. I don't know why they banned Granger. Maybe because Granger is kind of extremely fast farming. So they want to make sure that nothing can get too ahead here. Now, I mean, I'm really interested to see Aki's draft here. How can they finish this draft? Obviously, the Gato is banned, the Minotaur is banned. There is still kind of heroes like Tigreal, but maybe Tigreal isn't good here. It's just decent. I don't know.
Maybe an Arlot on the roaming position with an Aka in the jungle.
It's really hard to play the Arlot roam because, first of all, you need to use your skills properly. You can't even waste one skill on anyone without it being the right hero. Like we said, Suyu, right? We were discussing the heroes and saying it needed a fighter. Can't go assassin here. You would be crazy to go assassin. Needs fighter. Pick Suyu. Okay. Unlike Suyu, kind of fast farming. Maybe you can try to farm and you just play for the objectives and don't engage directly with the Fredrin. The Kufra being picked here, I don't know. What do you have to say about
I don't like the Kufra. I believe they need a better frontline. They have a bruiser, obvious. He's a bruiser. He's not the guy who does the sets. With Kufra, yes, you can set, but you have 2 CC immunities at least. The Purify, Irrital is going to be 100% the thing. You're not going to go sprint. You're not going to go anything else. And into a Fredrin, you want to go a Kufra? I mean, it's pretty weird, honestly.
Yeah, it is pretty weird.
Nana mid lane.
That's actually very interesting.
It works. It works versus the Kimi. I've seen it in a few foreign tournaments, if I'm not mistaken. It's a pretty strong counter.
Yeah, it could work. I've never seen it, so I don't dare to give any prediction after that last game prediction that obviously didn't work out too well. But regarding the drafts in general here are very interesting. I feel like Aki is just picking up heroes as they go, while Birthright kind of has a consistency. Like we said last game, we were saying they have that strong sustained front with a high damage output in the backline. Here, obviously, Nana has a lot of damage. Irritel also. You can't underestimate Irritel damage. And it's also going to be an interesting matchup. Irritel against Moscow. It's very interesting here. Just in general, how is that? I'm curious to see also about the Kimi. How is that Kimi gonna activate? You have the Fredrin, you play against the Badang, playing the Lapu, you're playing the Irritel even. I mean, I don't know how you can play the Kimi here, but again, first picked it. He has something to prove now.
He goes on Toby, but still Pancrat falls down. Nyan manages to use that Sky Piercer. That's seen really much hate, but even so, the taunt coming from Levi. Bravest Fighter comes through, misses the stun, but even so, Appraiser's Wrath misses on Toby. He flickers out of the way.
Alive. He's still alive!
Of damage on that guy and on Toby, you know, we judged the Kufra too harshly, I believe.
Absolutely, but look at the Lapu. Look how fast he was on the rotation compared to the Phobius. Phobius is just now going to the mid lane, but Badai still, he wanna save the tower, right? And the turtle, is the turtle gonna be taken? It seems like Levi don't even want to have anything to do with this turtle. I think it's a little bit of a mistake. But now Maku is gonna get the free turtle, and they're just gonna eventually get back to farming. And yeah, this Ake game is different. Moscow is gonna pick up that turret 6 minutes in. That's very early, actually.
1 HP Frisker comes from Badang. He does not manage to kill him though. Even so, 2-level difference between the junglers. Only 6 minutes in, 7 minutes in now, but still that's a lot. And Maku is gonna take the top turret down, warded by Phobius, of course. But even so, it's still too early to tell what's going to happen. 3,500 gold difference, but look at that. Big Sun coming through, Fistcrack comes as well. Danny with that Molina Blitz dishing out of town, but Levi is gonna steal down Furu, but so look at that Forge. SOD connects through them. Look at Asha, manages to slay down Levi Kuru as well. Toby stands down Mark. Look at bouncing ball on top of him.
Toby or Kobe?
Toby.
Kobe. No, but this is a completely different Ake. I see a lot of people saying, you know, they were missing the early game, and we apologize for that, guys. But now you can see the greatness of what Ake is doing. There's just snowballing right now, and look at the Kimi.
Molina Blitz comes through and shuts him down. He managed to get 2 Sky Piercer sack, but he lost them basically halfway, I believe. He's on 16, if I'm not mistaken, Sint.
Yeah, it should be around 16 after that death. And again, we see a kind of a different game from the side of Ake. They want to pick up that Moscow now. Needs to be careful. Again,
look at Astra. Forces the flicker out. Fistcrack comes through. Levi is going to slow him down as well with the retribution. And Pancrat is going to get the kill. Curry's on the bot lane. He's going to defend them. But look at the Lapu. He's so far ahead, and they're trying to look for a fight in the mid lane. Toby doesn't have his Tyrant range. He can't go in. Look at Molina Blitz again.
What is going on right now? Aki, I was giving them so
Tyrant's
much praise.
revenge. Not there. Man.
I was giving them so much praise. I don't know what's happening. We were just talking about how good Aki is playing, and now they're making this kind of mistakes.
But look at Kuru. He goes in a 1v5 scenario and dies out. Molina Blitz is such a strong damage super. I mean, hey, the Lord is in favor of Warfare right now. There are 2 people down. The jungler is ahead in 4 level, but still, I don't think he's going to contest that. He cannot. They just don't have the damage, and the front Toby is going to allow them with a vision. The Tyrant's revenge is there, but still, the glowing just forces now. SOD connects. Levi gets the retribution down, and I believe the Moscow shouldn't have even went for the Spirit of Dragon. He just went for the split push Sint.
Yeah, he should have gone for the split push, but he is split pushing right now. And
Ufra,
on the other side,
Nazardo is gonna get poked out as well, forcing that dash away. But Kufra is almost gonna die. Look at damage from the Molina.
Yeah, it does so much damage. But again, I do think this should be quite a relatively easy defend. You have that Kimi, you have that Moskov. You should not stress this too much. You know, you cannot give the inhibitor, but
look at Bankrupt
either.
SOD goes through as well, but look at the Fiskra coming from Molina Blitz and the Molina stun as well. The transformation curve also falls down. The Lord is still at the health in 9,000 HP. Toby is charging in the back. Will he get a stun on someone? He doesn't commit with it fully. We're going to see the Soyu helping defend that mid lane turret, but still the top lane has yet to be pushed.
Yeah, and another thing I just want to keep people engaged in this. Look at the gold. Actually, Aki is up in the gold here. But how can they lose from all of these mistakes? Well, it's positional mistakes. Now we see them getting picked off one after the other. Again, the Kimi shouldn't have been that up front, but he got flickered and then he died. They need to kind of be more careful. But look at this Moskov though. He wants this kill. Great kill from Moskov here.
Really bad position going from Nazaro, but they're gonna get a big trade and take 2 turrets in the top lane. I mean, since you know how important map control is, they lost the mid, they lost the top as well, and they're more prone to invade that blue buff that Suyu needs for that CDR.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've lost the map control really from Aki's Aki position. They had the map control early game, but then they made a lot of mistakes, and now actually it's in the side of Birthright, and you can see they want to get this bot tower. As a matter of fact, I think Aki is just gonna give it to them, right? Moskov can't defend this alone. If he tries, he's gonna die. So So there's no Kufra there as well. They're waiting for Kufra
Danny
to
with the
step
Molina
up.
Blitz, a lot of damage coming from Parkart. The Fist Wall is there, the Fist Crack as well, the Flicker forced out. Lev is going to tank that. Look at him, the walking refrigerator. But even so, Kuro goes for a big push on Nazardo. That's a big trade for Team Birthright. A Flicker, a Roamer, a Ultimate. And I mean, they won't use the Retribution for it.
Yeah, I mean the issue here for the side of Aki is that they're not trading properly. They just go one by one. They gave the bot tower. Kufra died as well. I mean, nothing can be even worse here. Now they want to fight, right? So they know that the Moskov. They've seen the Moskov on the bot lane, so they kind of want to try and engage without the Moskov. Moskov is split pushing, but he needs to kind of move into the Lord side now because obviously there's nothing else to get on that bot lane. So I want to see him be a little bit more engaging in the team fight. But look at this flickers. That's a very good flicker coming out from Mark. Other than that, he would have been dead.
But seeing a 2-level difference between these junglers, Leva is still behind a lot. Yes, they're winning the team fights more, but it's only on Pankrat. The Pankrat is doing the damage, and Danny as well. Yes, he's helping with damage, but the main source is Pankrat, and they're gonna have a free Lord fight. Toby has vision on Mark. He misses the stun.
This is exactly what you said. You said it was a 2-level difference, and this is why they're starting.
Pull up with the bravest fighter, doesn't get a stand down. SOD connects towards the team. Fistcrack as well stands down both of the members of Ake, but still the Lord is in the hands of Birthright right now. Oh my god, that Appraiser's Rat on Maku. Well. That's, I think, a crushing defeat. They lost the Lord, they lost 4 members, and they are gonna lose, I believe, an inhibitor here. No. Yeah, maybe.
Protection. I think at least they're gonna lose the inhibitor just because that Lord now after 12 minutes is gonna be quite strong. Also have Iritel kind of fed now. They will definitely lose an inhibitor here.
Ooh, look at Maku. He got baited.
Lose the game though.
I mean, that's such a waste. He shouldn't have won. He almost risked his life. He risked defending.
Yeah, you need to be careful. I'm not sure what's going on for Ake. They just need to get a grip, man. They just need to get a grip because this is not currently working out. They had a good early game, but now it's kind of mid-game, coming up late game, and they're just getting crushed. The positioning is just... Birthright is just showing their experience with their positioning, and that's Ake, you know, missed positions from time and time again.
I mean, since I agree with you completely on that, but they're just picking out Toby. Toby is making the engages when he should be holding the position, not revealing himself so early or on Kufra. You need to have that surprise element, right?
Yeah. Another thing that I think people are not quite seeing is how well Pankrat is actually playing this game. He's just farming and he's just making sure that...
Look at that, the bravest fighter goes through a big stand on both members of Team Ake, the both front line, but Lucas saw you, he's pushing them back. And they're gonna manage to get that Lord, but they're gonna take the mid as well. Look at Flicker, Fist Crack combination coming from Mark, a ton of damage. Astra slays him down. But they're gonna trade for a mid turret, Soyo almost takes down, but SOD connects, Danny is there.
He needs to go, I think.
I don't think
he doesn't. He doesn't choose. I would have liked to see them engage there, especially because he had Flicker, so even if he kind of would get a little bit caught in the initial stage, but maybe could have done something. However, look at this. Now Ake want to push up, right? They know that Mark is dead. They want to kind of do something. Look, Pankrat. Pankrat is going 1v1. He sees a lot of damage. He stops, you know, attacking him. And here we see the items, right? So first thing you notice is there's no Wind of Nature on Moskov just yet. And you see the kind of full build from Iritel doing a lot of damage. The gold lead is just, you know, one item, but in one item in late game is quite a lot. And other than that, I don't know. I still don't like the Sky Piercer from...
Look at that big fight coming in. Bravest fighter comes through. Raging Slash doing a ton of damage and sustainability with a second skill of Lapu Lapu slaying down 2 members of Team Ake. That engage from Lapu Lapu is what we wanted to see last game. He didn't do that at all. And now Toby and Asha, 2 really important team members, core members, I would say. The frontline engager and the defender. You have the Kimi, yes, but still the Kimi can get picked out. The Molina is there. Frederick has his ultimate. Mark still has his ultimate. They're just waiting for an opportunity. Fist Crack is there. He does it and he manages to lay down Uru. But look at that mid lane is marching down with the minions. Bravest Fighters comes through. Not connecting with the stand, but look at Maku. A ton of damage.
It's gonna be a finish. Yeah. This is an absolute finish. I mean, Zakota, what an unexpected game. And I want to say it's unexpected because when we came back from that pause, us as well as the viewers just saw something incredible. Aki was winning that game. They were up in 2K goal lead. Even when Aki started to lose, eventually Birthright was 2 level down on the jungler, right? So Levi was, I think, level 13, while Aki and Maku was
4
level
levels.
15. Yeah, 4 levels even. So I don't know how they lost that game. I saw a lot of weird engages. They started going in solo. Even Kimi overextending on the Lord defense. They could have easily just defended the Lord. He didn't need to be that pushed up. Another thing, like you said, Kufra revealing his position way too fast. And also, when he was rotating to the goal lane, he was already behind. He already should have been in the goal lane. He already should have been there. So by the time he rotated, it's already too late. Another thing I want to keep in mind is Lapu Lapu and the Phobius. I think the Phobius here was rotating very slow. I think he should have maybe given the minions, if that's what it took, to make sure to be more engaging with the team. Because now we saw Lapu Lapu basically making sure that his team was playing 5v4 as many times as they could team fight. So that was one of the biggest issues. I think a lot came down to the missed position. And it was a shame because Aki was really winning that. They were winning that early game, but yeah, they definitely threw that. Actually, I don't even want to call that a throw because the lead, to be fair, wasn't great. It was just okay. It was an okay lead, but yeah, they definitely could have played that better. What do you think, Zakota?
I mean, the peaks on the last fight, on the last Lord fight, we saw the Kufra trying to go for engage. He misses the stun, and he still continues to do the ultimate on Mark. Out of all people on Mark, you choose to focus down. The only guy with the same immunity on ultimate with that fist strike, you have the control immunity, right?
Yeah.
And that's a big waste for him to target selecting. The Irritel was there. Even the Lapu Lapu is a pretty good target. And especially that mid. I mean, it's so risky. It's so risky to pick the Kufra right now because you have to pick him into a Fanny, into a Ling, I understand, into a Hayabusa as well. But not into these tanks. These are tanks. You cannot do anything to them.
Absolutely. And I think another thing that when it came to Kufra here is he kind of did not know where to jump because he wasn't sure, should I try to... The main point here is he needs to jump the marksman. But that's easier said than done. We didn't see any engages on the marksman or the mage. We didn't see that on the Nana either. And, we can argue this, that, blah, blah, blah. But why would you pick Kufra if you can't have that impact? And I think that was one of the biggest issues here. And here we can see the stats.
The stats are looking in favor again. In the favor, but the gap isn't as big. It's only 20,000 damage dealt difference. The tanking is in favor of Team Aki. I mean, the Phobius, the Kufra as well. Just, sandbags. Honestly, sandbags.
Yeah, for sure. But sure, they were taking a lot of damage. But I think in terms of positioning and rotation, Nazardo definitely out-rotated Kuro here in this game. I think also in terms of, engagement with the roam, I have to give it to Mark. Mark didn't wait like Kufra waited. Mark took that engage and said, I'm going to take the engage to you. You're going to have to be on the defensive side. I'm going to be the aggressor. I wanted to see Kufra be a little bit more the aggressive. However, you need to kind of communicate more with the team. If you're going to be the aggressor, if Kufra's got to jump, you need to communicate that with the team. We didn't see that much communication coming out from Ake just because there was no follow-up. So, big mistakes coming out here from Ake. In general, Birthright played this series really well. I think definitely this last game Aki could have played better. I mean, if not the first game, sure, we can, they just got crushed the first game. But the second game, there was a chance. I think they squandered that chance a little bit.
I mean, I agree with you, but they got all 3 turtles in the early game. They didn't get 1 lord, and they didn't use their momentum to their advantage. Like last game, we saw Birthright using the momentum to their advantage, just rolling down on every lane, and having that teamfight compatibility with I believe it was the Fredrin, and can you remember what was the experience lane that game?
Sorry, what you said last game?
Last game, yeah. What was the experience lane for Birthright?
Last game, CC. Was CC against
CC
Lapu.
Just out-rotating the Lapu Lapu and the Baksha on the mid lane duo with the Farsa. I mean, what can you do against that? Honestly, in the early
Yeah,
game, you don't even
exactly.
need anti-heal to slay on the Lapu Lapu or anyone else, the one on the Hayabusa. Just nothing you can do against them.
Yeah. And also just to show the experience of Danny, he doesn't need anti-heal, but he still built. Last game he didn't need anti-heal, obviously because of the backshot. He still built anti-heal. Why? It's one of the best items right now for mage. It stacks so perfectly. It's really good, not only because of anti-heal, but because of the passive as well, the burn. So extremely good item. Now, if I want to talk a little bit about this game, it was obviously a little bit disappointing. I see that Kimi. I keep seeing that Kimi, and he keeps building Sky Piercer when he shouldn't build Sky Piercer. You need, look at the Guardian Helmet. You must, by any means necessary, just build that glowing wand as soon as you can. You can't build anything else. Another thing that I don't like is this other item, magic wand. I think it's called.
Yes, magic wand.
It's not magic wand. It's not that good on Kimi. You should either go the concentrated build, or you can go kind of Feather of Heaven, or you can, even if you want to go a whole different build, you can go Demon Hunter. But it's very risky to go magic wand here. You definitely can't go Sky Piercer first item. And look at the highlights. Break down the highlights for us.
I mean,
Sakota.
we only
What
saw a
are we
little
seeing?
bit. We missed the early game fights, but look at the spears. They were on point. They were managing to get down Levi. It was 0-3-1. But still, now it turned it around after this fight. This is the last fight they won as a team. When they kept playing solo, Toby kept making random engages. And as well,
Yeah.
look at that. Just look at that. That random engage going in on 2 people.
And look at the goal lead as well from the side of Ake. They're still making it work somehow by losing the position. This was the start of it, right? The Kimi loses the stacks.
Exactly.
Look at this. Toby goes in. What is he doing? He flickers out, wastes that flicker, has no engage for later on, and that Phobius is gonna get picked off here. He's out in no man's land. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he just gets picked off. There are five of them. It's 5v1. It's not 5v3, 5v4. It's 5v1. And look at it. This is another fight. They started Lord, right, Sakota? But look, the Phobius goes in again. Toby, look at Toby. It's nowhere to be seen. And now, again, they're just going to pick them off here. Moskov tries to do something, just get crushed. And this is the beginning of the end, right?
I agree with completely. Look at the Lapu Lapu. His presence is felt compared to Phobius. The Phobius has no presence on the map and in the fights. Yes, the Moscow can dish out a ton of damage, but they're losing every single fight where Phobius is. When they're fighting with Toby and with Suyu, they're having a few more chances because they have 2 stands in one fight, right? And a ton of damage from the Suyu. You know, you have that exit.
Yeah. And I also think that I'm not sure Zakota might have some technical issues, or is that on my side? Anyways, if that's on his side, I'm just gonna talk a little bit. Okay, we have a break now, so yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MLBB European Midseason Cup. Sorry about all the technical difficulties. There was a little bit of wildness going on behind the scenes, but you know, your boy G the Ico's in the house now. We're here, and then we also have Synth. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling amazing. Thank you so much. I had a conversation with one friend that said, "You know, you made it when you're casting with G the Ico." But enough of that. We have Sigma Boys against Vita Brevis. So obviously, I don't know too much of these teams. I don't wanna bullshit too much as well. So I've seen the roster. I recognize a few players. So I'm interested to see how they're gonna match up. I feel like we should just, we've kept people waiting for too long. I think let's get in the draft and see what the draft is going like.
Hey, I'll be definitely interested to see what they draft as well. I mean, we were casting yesterday, and my God, I mean, in the European side, it was definitely a lot different than what I've been normally seeing on the North American side. So, I think these teams definitely know what they're doing. I mean, we're here in the top 16, so they got to do it. And I know that some have been eliminated, so it's it's a little bit different here. I know we're in round 4. Synth, I haven't been here. Is the game's best of 3 right now?
Yeah, the games are currently best of 3. I think some of these games are in some ways, I guess, elimination games, and the other games are just who's gonna live to survive another day in the tournament. But like you said, you touched a little bit about the drafts. This must be very weird for you to see the Kimi first pick and to see the kind of, the builds and stuff like that. Because I know in NA, you guys pick a lot more like flex heroes. It's a lot more chew. It's a lot more, I like to say individualistic heroes, but I don't know if that's if that's a fair thing to say. But yeah. But in Europe, yeah, Kimi's first pick, obviously. Barca picked a lot. We've seen Lapu, we've seen Uranus, but the drafts generally are very open and can go any way. But yeah, so best of 3. Sigma Boys against Vita Brevis, and it's going to be interesting.
It'd definitely be interesting. Not only that, another thing that is very interesting about this tournament that I like to touch on is that there's a 4,000 euro prize pool. If you guys didn't know that, that is massive. I mean, for a community that is still like upcoming and going, I mean, you guys are kind of beating the North American scene. So I mean, we went from having 20,000 to 0. So I mean, as long as you guys are looking up, it's good to see. It's good to see.
That's something.
Right? But we look like we have about 5 seconds till we're heading to the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get to it. This is what everybody's been waiting for. We're gonna be getting finally into the action, and I can't wait to see what they do here. Synth, you've been casting all day. This is the first time we're seeing Sigma and Vita. So I can't wait.
Yeah, we'll just call them Vita.
Yeah, so I can't wait to see what they're drafting up here. All these guys are looking handsome in the bottom chat here. So let's see what they can bring. You were also saying that Kimi's kind of been I've actually seen Kimi a lot in the recent casts, and I've also noticed that she's not banned all the time, but she's also like left open occasionally. And I think, do you think that's like something that they're just trying to let through because they know that they can easily counter it, or what?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Kimi is one of these heroes that are extremely strong, but it's extremely difficult to play with as well, because you can easily go up against something like a Farsa, something like an Eve, which can make your life a little bit more difficult. You get easily poked by Kimi, so it's very difficult to play. But it's very strong early game if you manage to play it correctly. I don't think it's something you have to ban out just because the Farsa, in my opinion, is the strongest mage right now. But I'm speaking too much. We're seeing a lot of bans right now. Obviously, the Baxia, Matilda being banned, Uranus being banned. I like the Uranus. I want to see Lapu being banned. What do you think here?
Yeah, I mean,
what do you definitely don't want to play against?
I mean, I guess it just depends on like their strengths and weaknesses right now and their hero combos that they're attempting to go for. I mean, Baxia is kind of a little bit weird in the ban draft, though they don't like seeing it, but maybe they understand the agenda and they understand that Vita that's just something they might excel at. So that might be just something we don't know about. But another band, they're kind of waiting. Normally, I don't think that's a Layla band, but maybe.
I think that's a Layla ban. That's definitely not a Kimi ban. That's all that I know. I'm not sure. Maybe he. Okay.
Okay, so
Okay. Yeah.
it seems
Go
like they
ahead,
might have
Aiko.
skipped a ban there. So we were told behind the scenes that the Layla is not a ban. So I think we just mocked that up as a 0. They were kind of just waiting a little too long. But again, on the other side, for Sigma, you did notice that they banned the Farja. I like that. I mean, we've definitely been seeing that being a giant pain for some people. So getting that out of the playing field is great.
Yeah, and still, you don't really need to ban Kimi here, just because you can kind of first pick Lapu, but then they'll maybe pick Arlot. So maybe a Kimi would be banned, or like an Arlot. I would personally ban an XP here. I would allow them to pick Kimi. Sure, you can go with the Lapu and maybe pick. Okay, they banned the Lapu, so I believe that the Kimi will be picked here. I don't see what else will be picked. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, right out the get-go, you're just laying down the blueprints for Sigma at this point. The Kimi is a good pick. It can be flexible. You can throw it in 2 different roles. Like, that's huge for a hero in the side of MLBB. So now, what do they respond with? I think is the real question. These two picks right here are vital. A lot of teams like the second pick instead of first pick because they can force something and then in turn force a return to be able to counter the Kimi. So I'm kind of interested to see what they pick here. There's
I think the Arlot will be picked here. Other than that, it's up for debate. It just depends on what they wanna prioritize. I think the Arlot will be one of the picks. Maybe Moscow and Arlot, but not really sure about the Moscow because you can kind of wait. Okay, I'm totally wrong. Interesting. What do you think about this combination? You have Zetchen and you also have the Granger.
Zetchen's actually been pretty decent. I mean, her ultimate's a little wild. I mean, I wouldn't say she's like something that I would prioritize over Farja, but again, with Farja being banned, I definitely think it's an easy, good pickup, good vision on the map. But I also believe the Granger's a solid advance here. If Vita is able to pick up maybe like a Badang, the combo of abilities would be massive. Now, Sigma responding, I think they're probably going to end up picking up a Roam, or they may even match a Mage at this point, just because they could throw the Kimi into the MM.
Yeah, but generally, I think you wanna play the Kimi against the Zichen here, because you kind of take more space with Kimi. You also have the mobility to move around a lot quicker. I think you have to pick XP here, and like you said, Badang can be flexed, to be fair, but the XP being picked here just because you have the opportunity to later ban the XP lanes, and there's not that many. Like once you commit on an XP, there's only so many counters, and you can kind of ban them out.
Dang.
Phobias.
They're rolling through it. They didn't even they knew what their third pick was. Picking up the Phobias, definitely a great call here. I mean, it's very flexible in that EXP lane, very sustainable, and can output a lot. Again, you just got to make sure that you're not overconfident with the hero. Now, coming into the second ban phase here, we're probably going to be targeting jungles at this point, if I had to guess, because I think both sides need one. So at this point, I mean, you could be getting rid of the YSS. I mean, the YSS has been insane for a lot of teams to pick up.
Yeah, for sure. I think here you have to decide on each side what you want to play. If you want to play the fighter a little bit more sustained, or if you want to go assassin, because whichever one you have to go, you kind of have to ban out the counters. So we see the Fanny being banned. Really, I like Fanny being banned. If you're so worried about the opponent and they're a very good Fanny, just you definitely don't want to leave that open. It's too strong. It's a little bit harder to play now with the new patch, but dangerous players on Fanny are still extremely respected. So also see the Lancelot. So they're banning out the assassins, rightfully so. I mean, you have the composition on the one side with the Kimi and the Iritel, which is kind of like it's very squishy, obviously, kind of easy to catch as well. And also on the other side, you have the Granger and the Zetchan, who obviously Zetchan don't have a mobility, and Granger has kind of mobility, but with Assassin you can still reach him. So you kind of want to ban out Assassins. I like it from both teams.
Definitely, I might be lagging a little bit here, but hey, the ban I'll let you take over this here for a second. Let me reboot.
Absolutely. Hayabusa being banned, like I said, carries on about the notion banning out the assassins. I think the last ban is also going to be an assassin. Which one is left? There's still YSS left. You definitely don't want to leave that YSS open. It's definitely going to be picked. I'll bet my left kidney that I don't know if I have it left, but I'll bet that kidney left on that YSS will be picked if you don't ban it. Other than that, both teams have kind of an open draft. You can still go fighter. You can still pick Fredrin. So don't get it wrong. The assassin's being banned, but the fighters are still able to be picked here. He's really leaving it into the last second. What is gonna ban? Let's see though. Looks like Joy. Yeah. So bans out 4 assassins here, and yeah. What do you think? It looks like you're back. You're no longer playing Minecraft. GI,
I was about to say I'm
in the real world.
I'm not at 180p right now. We're good. We're good. Yeah. I suspected this, right? The massive ban on jungles. They're just limiting the hero pool. Again, the YSS is open, and I mean you could go the double marksman comp here for Vita. It would be nice. I don't know if Sigma would want to go a triple marksman route. So I do think that maybe the red side is definitely going to go that route. Now, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, though. I mean, it'd be interesting.
Yeah. Another hero that's potentially to be picked, even for both teams, is Fredrin. Fredrin's a little bit less likely on red side, but it's still consistent. You still have something to say about each objective. You're always dangerous with a retribution, and Fredrin is picked. I said it was less likely because you're playing against Kimi, you're playing against Iritel, which has a little bit of, and Badang as well, a little bit mobility. But Fredrin is extremely strong and extremely takes up a lot of space on that once you fight for objectives. Now he picks the Julian. Wow, what do you think about this matchup? Julian against Fredrin, interesting.
I mean, I think what we're seeing from Sigma is they have a lot of control and a lot of slow, right? With the Irithel, with the Kimi, with the Badang, and now even with the Yuzong. I feel like if paired correctly and utilized correctly, I mean, Vita's gonna just have an insane issue in their hands. Now, don't count them out though, because I mean, they still have power. Like, right, the Granger's gonna excel at picking off a Julian. An Irithel, a Kimi, like as long as he's not caught and he's the one that's staying behind the line, I feel like they could execute it very well.
Yeah, exactly. And we see the Hilda for last pick. I don't like this Hilda. It'll be a little bit annoying for sure for the Kimi, maybe for the Iritel, maybe for the Badang, but you don't have anything to really stun the Julian. You have that ultimate, but is it enough? I don't think it's enough CC to really disrupt the team fight in any way. So don't like that too much. Maybe a Minotaur would be better. Maybe something like even I like Rafael. I like Rafaela. I don't know. I like this kind of supports with tagged along with Fredrin. The Hilda being picked here is maybe too much tanky and too little crowd control. I'm not sure. That's just the first thing that I have on my mind. What do you think here?
Yeah, I mean, same. The Hilda is a little wild. Definitely one of those heroes that you want to see utilized early in the stage. So I think at this point we're seeing Sigma kind of wanting to go maybe a little bit of the longer game, where Vita is going the shorter. So I guess it's going to come down to who we see go against each other in the Land of Dawn here. You can kind of looking at the map, seeing where everybody goes. That is not an actual Nana mid. That is Zedian.
Yeah.
So
he's trolling you guys.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah,
we'll see.
G the Icon, man. Day 2, game 2. Let's go. Let's get some hype in here.
Hey.
I mean, both teams have something to prove.
Definitely. Both teams here have made it far and wide. We're going to be getting into game 1 of Sigma Boys versus Vite here. Which is going to win? I don't know here. What's the win condition, man? What's the win condition?
A win condition right here is for the Yuzong to reach the backline. You kind of want to kill the Zetian. I mean, obviously, he's not that mobile. Another hero is Granger. I do think that the side of SBZ have won the draft just because they have so much damage if they play it correctly. But I don't want to count out, right? We have the Fredrin still here. Wow, that's the Hilda is taking a lot of damage early game. But the Julian is very dangerous here as well. I mean, it rotates fast, farms fast. You got to be careful. But again, I don't know these players, so I'm not really sure how they like to play the game, if they would like to play it aggressively or what to expect. But it's going to be interesting.
If I had to expect, VB has to be aggressive, right? They have Hilda. Look, we can already see at the bottom lane. Insane. My lobby is kind of being pressured here. He's low HP. I'm expecting that. Okay, we do see a solid rotation to protect my lobby. We'll probably send him back. Again, for certain seconds, this would be a clash.
Yeah, for sure. Both teams expect them to actually be the one that should take this turtle. And obviously, rightfully so. On one team, you have Badang, you have Yuzong to make the space, you have Julian maybe to try to steal that turtle. On the other side, you have Fredrin. Fredrin just starts the turtle right off the bat. Don't wait for anything else. And I think he should. Obviously, he is the tankier of the two, so he can kind of sustain inside of this. But look at this, Julian steals the turtle though.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't suspecting that, as Bell is in the back line. A little bit of a crazy Andre falls by my lobby. Insane first blood here by SBZ. That's not what you want to see if you're on the side of BB.
Yeah, but I was calling for that. I said, sure, the Fredrin can start that turtle. He can kind of take up that space and almost, you know, have that position. But the Julian can always steal the turtle as well. He has a good retribution, and he's not down in level. Now, they're just going to go back to farming. Obviously, SBZ is a little bit up in gold, but that's not too much. It's more the turtle buff, which can be a little bit annoying. But other than that, VB shouldn't think too much about it. Just go back to farming. Granger is, I guess, out farming the Irritel, if I could guess. Just because he's faster at clearing and so on. But yeah, they're good. Both teams just going back to neutral positions.
100%. And you can kind of see them just like poking and propping at this point. Someone trying to get something, as I said here. Super caught on the other side of a wall here. Bell also kind of CC'd and controlled. Ooh, look at the Kimmy going.
Look at the Hilda.
Though. The Hilda able to sustain and take those shots. VB not able to secure anything on SBZ right now.
Yeah, but these kinds of, it's the small details that make the big difference. So right there, Julian just got his jungle stolen. So, but still, nothing too much. We can't say, oh, the flicker from Badang, though.
Yeah, he was trying to capture something there. I think he might capture his death as Super's being pressured. Oh, Josh able to secure the kill on the Super.
I respect that attempt from Super, but I even myself I wouldn't expect the jungler still to stick around. Fredrin's still top lane when the turtle is spawning bot lane. They'll trade this for sure though. They'll give the top lane. They say, okay, you got that, but we're gonna take the turtle here. And is that a worth trade? I think not. I think the tower is obviously worth more, especially because of the. Ooh, Hilda might die though. Hilda's dead though.
Hey!
Now the trade might not be worthwhile though, just because they let the Kimi get the kill, right? He builds the glowing wand, first item. Do not hesitate. Absolutely right against that Fredrin. And what do you think about this trade? It seems like they just wanted a little bit of gold. They wanted that protection, the gold protection, and traded that for the turtle and a kill.
Yeah, I mean they able to take some of the gold off the tower is definitely vital, but at the end of the day, they lost to Hilda. They suspected that they were going to take the tower and they could make it through, but again, they didn't. They're showing some items here, though, soon.
Yeah, absolutely. So first off that I noticed is the Kimi has that glowing wand, which I like. Last game we saw a lot of Sky Piercer. We saw a lot of Sky Piercer last game, which I really didn't like. Now we see the Badang. Badang is doing a little bit damage. Zichan just. And the dragon goes in. Is he gonna pick off that Granger though? I don't think so. I don't think he can pick him off though. Wow, he kills him. He just dives. That guy flew from I don't know, bot lane to top lane and killed the Granger. Absolutely crazy.
That an airplane, man. He came in, the Black Dragon going insane. Being able to secure that kill onto Josh, I think, super vital, right?
Absolutely. So here, I mean, VB has been banking on that Josh should be farming and getting ahead, but actually here, Yu Zong just showed Josh how you're still able to die. Don't get it wrong. We're still playing Mobile Legends. You're not Bruce Lee, so I might just pick you off here. And
Yeah.
it's this as a marksman, obviously you can't. It's a big mistake if you get picked off, especially solo here as well. Hilda
Yeah.
buying a little bit of time. He's on the back. He's just I don't know. He's just running around. This is Zane Bolt right now.
I mean, he's zoning all the way up the turtle. I mean, he might be able to get a solid flank onto some of the squishies when they're coming down. And I think they know that he's not there, possibly. We'll see. The Hildas, definitely keep your eye on it. The back flank's coming in. Turtle's low. I don't know if Bell's going to be able to get it. The Turtle was able to get taken here by VB. Black Dragon's still out there looking for an execution here. Petrified does come off. My lobby's going crazy. Fredrin kind of locked and loaded. He is stuck, but not too much. Before Zaza goes down. Crazy.
And look at this. My lobby is gonna pick up this Granger. He's not gonna let him survive. And the Granger obviously wasted. Maybe. I think he's wasted Flicker already. Is he gonna survive? Surely not.
Never.
Surely not. Okay, there he gets never. There he gets picked off. Already wasted Flicker. So obviously right there, yeah, we saw VB pick up that turtle, misposition a little bit from Bell, but again, the trade in the favor of SBZ just because they picked off the Granger, and I think they picked off Phobias as well. So a little bit of a trade, but still in the favor of SBZ.
100%. And I mean, what I want to say is SBZ is definitely going hard. They've secured quite a few towers, none for the side of VB, so that's just well execution on the side of SBZ.
Yeah, and here we see Sky Piercer's second item from Kimi. And actually, we don't see that much goal lead from the side of Iritel. He has about the same gold as Granger. Granger has about the same gold as the maximum of the side of SBZ. But look at this, Hilda. Hilda is just farming, being annoying on the backline, right? Kiting a little bit.
Oh yeah,
and I think I want to see a little bit more split push though. What do you think? Someone should be top lane at this moment.
Oh yeah, I mean, what are you doing down here? You're not even fighting over a major objective. You're kind of just trying to maybe look at a pick here, but there's no focus or strategy by VB at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of either the goal lane or both on the same side, which is very interesting because now they're just gonna defend. They're just gonna defend, and they're all three here. So obviously it's a misposition. On the other side, we see SBZ pushing up. They took the Lord position. Now with my lobby being there, he petrifies. Interesting. He's gonna do a little bit of damage. Surely they can't kill him, right?
No, I mean, we're kind of looking at the Black Dragon coming into the backline. Andre, TZ, having to utilize the flicker to get out. Good zonage and peeling for a possible Lord take here. I don't know if VB is going to be able to contest this. They're kind of low. They are looking for it, though. Fredrin he doesn't have enough health.
Wow, yeah, absolutely. So right there we saw an interesting play by Yuzong. Basically, his job there, or what he wanted to do, is just make him a little bit lower. Make his life a little bit more annoying when he eventually goes for the objective. He got so low, he decided, hey, I'm not going to go for that Lord. You can have that, we're going to defend. So, that was why he petrified. That was why the Yuzong went in as much as he did. He's not actually trying to kill him there. Now, I'm interested to see. Obviously, the positioning is in the side of SBZ. Iritel farming, Badang giving good vision here. Julian just going to split push that top lane. And Kimi has a very easy life right in mid lane, just waiting for the push here. But I do think this is going to 100% be a defend on the side of VB. Nobody's thinking this is going to be a finish, but they're going to have to give up some towers. Definitely the inhibitors are going to stay, but some of the maybe bot lane, you can kind of keep the mid lane, but maybe potentially going to fight over the top lane.
Yeah, definitely going to be fighting over the top lane. My lobby looking for dude, he could get maybe a 4-man set here as we're seeing VB try to set something up here. The defense is coming down. Lord is attacking the tower. They're looking for something, but neither side giving an edge. Kimmy able to get a little bit of a set here. Huge before able to take out Josh. Massive. And then also the dragon hasn't been launched just yet. There it is. The Black Dragon coming out, putting a little bit of a zonage into the back line of VB. Are they going to be able to take this tower? I think they are. Probably end up backing off if I had to guess.
Yeah, that was a big mistake right there from BB. So obviously the marksman, the one person that shouldn't get picked up, got picked up, and that's why they had to concede that top lane. I never believed that that top lane was a possibility, but again, they surprised me. They picked up that marksman, that Granger, and yeah. But now SBZ is in a really good position, right? 7,000 gold lead. They're waiting for that Lord coming up in 60 seconds. They have the map control. This kind of lead is unheard of in a serious tournament. If if the prize pool is 4,000 euros and you're telling me this is the lead that one of the team has, I said it's no way. But that's the reality it is right now in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, a 7.2 gold lead, and they're kind of freezing the lanes at this point. The only advantage that I see that BB has right now is that they still have the two passives on their tier 3 towers back there. So
Yeah.
they're definitely waiting for the next Lord. This is going to make it and break it for BB.
But I think those passives get removed at minute 12, though, if I'm not wrong. Or
Correct.
I don't know if it's a new patch. Yeah. So yeah. Wow, he gets picked off. Hilda, but yeah, the advantage that you were talking about actually just got removed. So
Yep.
actually now, I was thinking when you mentioned about advantage, I said the only advantage that I can think of is that they're still in the game. So that's something to work with. But I need to be positive here. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. You overextend. You do something crazy. You might get punished. So SBZ, I think they might finish here, 8K goal lead. But of course, you can't just run out however you want. You need to kind of coordinate with the team, make Yuzong get some space with that Black Dragon, and Irrital in the backline cannot get picked up. Other than that, should be pretty straightforward, I think. What do you think? Can they hold here?
I don't know. I mean, the Hilda you can kind of see is trying to get a misposition on the enemy team, trying to get into the back line, maybe apply some pressure on the Irithel or someone onto the back line that's a little squishy, but they're just not in the right place. And as the later we get into this game, the Hilda is just falling off. We can already see SBZ, the Black Dragon, coming out by my lobby, going deep into the back line to siege this mid tower. He's going in for the kill, though. He's going to have to back off as the towers are shooting him down. Virtuous in the left side still going low as well. Full HP Lord attacking the inhibitor. We'll see if they're able to defend this off.
Gonna be a
BB
finish.
It's just nothing they can do.
Wow, absolutely
Yeesh.
Craziness, right? It was an insane snowball right there. I think one of the things that went wrong for VB was the draft. I think the Hilda pick initially was kind of crazy. He tried to do his job, staying in the backline, but he wasn't actually, it didn't have that much impact, to be fair. Another thing was that how easily Yuzong picked off that Granger. We saw time and time again. We saw early game, we saw that mid game, which eventually led to the inhibitor, and then again, late game, like just making so much space. Other than that, I think just the communication in general was better for SPZ. They really coordinated well what they wanted to do. If they wanted to kind of force that bot lane or however, whatever they wanted, whatever they felt like doing. They traded the turtle while I think VB tried to force the issue on the top lane, but Hilda got picked off and they really didn't make any progress, set them back a lot. And these small mistakes eventually turns to a big snowball, which ends up in a 8,000 goal lead. What do you think went wrong here, though? G the Ico, you're the coach. You're the expert.
Hey, you nailed it on the head. I think the Hilda was just a little bit of an interesting play. BB didn't take off with what I believe was their strategy, right? Early aggression, a lot of pressure, and that's where the Hilda exceeds. And then, I mean, also, to be honest, my lobby kind of just went hard in there. If I'm not mistaken, I've seen and cast with my lobby before, and that Yuzong is just a specialty of his. So, and once you allow someone to have their specialized hero, it's just something. I mean, it was well executed. The zonage was there. It was just, I mean, it all fell into his hands correct.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously Yuzong is one of the heroes that my lobby, he not only likes it, he picks it against almost any XP laner, and not only that, he made so much space. But it was interesting to see his kind of game style. He was really making his space, sure, but he really knew his job. So once they wanted to take Lord, he said, "Okay, Fredrin, I'm just gonna make you a little bit lower for you to concede that Lord. Also, another thing that I just thought about was Fredrin started the first turtle, but it eventually got stolen. I think that's a big mistake. Either you start it and you're sure you can take it, or you never start it at all. You want your kind of opponent to start it. Fredrin starting the turtle and for the Julian later to steal it, and for them also VB to lose the fight is insanely bad, because the fights in early game cost a lot more than the ones I think in around mid game, because the early game, once you get ahead, you can kind of take positioning, you take their buffs, you start snowballing, and that becomes a big issue. So I think one of the big reasons why they lost was just how they played that early game. I think, again, we got to go back to my lobby. That Yuzong was absolutely perfect. He did not give either the Zichan or the Granger any time to breathe. So, yeah, definitely great gameplay.
Definitely. And it looks like we're going to be looking at some of these stats here. What we're seeing here is about a 13-minute game. Not too bad. A little bit longer than our shortest game I think I've seen, which was like 11 minutes. I don't even know. Yeah. We'll have to see here. What do you see anything out of these stats?
I was thinking, I see a lot of people discuss the damage taken like it's a good stats. I actually like when you don't take a lot of damage. Do you know what I mean? You shouldn't flex and say, hey, we took this much damage. That means that you're giving them a lot without punishing them. Here we can see so big of a difference. It's about 80,000-90,000 difference. Sigma Boys is dealing a lot of damage, but they're not taking a lot of damage. So just something to keep in mind of. My lobby obviously crushing on that XP lane, 3 kills. And other than that, I was just thinking the Hilda really didn't come into impact here. It's just a shame. He took a lot of damage, but there was no real crowd control. There was no real support for that Fredrin. And that's eventually, I think, what combined with fights that shouldn't have been taken, that's eventually what led to this loss. Yeah. Other than that, something interesting. Kimi building the Sky Piercer on the second item. I think he built the glowing one first, then realized, hey, we're winning this game, and we're kind of snowballing. Let me just build a Sky Piercer because I expect them to give me some kills, and that's exactly what happened. He only has 3 kills, but I think the 2 kills he got was after he built Sky Piercer, so he had a little bit of stacks. Other than that, can't really say too much. I think the Sigma Boys draft, I predicted them to have a better draft just because their damage output, and also they had a little bit of a crowd control with the Badang and the Yuzong. Really, really great here. Yeah, that's about it that I see. Great games. Great games from both teams, but yeah, interesting how the second game is gonna go though.
Yeah, I mean, no one really died on Sigma Boys, so it was interesting to see. And we're kind of looking at some of the highlights that happened in the last game. Again, you can see just my lobby controlling the flow of combat there. And I feel like this is what we were just seeing on most of the game. They were waiting for my lobby. He came from the very bottom to the top. And I think they're
so interesting.
He's the engager, right?
Look at the Hilda here. Why didn't he push up to the bush? He just went through the third tower. Fredrin was gonna meet him. Anyways, look at my lobby. Look how much space he's making. He's not committing on anyone. He's so smart. He keeps using the black dragon form and waits. He fishes out. Then he realizes, but look at this. Obvious goes in. Way too overextended. Josh here is basically too committed. He flickers and then he's gonna die later on. Another mistake is this. Look at this Kimi. Look at this Kimi damage here, Bidako. This is insane. Mm-hmm. If you told me they're playing for 4,000 prize pool and they're playing this like this, I said they have to play a little bit better, because I mean, you're making some mistakes which you shouldn't make. The Granger should never get picked off there. Another mistake is this. Look how easy my lobby comes in. Comes in from the right side. No stop, nothing. There's no CC, nothing. He just goes in, and they eventually finish right there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was a well-executed game by Sigma Boys. I mean, anything Sigma in the name is just something that shows that they got control, right? Coming into game 2, we don't want to count out VB, so we'll have to see. I mean, coming into the second draft, I think that maybe they just need to re-look at their strategy, right? Like, I don't think the early game was what they need to go for. They need to have heroes that can control mid game really well.
Absolutely, because last game they were focusing on that early game, but they lost the early game, so it was really no point. They had the Fredrin, they had the kind of Phobias, but they still lost the early game. So okay, try to go for a little bit better with scale, right? Try to go Irrital. Don't go for this kind of like Granger. Last game didn't work out. Another thing I said, ban is Yuzong. No way you should leave that Yuzong on the table, because if that's left, I have a strong belief that it's gonna be picked. Another thing that I was just thinking about, I feel like I'm just rambling on, but another thing I was just thinking about was the YSS. The YSS was not picked for either team, which is really surprising considering it's one of the best junglers in general right now. It doesn't matter what region. You see it in Asia, you see it in NA, you see it in Europe, you see it in, I don't know, I guess any other region that I wasn't thinking about. You see it in Africa. Like if you see it in Africa, you can see it anywhere else. So, but yeah. Just want to ban out that Yuzong. Don't let it. Don't give him that option, and try to go for mid to late game heroes. Maybe that's the answer.
Yeah, looks like I'm back to 140p. So.
Yeah. How's the Wi-Fi over?
Yeah,
over at
listen,
the
I got like 2 gigs of here, so.
Wow.
I don't know. I work from an internet provider, so I definitely know I can get internet.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Or else you just, you pull up at work and say, "Hey guys, what are you guys doing? Come on, man." I'm GD
That's what
Ico,
I'm saying.
But yeah, now it's draft. We see draft coming up in 5 seconds. Again, Sigma boys, you have to ban out their Yuzong. If you don't ban out their Yuzong, then I don't know what's going on. Actually, we see the brackets here. Interesting. So this is the kind of a summarization from the previous days, from July the 12th, when the brackets were revealed to the games being played, and now it's July the 13th, obviously. So you see the kind of result of the game, some of the games here. Definitely. And here you can also see the stats. 2-2 means they'll play again a decider. 3-1 means you qualified, you're in the good. 1-3, obviously you eliminated, and 3-2 also you qualified. So they'll play eventually tiebreakers later on, but yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, now we're finally looking at the second draft here. The big thing that we're seeing right now is SBZ Sigma Boys is getting second pick this time around. I'm guessing since they won, they got draft priority.
Yeah, I don't know if that's how it works. I think they start one first and one. I think might coin flip, and then they go the opposite after the second game. But maybe it is like you said. I have no clue. But like also another thing you mentioned is actually some teams want to be second pick. Can you just expand on that for the people, for the rookies like myself who don't understand what that means?
Yeah, people pick second pick mainly because you're able to secure 2 insane priorities. Yeah, first pick you get to build off of something, but again, to be honest, second pick is where it's at, because most of the time you have to pick a vital hero in the first pick, and you're able to counter them by 2 picks in second pick. So I like that.
Absolutely, and not only that, when you're second pick and you're gonna pick something insane, you can kind of leave a lot of things open that you normally would be banned. So because you will, that eventually you will pick 2 picks. You just don't want both the same picks to be on the same lane. That's a rookie mistake. You don't want to leave 2 insane XP laners. You kind of want one maybe mage and one like a Kimi and like, I don't know, Uranus or something. But now we see the Yuzong ban. Thank you and thank the Lord for that Yuzong ban. I don't want to, I don't want something bad to happen otherwise. So respecting that Yuzong, absolutely. Matilda being banned again, Faksha being banned again. This tells us that maybe SBZ has some kind of information about these heroes connected to these players that they don't want to face off against, just like BB don't want to face off against my lobby Yuzong and Uranus as well. That's usually a first pick, though.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're probably going to see maybe the Kimi on this side first pick again. It kind of seems like priority, but I guess it just depends on what VB is more comfortable with. It seemed like they tried to maybe build some type of strategy, but I think they just need to go back to the good old, what's your comfort hero?
Absolutely. I don't think they'll pick Kimi because of the Farsa. I think they'll wait for the Kimi. They'll because of the Farsa is open, and they
They
pick Lapu.
didn't. Bruh,
They
that's
they pick.
crazy.
Yeah, they definitely didn't, and I kind of like that. I kind of like the Lapu because Lapu still can reach the Kimi. It can also reach the Farsa, and ooh, the Kimi. Okay, so they give the Kimi. Here's definitely gonna be Farsa. Farsa big pick. The only reason he did not first pick Kimi was because he waited for the opponents to pick that, baited them into it, just so they could pick Farsa here. Just watch.
Yeah. So,
Absolutely.
I mean, solid. Afarja definitely going to be able to keep the Kimi at bay. I like it. The Moskov is also really a really good marksman pick, and the Lapu. So I mean, VB secured 3 very synergized heroes. So I want to see what SBZ can kind of respond with here. It's the last pick until the second draft phase.
I think you have to kind of go marksman. Otherwise, you have to commit. You want to play the Iritel, you want to play that Bruno, because otherwise, that's always a potential to be banned. And the Lance being picked, Lance is actually very good. You know, you have the Farsa, you have the Moskov. You just don't want them to reach too late. You know, too late in the game. But however, mid game, early game, Lance is very stable and very consistent here.
Definitely coming into the second ban phase. Probably going to see some jungle bans out of Sigmas again. VB likes picking their jungles a little bit late into the draft phase. And then from the side of VB, we're probably going to see with them banning out some mages. I mean, we're probably going to see them be banned out from the side of VB when it comes into their side. Let's take a look.
Yeah, another thing I was thinking about was Hayabusa so far. It's not. I don't think it's bad. I know the player from the games that I've seen, and he likes to pick that Hayabusa. But I think here on the side of SBZ, you should focus on the roam. You shouldn't focus on the assassins. And on the side of VB, you need to focus on the gold lane. You already picked a Moscow. That's already locked in. Who do you, as Moscow, not want to play against? Okay, and they ignore that they ban out the XPs. That's also another opportunity. But if that's the case, maybe you should ban out Arlot as well.
Yeah. I mean, Arlot, we haven't been seeing like come through sometimes. It looks like I'd be lagging a little bit here, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it might. I like the. I don't know. They're kind of being wild compared to what I was suspecting.
Yeah, there's no real logic, I would say, in the bans because these heroes are like, there's no synergy with the draft that they already have. You know, you see the kind of Kalea ban, but would you really run a Kalea with a Farsa or like a Moscow? It doesn't make that much sense. Also, you see the kind of Chi-Chi ban. Would you run a Chi-Chi with Badang, Lance, and like, I'm not sure, but yeah, let's see what the last ban is gonna be. And so far from the other bans, I could say the last ban could be anything. Hayabusa, I was mentioning that Hayabusa eventually being banned. It's a good ban, and Arlot as well. We talked a little bit about Arlot. We haven't seen it too much. Arlot and other bans. So the 2 heroes that we kind of were talking about has been banned now. What can we expect from the pick though? First of all, are they gonna pick the roam, or no? Sorry, are they gonna pick the XP here? And what are they gonna take? Or are we gonna see the Badango XP and the roam being picked here?
Yeah, I mean we'll have to see. I mean the Badang's already kind of picked out here, but I don't know. I mean a good. We're looking at EXP. I mean Yuzong's banned out, so I think it's more of we're gonna see what my lobby likes to utilize as EXP, and he's definitely gonna pick last here.
Absolutely, and it's very smart because he's still flexing that Badang. He's playing to the mind because Badang versus Lapu is not unnecessarily losing matchup for both. Both heroes are very strong, so they'll definitely hold that lane. So you can kind of commit into a roam or a XP. I still see the Phoveus open, which is always a potential. It'll take up a little bit of space. It's good against Lapu, so it's definitely an option for my lobby here. Or they just give him the Badang. Maybe they'll pick some roam. What roam can you pick? You need a tank, maybe Tigreal. They'll have that purified though, but that means they don't have a flicker for Lancelot. So It's yeah. So it's a take and give situation.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
All right. Some very
Interesting.
questionable picks. I guess we do see two marksmans on the side of Sigma, so I guess I don't know. What do you
Yeah,
what
so
do you think about that?
yeah, I gotta be careful what I say because people might flame me in chat. But you know, once G Aiko has spoken, he has spoken. But I think I actually like Roger. I think a lot of people underestimate Roger jungle just because how elusive it is. It's not really a fast jungler, but it's a little bit dangerous in terms of catching an opponent off guard on rotation or staying or just like dishing out damage, then committing also. Obviously, with Roger, you have a lot of mobility, so you should utilize the mobility also, because you have the marksman potential as well. Now here, it's interesting to see they got to commit. I would say Tigreal, but Terizla being picked, another hero that is actually very good, has gone underlooked a lot in this tournament. I feel like just of how good and how well the setups can be done. It's very easy to synergize with as well. But yeah, interesting draft from both teams. What do you have to say about who won this draft?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Sigma looks, normal draft, right? VB picking up the Belric is kind of a little bit wild to me. The Roger, is also very situational. And it could be a solid key into this match here, but we'll have to see. I think right now Sigma has just went all meta picks, and then I'm seeing that we're seeing VB kind of going a little bit off the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Belric being picked because I guess in some ways his imagination is that it's gonna counter Kimi here with the Vengeance. I'm expecting the Vengeance to be picked. Actually, no, he goes Revitalize. But yeah, I totally agree with you. VB has gone a little bit off the hook. It's up to QSED to prove why his Roger is picked here. But yeah, already Flicker
forces the flicker out early. That's huge for the side of VB. Sigma gonna be not able to utilize my lobby as much as they did last game.
Yeah, and the reason it's gonna be huge is that flicker is up in 100 seconds. And keep in mind that turtle, 60 seconds. So obviously he's not gonna have that flicker combination that Terizla is so known for and also dangerous, catching 2-3 off guard. So definitely my lobby taking a little bit of an L in the beginning here, but still early to say.
Ooh.
Lapu
he's
also,
still controlling his lane.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, I thought he was, but he was able to regen enough in time. My lobby kind of a little low here. He's probably going to get taken out by Belric, but not before Bell's able to take out Andre TZ. My lobby low, 1 HP. Can Belric get him down? But we see the flicker by Farja here. Yang trying to come in, but Belric was able to steal the kill. You think they should have gave it to Yang?
Yeah, absolutely. He should have gave it to Yang, but that was very dangerous. Also from Yang. Look at this. Oh, the Belric just about to waste the Revitalize for himself. Very interesting early game. Both teams making, I guess, mistakes here. Lance, if you're Lance here, you need to contest this. You can't go the blue buff, or you just got to tell your team, make some space, guys. I'm coming through. Because you have the priority. Kinda. Oh, he's dropping it. Interesting option.
Feathered Airstrike comes out, but not enough. We see a full control here by Sigma boys. Super kind of low, though. Josh coming in from the flank, going after before. I think they were able to. They're trying to hunt him down, though. My lobby falls in the meantime while the hunt for before was there. Crazy.
Absolutely. And I just want to say, G, that Lance lost track of the turtle. He was gone fighting. The Moskov just says, hey, the turtle is still here. It's pretty low. I'm just going to pick it up. So after that turtle buff got initiated, the team fight just got destroyed from the side of Sigma boys. They had no chance after that. Now we see a little bit of a gold lead, 1,000 gold lead, but still nothing to scream about, nothing to jump about. Just a little bit of an early game edge here for VB. And And yeah, Sigma boys showing they're not so Sigma in the early game, but hey, there's still time to play, so can't get ahead of ourselves.
No, exactly. I'm trying to look at it and see what they're probably possibly fighting over here. They're trying to keep Bell in play, just controlling and trying to keep the Belric away from them. And I guess that's just great zonage. Maybe Belric is a comfort pick here by VB.
Maybe we were questioning that Balric just because it looks a little bit weird. It's not. It definitely has no mobility. But look at this. Is Josh picked up though? He still survives. Josh is still back. He came down from the heavens.
He utilized that flicker, but Belric coming into the back line, able to put a little bit of control in CC and lockdown onto Super. It looks like Roger was able to secure the kill, and they won more. Josh, a little low, though. They're going to have to back off.
I think Josh is running tenacity. There's no way that he's still alive with, or he's running some kind of defense. I'm not sure what, but that was very sustainable. Also, the Badang was bigger. But look at this though, and Andre is caught in the wall. He's caught in the wall by Bell. But look at this though. Now they're smart. VB says, "Hey, he was top lane. Lance was just coming off top lane, so we have a chance. We have about a 5-6 second window to get this turtle, right?"
I was actually surprised Bell didn't utilize the river and get down there in time, but I guess maybe the river was going in the opposite direction.
Actually, no, it wasn't. But yeah, you should have utilized that river. I agree with you. But look at the Farsa, though. Farsa has, he still has his Feathered Airstrike open, but he has no mana. I guess he has no mana. Yeah, that's what he's recalling for. Josh stealing that gold crab. Both teams just back in their neutral positions. Now, again, VB stealing another objective, 2k goal lead. This is a different VB from before. I don't know why it says that they have one blue. I guess it's in the wrong. Sigma Boys won the first game. But anyways, let's see. Roger committing, though.
Yeah, committing, but not able to get too much out of it. They're just poking and propping at this point. I mean, they weren't even fighting. Again, this is what VB I haven't seen from them. They're not fighting over neutral objectives. Like, use something, take a tower, take something as you're, in the meantime at the 60 seconds to the next turtle.
Absolutely. And I just want to say, in terms of the jungle farm, we can see that Roger is far ahead than Lancelot. Lancelot is basically like 10 seconds behind Roger. So look, he's going to rotate to this creep in mid lane. It's already taken. He's going to go up. His jungle is about to be taken also because he's going to try to, I guess he's going to try to push up now. And it makes sense. There's nothing more in jungle, right? Are they going to fight?
They have to. I mean, I think they're going to wait for the 20 seconds maybe until the next turtle. Maybe take control of mid. I don't know. I mean, the Roger's everywhere. Super kind of low. He might be next on the chopping block as Roger is hunting the fierceness. This is what I like to see. Close in this tower. But Josh.
Wow.
Josh got taken out by Yang, but Aphrodite was able to fall as well. So, I don't know.
I just want to say that's really good from Aphrodite, considering there were like 3 or... He was dead guaranteed. The fact that he goes in and still kills Josh is amazing. I think Josh overextended. I wasn't sure. We didn't see that on camera, but I think he used his ultimate and went back onto the Aphrodite and still like overcommitted, basically. He didn't need to die. Here, Lance, I guess, wants to try to take the turtle first. He has positioning.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the fist crack comes out. The wall's closing him in. My lobby comes in with a penalty zone. But we also see Bill able to take out Andre TZ. 2 fall for the side of VB. This is massive. I think they were even able to secure the turtle. So this was the turning tide SBZ needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that now they got the turtle and they got 2 kills as well. Look at the goalie. The goalie went from 2,000 to just 400, and not only that, the map positioning is in the side of Sigma Boys right now. But we gotta remember, Moscow's still here, right? Roger's still also like 3 kills. Farsa, they still have Farsa on that side. The late game can be dangerous as well. So Sigma Boys gotta make progress with this draft in the mid game, in the mid stage right now, or else it could be really detrimental. They could really lose this game late game.
Yeah. I mean, right now you're seeing them control them, setting up the Lord, doing a little bit of something there. I don't want to see if they're going to fight mid lane, I think. I don't know. They're going to just farm at this point.
Yeah, at this point, both teams are just going to farm for, I would say, about 30, 40 seconds, then gonna meet somewhere and try to engage to see who's gonna get that that Lord. Both teams, obviously, in this stage, think they have the Lord priority. Obviously, on the side of Sigma Boys, you see yourself coming back a little bit. You have 3 kills on your jungle. He's got farm. On the other side, you do have VB, who has been getting consistently the turtles. I think they have a better team fight. Let's see, though. Both teams just farming.
What I'm not seeing out of Yang, though, from VB is the utilization of that feathered airstrike. It's just not like if you can catch someone, like the cooldown on it's so massive. Just like put someone to 0, force them out of a major fight.
Absolutely. So it is like you said. I don't expect him. He doesn't need necessarily someone to kill. He just needs them to recall and take that position.
Yep.
But it seems like he hasn't had any progress in terms of dealing damage to the Lance or dealing damage to the Granger. I mean, dealing damage to Lance. Okay, it's understandable that he would be a lot elusive, but Kimi is still there. There's still Granger. As far as you need to kind of have impact, especially here, though. I want to see how he's going to position his feathered airstrike. It is dangerous with that My Lobby, especially with its flicker as well.
Yep, we're seeing the feathered airstrike come out now. My Lobby being the center of attention. The chopping blocks coming down. My Lobby's 1 HP. Kaizen's able to take the kill there. Roger's now on the hunt. Bell is the second one to get the shot down. Double kill by Roger here. And then we see more coming up. Kaizen a little bit overextended, thinking he can take out Aphrodite, but no, he falls. A little bit of an overextension by VB.
Absolutely, overextension. But I just want to say as well, Moskov, that whole fight, actually missed. He missed his ultimate, and then just decided, hey, I'm just gonna push top lane. And that fight was basically 5v4 for Sigma Boys. The fact that VB is holding on for as long as they did without a marksman is remarkable. But again, Roger is a marksman himself, so can't really count them out. But yes, SBZ winning that fight is not surprising.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the Lord is still up, so it could be anybody's game at this point. If Sigma Boys are able to secure the Lord, this would be massive for them to get a little bit of the gold lead back, but it's still not. I mean, it's still even right here. Someone wants to get a set. My Lobby doesn't have his flicker, so I don't think they're going to be able to utilize and engage here. The Lord being baited, I believe. We'll see if they can do it.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're seeing...
As soon as they see that Moskov top lane, they just seen him now. I think they're going to try to force something. They're going to try to force the mid lane, try to force the Lord. As Moskov, you have... yeah, they're going to take the mid lane. and as Moskov here, you have to kind of start rotating now. Really good you got the 2 towers top lane, but now there's nothing else to gain on top side. Only maybe push this one wave, or not, just rotate into mid lane and just work in the team fight. Even though that's not usually how you play Moskov, just because the 2 towers that are on top side or on the opposite side of the Lord are already pushed. There's nothing else to gain there.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the Farja going for the right lane. All of SBZ now attempting to go for the Lord. They might just go for the burst here, or they're going to bait it out. Belric a little low. He might be on the chop and block as Bell's able to get in there, get the retry on the Lord. Huge. My Lobby low. He's taken out by Roger. The spear comes out by Josh. Is that going to be a key factor here? No, it's not, as My Lobby falls, and only 2 by VB. That's a win by SBZ.
Absolutely, and it's a big win as well, considering they got that Lord, right? So now they're going to have the Lord marching down. And again, I'm strongly believing that BB has to give up a few towers, maybe all towers on the outside except the inhibitors, right? So let's see, though. We also see, the goal lead actually not tilting towards anyone that much, just 400, but it's whatever. But yeah, let's see how they're going to engage with this Lord. They got to utilize it, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're going to. This is the time that they need to clean up towers, right? Like, this is the breathing room that Sigma Boys needed in order to just get back into the game. To be honest, I think they've actually gained control of the game here. Let's see if they're going to be able to utilize something to stop. They didn't utilize the Lord as much as I suspect, but they still do have super minions. I see a little bit of a clash. Dude,
maybe they'll try.
Feathered airstrike is what I wanted. This crack comes out super kind of low. We do see the spear coming
Ooh,
into the back line.
look at
Josh
Josh.
going insane. He's gonna take it all, but Belly pops the wind of nature, but it's not enough. Aphrodite falls as well inside of that.
Very, very sharp play from Josh. Very risky. Picks up Aphrodite. However, he used the Wind of Nature. Actually, no, wrong timing. I'm not sure why he didn't initially use it on Lance. But again, he tried to stay alive. The flicker was good. Bought him a little bit of space, but maybe it was a little bit of as well of a misposition. Maybe the flicker could have been more tilted towards his own teammates. But yeah, again, they survive, give up 2 towers. They didn't utilize the Lord as much as you believe. G, what do you think here? Maybe they're gonna go into late game,
Yeah,
or
we're definitely
SPZ
going into
didn't
late
really-
game.
SPC didn't really want to push anything. It seemed like they were kind of chill, saying, "Okay, we got the 2 towers. We'll get the top tower later on."
Yep. Ooh. Roger might be a little picked off here. They're going to utilize this spacing, though, to take this tower, I believe. They definitely have it. And again, this is BB just giving Sigma boys a little bit too much breathing room. And they're taking
Absolutely.
things.
But again, I don't know the feathered airstrikes coming in. I know that he just wanted to stop his recall, but like you gotta utilize that more precisely, because here, Farsa, it's understandably hard, when you have to constantly worry about the Terizla, but it's extremely important that you need to dish out some damage on the Kimi and on the Granger.
100%. The next Lord is up, though. I think this is I definitely don't. Is that 9 lords that it's saying they got? 9 lords on both sides. I don't know. But the lord is up. Sure. I suspect that we're gonna see a full. What is that? Andre TZ kind of really low. Able to utilize the bravest warrior to stay alive. The winter trenchant comes off by Aphrodite, but he falls by Roger. Massive Yang able to take out Super as well. This is bad by Sigma boys. Hey, Andre TZ able to get the shot down. This might be a full team wipe by Sigma boys.
This is over. This might be over.
Game-ending moment.
This is over.
Bell
He's gonna go bot
lane. Is he gonna be able to stay alive?
Gee, he's gonna finish here. They're going bot lane. They're saying, okay, whatever, Lance, we're gonna finish this game. They're actually gonna finish. They have the Moskov and the Roger pushing.
GG.
Look, they're finishing. Wow, that's an absolute insane moment. Absolutely insane. Claps for that, for sure. I mean, what happened? We saw that Lapu looked like he got caught off guard, but maybe it was a bait. It's something that turned into an amazing bait, because the Farsa could come from the backside. The Granger got caught off guard. The Kimi got caught off guard. I guess the Beleric was there with an amazing crowd control. We didn't really see too much. How can you break that moment down, G?
Man, it was just kind of intense. I think they were able to utilize the Andre TZ was able to utilize the Badang's full potential there, right? He was able to, I think he got like the greed out of Sigma boys, and then he stayed alive throughout that whole thing. And of course, he has that regeneration, and then the engage by the Belric, I think, was just massive. I didn't think the Belric was actually going to be something that was utilized here, but in the end, I guess that was kind of a little bit into the end game. They were able to utilize that, and then the full burst potential of the Roger compared with the Farja, it was just insane. I think they had full control over that Lord Pit.
Yeah, it was a really interesting moment. So what really happened is that they kind of engaged on the Lapu, then said, okay, they abandoned the idea, and when they rotated back, they took the shortest path. So they didn't go all the way around, and the shortest path was against who? Badang was waiting there. And once they went there, Kimi and Granger included, the Badang really, like you said, utilized his power. Really, caught both of them off guard. The feathered airstrike from the Farsa comes in because he sees they're communicating all of this in real time, right? So he hears the Lapu screaming, hey, they're gonna come from this side. Badang catches them. Already Farsa is rotating in the river. He's got that feathered airstrike just perfectly. He's not too extended, but it's also not out of range, so it's perfectly there. I saw that the Granger kind of had freeze, but however, I mean, that's not enough. At that point, you're way off guard. You're out in space, like I like to say, and yeah, that was absolutely crazy. VB 1-1. Sigma boys showed that, hey, they're beta boys. They're beta boys for that game. I don't know what to say, G.
Savage.
I don't know what to say. I want to be respectful, but that game, I don't know. They kind of threw a little bit. I feel like they had the opportunity. Again, they were. I say they threw because even though they were neck and neck, they had the kind of positioning. I feel like with the Kimi, with the Granger, they got a little bit of a head start later on. And again, they didn't manage to utilize that correctly. I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think I'm back in my 144p moment here, but I definitely agree with you. I mean, it was a crazy game. It could have been either or, but I think it came down to, like you were saying, just positioning. You take in some of those, what you suspect to be the shortest route might not always be the best route. And we can kind of look at it. I mean, look at the stats. It's about 50-50. Both teams were doing about the same thing, but I think it just came down to execution, right?
Absolutely, and in all fairness, I would say Sigma Boys was unlucky. Why? Because they could finish. After that fight, they could finish. It didn't seem, if the minions weren't that pushed up on bot lane, obviously they would have, VB would have got the Lord, and then you can kind of defend and see whatever is going to happen in the late game. But they were actually unlucky because that fight, all four of them dying, only Lance surviving. Roger and Moscow says, "Okay, keep Lance busy. We're just gonna push the bot lane and finish it." It's a little bit surprising actually that's how the game ended, considering they were neck and neck, and the stats speak for themselves, right? Last game we had insane damage output from Sigma Box. I think it was 280,000, 270,000, and the damage taken from them was like 160, 170,000. Now here, this is more normal stats, right? You deal damage, but you also take damage. You take damage as much as they take damage, because if you take more than them, that means that you're letting them hit you without punishing. And here we see the stats being a little bit neck and neck. Another thing, what can we say? Bell played a good game, like the Lancelot. Lance is nowadays is a little bit sustainable with the Queen Wings, and yeah, he used that hero really well. But other than that, just 1-1. Very interesting from both teams. G, how can you summarize this?
I mean, we'll be looking at some of the highlights here. This is some of the key moments that we can look at. Again, there was just tons of wait and bait here by some of the turtle takes. And then look, I mean, there was one of the times where the teams were split apart and they were able to well execute it. But again, we weren't trying to count ZB or SBZ out. Sigma Boys, as you can see, they just knew how to jump in, and the Roger was able to well execute some of these key plays here. And I mean, right here was one of the other turtle takes. I think it just ultimately came to Sigma Boys were trying to make some crazy, interesting plays, which we did see. Yeah. They just then weren't able to well execute them around the Lords. Kind of looking at this feathered airstrike coming down. My lobby was definitely the key target there. He's low. The spear goes wide, but the Roger not allowing you to escape is the biggest thing, that pressure that he has. Yeah, he overextends here because he suspected that he could get the kill on Aphrodite, but wasn't able to. And then this was, I think, another one of the good engages, but the Belric falls. Lord definitely in the hands of Sigma Boys. And I think this was at the point that they just didn't utilize the Lord well enough to take more towers. And they kind of, and this is where Josh came in, would have get in a little bit of kills on Aphrodite, stopped both players. Both key players fell in that engage. This is where it happened, though, right? Winter Trenchian came out, Belric, bam, he hits everybody right there, capitalizes on him, keeps him at bay, and Andre was able to, take him down, and the Roger was able to mop up and clean the rest.
Absolutely. I think in that last fight, the highlight is actually 10 to 5 seconds before that moment, before the fight started, because that was when they started to get disoriented with the Lapu still alive after all 5 of them dishing out damage, trying to pick him up. He's still alive. Then they return, again, like I said, they return back to the river, and that's where they get caught. Very interesting game from both teams. Now it's the last game. Gee, who do you expect to take this? What have you seen from these teams? Who from your experience have the opportunity to really win this series?
Yeah, I mean, I don't right now. It kind of seems whoever gets the first pick is the one out of the winning side.
Yeah.
So I think it's whoever gets the first pick, maybe. I mean, just based off of statistics.
Yeah, absolutely. And I read an interesting chat because I saw the stream. I saw someone said G doesn't work for his internet provider. He keeps lagging. They're calling you
Hey,
out, G. I don't know.
it ain't me. It ain't
But
me, man. It ain't me.
see, it's the provider. We got to get to the bottom of this. Anyways, last match. Obviously, we kept saying both teams have something to prove. It's just because when you speak about this tournament, the tournament is stacked with all top teams. So you have to get a name for yourself. You have to show that you are the competition that people have to worry about. Now we see. Okay, Bell and Sigma Boys have the first pick. Is that gonna get them the advantage, or have VB learned something? That's gonna be the moment of the draft to show what are you gonna pick up here and what are you gonna ban.
I mean, to be honest, I think it just is what I said before. I think VB just had one of their comfort picks. That Roger was just so clutch into so many team fights. It was just nothing they could do. They were kind of squishy, like I was saying, utilizing that double marksman comp, and the Roger was just able to execute on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're gonna see that Yuzong ban. Definitely, don't forget. We saw one game without his Yuzong. You wanna see another game without the Yuzong if you're on the side of VB. And now, is the Matilda gonna be banned? We keep seeing the Baxia Matilda combination. It's always been banned, all 3 games so far, and that's what we see again. Here, the Kimi has. I think the Kimi can be banned. They will probably first pick that Uranus. Okay, Uranus is another one that makes sense, but will Kimi be open is the big question. Because if VB leaves that Kimi open, I have a strong suspicion that SPZ feels confident enough to first pick that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. The Kimi has definitely been something most teams have been prioritizing when they can. Though I do think that Lapu Lapu came into insane plays, so it's just a 50-50 throw up at this point. Sigma Boy is looking well executed. They opted to go for the Joy first, so I'm wondering what they're going to pick into this first pick that made them force the Joy or the Joy ban early.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see the YSS again. YSS, we've talked about it, and it's one of the strongest junglers. Wasn't picked in the first game. However, look, now see Kimi. Kimi, we discussed, we expected the Kimi to be first pick. The Farsa, I expect you need to kind of pick up to counter that Kimi. Farsa didn't really counter it last game, but you just have to cut your losses. And by losses, I mean you won that last game, but you weren't countering him, but you still won that last game. So I would say pick up that Farsa, and yeah, other than that, I can't think of what more they can pick up. Maybe Moscow. You feel confident with that Moscow, Josh? Just go again.
Yeah, I mean, either that. I mean, they could pick up Granger. They could be picking up the Lapu. I feel like there it is, the Lapu and the Farja, which I think now we're seeing VB come online. Those are 2 solid picks. We've seen them well execute both of those heroes in the last game.
Absolutely. And yeah, I'm very happy that they go with their comfort. They don't seem to try too much. I mean, Lapu being picked, Farsa being picked, these are 2 heroes that they used to win. Badang, Lance, they're going comfort. I think this is going to end up comfort against comfort. I think he's going to go Moskov here. He goes Roger. Interesting. Roger, I guess, worked out for them last game in the sense that they won. He was doing some damage. He was doing good. And he was definitely a part of why they won that game. So it's like a little bit counterintuitive because Roger's not really that much picked in jungle. So I understand a lot of people wondering, like, hey, he's picking Roger again. If it's his comfort, I agree. I would say.
I mean, that's just one thing that is about MOBAs, right? It's like if you're top 1% on that hero, you're going to utilize them really well into a game. And your key decision factors are like, how much can I push this hero against this team? And once you know that, you can execute it really well. And I feel like that's what VB's doing on this side of things. Now, getting rid of the R-Lot, we've seen that coming out in the second phase bans a lot. And I mean, the R-Lot could be devastating for the side of VB, right? Because it could definitely get into the back line and definitely take care of that Farja.
Absolutely. So the Arlot being picked off here is just because you don't want to have something to annoy that Farsa. Also, it's kind of dangerous with that setup. But now it's time to see, who do you ban? Are you still up to ban another marksman? Moskov being banned, I like that ban because Moskov created a lot of issues for them that last game. Kalea has consistently been banned as well, so it's not too surprising. And yeah, interesting. So now it's time for picks. Obviously, you're missing marksman on the side of VB because that Roger is the jungle, and they do pick that Belleric again. Interesting.
If it's not broken, don't fix it, right? That's the good old American saying. I mean, they're just running it right back.
Absolutely, they're running it right back, and let's see if they're running it right back to the win because, you know, they got the Belleric and they can't get that Moskov now. But if you can run that Bruno as well, maybe you can do a home run. I'm not sure. Let's see though.
I mean, a Bruno would definitely be insane, right? Because like the Belleric would be able to hold him down, and then the damage between the Farja and the Bruno would be something to see. But I guess we gotta. I mean, Sigma still has 2 solid picks here. They go with the Irthel and the Phoveus. Interesting. I mean, the Wanwan is still open, so maybe that's what they were possibly thinking. They're just going Irthel to maybe counter the last pick of the Wanwan. They opt to go Harith instead.
Wow.
Yo, I don't know if that is a sizable pick because, I mean, now, I mean, if I was Sigma Boys, I would just, I mean, if you focus on magical defense, then you're going to limit 2 of the key heroes on the side of BB.
Absolutely. And I think Irithel here being picked is a good pick because it kind of counters the famous marksman, counters that 1-1. Also, that Granger has a really hard time against that Irithel as well. Again, is Harith a good pick against Phoveus? Badang? I guess Irithel here, I'm not sure. It's really interesting why he picked that Harith, especially when there were options open. But nonetheless, now we're gonna get into the game. Who do you think won this draft?
I mean, I gotta say, I mean, Sigma Boys again going back to kind of like what I would typically say is meta, but I guess off meta is kind of what is going on. So we'll see in about 5 seconds on who is gonna win. What are some win conditions that you're seeing here, Synth?
Yeah, I think first of all, like I totally agree with what you said. I think Sigma Boys have won that draft. I'm not sure the Harith here is kind of strange. The Belleric is also strange. In terms of win conditions, I think that Lance has to kind of farm very quickly. The Irithel is gonna do a lot of damage. The Kimi has a lot of damage. I think they just have to farm really quickly because they scale very good. So that's the win condition for me. They don't really need to take these fights, actually. As long as they keep farming, they keep kind of like stay mobile in the map. Don't jump into Belleric and give him an opportunity to stun your Kimi or something. Should be good. On the top side, I think we see the Irithel being poked a little bit, and Roger is actually on top side. So maybe they want to just try to do something. If Irithel is going to allow us, okay, Badang is very smart now. So obviously he goes top side so that there can't be any issues here.
Definitely. I mean, again, I think what happened last game is that the farming that the Roger could do, he was just able to outfarm the Lance, and we might see that happen again, right? First blood by Bell, the bot lane off the screen though.
when you said he's gonna outfarm him again, I said no way. He's just got first blood, so that's gold just going right into his bank account, and now he's looking at this turtle saying, "Hey, I got 1 kill. I'm a little bit, farmed. But look at this, my lobby though, overextending. No way, Bell is still here, so he has something to say about this turtle. It's not easy to take." However, they know, they're smart. Phoveus, they know that he just recalled, right? So it's going to be a 4v3 here.
Yeah, and I mean, see, looking at the turtle here, Roger able to secure the retry on it and a full back off by Sigma Boys.
Absolutely, and it's a level gap from Lancelot, so makes sense. But again, I think Phoveus made that mistake of really allowing himself to get poked. And look at this, Aphrodite. Aphrodite might be caught. No, he's just about to survive. So this is a different kind of Yang that we see in this game, right? With the Farsa, feels a lot more confident, rotating around, dishing out damage, making sure he kind of controls the mid lane. It's really good to see here how he's playing that Farsa.
100%. And kind of looking at, I mean, right now, nobody's really doing too much. The first blood is massive from the side. We do see what is
this is so funny.
And Andre Teasy just trading blows. Which one has better sustainability? Bell coming kind of in onto Virtuous, but we also see another insane engage by Josh up here. Both teams trying to grasp at something. Super might be trying to jump onto Roger, but nothing yet.
Yeah, they gotta be careful. Both teams are at a stage where one mistake is gonna feel like you've thrown the game, because the game is really in anyone's hands. Sure, there's one kill on the side of Sigma boys, but don't be confused because the goalie is actually on the side of BB. So that's a big look at this bot side though. What happened to the bot side? My lobby gets caught off guard. Nice Farsa and Lapu as well. Very nice.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, getting my lobby like slain early in the game is huge. That's what you want, and it kind of seems like VB is, I don't know, I mean, they took a loss, but I think instead of them becoming prey again, they just became the predator and showing insane tenacity at this point.
Absolutely, and not pun intended, no Diddy, but they are the aggressor, they are the predators in this game. So we're gonna look to see if they can get this turtle as well. But look how much space Virtuoso is making. He's making so much space. They're all on top of him. But Lance steals that turtle. Very smart.
But stealing it at what cost of your life is just not where it's at. The Belric trying to attempt to do something here. A little bit more of a back off here. Roger overextending. Getting his shield and still being able to stay alive. My lobby low. Oh my god, the fish crack wall comes out and Josh falls. Massive by Sigma.
Such a strange dash from Josh. It was almost like, he hit, I think he hit the Badang. Oh no, he hit the Phoveus and they got surprised how much damage he did. He said, wait, let me just kill him. He was 1 HP, but again, you gotta be ready. Badang still, there with the fish crack, so very nice pickup.
Yeah, the fish crack is definitely something you gotta watch out for. Like, that locks you down, and then as soon as you get locked down, you can just get burned down.
Yeah, you're done for. You're done for, absolutely. And we saw the Calamity Reaper being picked up on Harriet. We see a few more items. Look at this top side though. It seems like there's just lands to defend that, but now he got some teammates coming up. Kimi is still there, but really good. He's gonna stay for this. He's gonna die for this. He's gonna die for this tower.
100%.
I'm not sure if it's worth the trade.
Josh is what died in the last 2 minutes twice. Like, that's massive. I mean, it's rough actually for Sigma boys. That is not what you want to see from your carry.
Absolutely. And later on, look, he died for the tower on the top side, but look, now they're giving their own tower because they can't even defend that. So that initial trade wasn't actually a trade. It was just they just lost. They just lost on that. But now the turtle is coming up, right? Interestingly enough, VB is still up in gold. Doesn't really say too much. Maybe that's they've been farming well. But other than that, the fight here is gonna commence. We have the Irrital kind of mispositioned, right? He's rushing.
Oh my god, a full engage by Roger, able to take out Super. My lobby able to take out Yang as well. That's 2 falling on the side of Sigma boys. 3 fall! The triple kill! Aphrodite able to fight back though, but Josh able to secure another 4 fall by Sigma boys. Only 2 on Vite. Are they going to be able to stop them? That is crazy. This is a full lane mid push that they could possibly get. Aphrodite might be next on the chopping block if he thinks he can defend this turret.
Yeah, and we saw. I think what happened is that Aphrodite was too far away from the engage. I didn't know where he was. Matter of fact, he didn't know where he was, and I think that was the issue. you kind of need to stay with the team just because that objective, that team fight is worth a lot more than that eventual push that you didn't even get. You didn't get the tower. The tower's still standing bot lane. However, very nice on the side of VB. You know, making sure that they get the turtle, and later on the Roger gets the kills and pushes up and eventually got Lance Blue. So really good gameplay right here from BB. But again, we keep talking. You know, they get the turtle or Sigma boys get this kill, but it's anyone's game, right? G, it's anyone's game. It's all gonna come down to one team fight. I think later on, who's gonna get this Lord is gonna eventually have the winning position. Because even though VB makes progress, they still are not totally winning. Any team fight can go any way.
Definitely. I mean, right now we're seeing, again, a little bit of a back and forth, but I think Vite is definitely in the lead here. Andre TZ on a little bit of a low here. A little bit of CC in control by Sigma boys. They're looking to capitalize on this. My lobby going deep into the back line. Super falls, though. My lobby falls as well. This is not what you wanted to see from boys. There's nobody on Vite. Falls 25 seconds. This is going to be massive. I think they're going to be able to control the Lord now.
Absolutely. And we see slowly but surely VB is making more and more progress, right? Oh, look at this. Aphrodite caught off guard, caught in space.
Yeesh.
And Kusen just picks him off. You do not wanna allow yourself to get picked off like that if you're the marksman. You definitely are really needed now. Now we can see the items, right? We see interesting boots from Farsa. On the other side, we see the kind of no Sky Piercer from Kimi. I like this glowing wand, concentrate energy. Kusin is gonna get this Lord, no contest. They kind of need to just go back now, farm, and defend this Lord on the side of Sigma boys. Because this Lord, obviously, it's not a game change. It's not a Lord that they can finish with. But however, you don't need to give them the inhibitors.
100%. Looks like the Lord's barreling down, though. I think at this point, we're going to see Vite definitely take advantage of this 8-minute game, right? I mean, we're almost actually into 10 minutes, so we're not getting into the late game, but I definitely feel like there could be a full barrage. I like how they're syncing the lanes here. This is well executed. I think this Lord push is going to be vital. And then we see a little bit of a crush down onto my lobby here. The Bravest Warrior comes out onto Super. We do see the feathered airstrike. Yay, able to secure a kill on a Super. This is massive. Bottom lane pressure is going too crazy. Bell falls. We might see Virtuous as falls as well. My lobby being pressured. Are they going to keep them at bay? The towers are falling as well. This is a crazy clash.
Absolutely. Interesting fight. I mean, right there, we saw a good feathered airstrike from the side of Farsa to pick up that kill. And yeah, like you said, the lanes were synced really well, and we see that in terms of there's only inhibitors left. So really good. And that gold lead has risen up to 6,000. They got money in the bank. So obviously they're waiting for the next Lord here, 1 minute, 30 seconds. They're just gonna farm. Roger should just go around the map, farm, and farm. Just wait for that Lord. Don't take any stupid engages, and you should have this in the bag.
Ooh. A little bit of an engage here by Roger overextending. Good reply by Sigma boys. They're trying to stay in this game, but a 6K gold lead is rough to stay with.
Absolutely. They're Pablo Escobar, the way they have this gold, but they need to be careful, right? So 6,000 gold lead, but marksman, Iritel still has 3 items: Huskclaws, Windtalker, Berserker Fury. So he's gonna do a lot of damage, and he also is eventually, I guess, he's gonna build a penetration. But on the side of Roger, 9,500 gold, he's just been farming. He has 4 of his items. Gonna build that last item now. So obviously we all expect VB to have the priority for this Lord, but it's easier said than done, because once that team fight commences, anything can happen. But again, 7,000 gold lead. How is VB gonna utilize that gold to win this Lord fight and later on to win the game? That's what's gonna be interesting.
I mean, we're seeing Kimmy, I don't think's online, and Aphrodite's not online just yet as well. So I think it's more of that they're attempting to hold it down. And I think this might be possibly a free Lord. We'll see. I think they're going to bait it out here. Super trying to get a little bit of a vision for his team as they are attempting. To be honest, they got full control over this. Just take the Lord. I mean, the bottom lane is going to have to split. Just burst it.
Absolutely. It is like you said also. They were online, but now they're offline. You know, I think all of Sigma boys, you just have to concede. You have to concede position and you have to concede Lord. But they're interestingly enough.
Oh, Belric in the thick of it here. My lobby is trying to look for something here, but the Lapu diving straight into the back line. My lobby falls. Super falls. Andre TZ really low. Bell falls. This is 3. Might be 4. As Rogers is attempting to look for something. It might look to just end this game instead of going for the Lord at this point. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, this is a big mistake. I'm not quite sure either, G. This is such an easy. You should know that you should just concede the position. I don't know what happened. They just decided to get in the.
What happened to
get in the thick of it. They just decided to get in the thick of it, and we're not talking KSI bad song. We're talking, you know, this engaged. What's going on? They should just take the Lord here. Take the Lord.
Did Kaizen just get taken out by a minion?
Wait, he got taken out?
Yeah, he died
That's
to
crazy.
I think he died to the red buff.
No way. No way. No way, Jose. And Badak gets picked up here. Yo, they're gonna try to get the Lord.
Lobby able to secure the Lord, but they're looking to fight back here. Aphrodite on the run. Josh now under the chopping block. Bell, they're clapping back. VB made a vital mistake, and now Sigma Boys looking to clap back.
I was sitting back, I was drinking my water, and then all of a sudden I see Cusin getting killed by what you said, a red buff, a minion, and then not only that, how do they lose the fight? They're up 6,000 in gold. VB starts choking. They start throwing up. I don't know what's going on. This is very dangerous because now they bought themselves time. Sigma boys have bought themselves enough time, I think, to get Kimi online, to get Aphrodite online. And this is very dangerous. Now, Barca has to start conceding. Hey, you got to get out of this turret. We're going to start taking this bot side. You got to concede the bot side. You got to also concede the top side. You got to concede everything except the inhibitors. Very crazy game, G. Crazy game. Because I'm going to expand on that. If you're in the situation of VB in a tournament, being up 6,000 in goal lead and having the Lord, you know, come up like that, it's a dream situation for any serious team. Like, it's
100%.
almost a dream situation for in a tournament setting. It's unheard of to throw.
Yeah, I think it just happened to come down to that the Kaizen just fell right there. The feathered airstrike's coming out. I think that VB is going to be able to defend this Lord push as, I mean, it's already happened if I'm pretty sure. So, again, I don't know what fell apart with VB, but they're trying to get their breathing room back and then capitalize and capsize on Sigma Boys.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the issue is that Sigma Boys, in a game where they should have absolutely no say, is still surviving 16 minutes in. And that can be an issue because late game, once all the items are built, anything is possible. You know, a comeback, nobody cares in late game if you won all 15 minutes of the early game. Now it's late game. But look, they're still got. Ooh, we see a pause.
Got a little bit of a pause here. Going back to the caster's desk. What's up, Synth? Good to see you.
What's up? I was drinking some water. Thank you so much, G. Thank you so much. And this is the difference between, I just want to say, this is the difference between European casters and NA casters. Look at his background. Wonderful, you know, pop art, you know, Labu Dabu in the background. I don't know what the toys are called. Look at my background, like a boring painting, Soviet Union, 1980s, you know. Nothing special here. So, G, definitely living up the American dream. Interesting.
Hey, that's all my MLBB merch that I've gathered over like 4 years, you know. So hey, it is what it is. It's just something I got thrown into, and you know, it happens. But I mean, to kind of talk about this game, I'm not quite sure why a pause went down, but my God, it could be either or side at this point. Mistakes are being made, and I mean, both sides are capitalizing.
Absolutely, and I just want to say as well that Both sides have been making a lot of mistakes. Nonetheless, Sigma Boys have been losing, and they've been initiating a lot of bad engagements. Now we're starting to see a lot of bad engagements from VB, and this I don't know if this is a telltale to what's to come on the late game. But VB got to step up. They got to wake up, because 6,000-7,000 goal lead. You have the Lord up. You have the situation that they had. You can't ever throw that situation, especially not when it's 4,000 prize pool. If it's 4,000 euros, if it's 3,500, it's okay to throw. But after 4,000, it's not. No, jokes aside, you definitely have to step up and remember what you're playing for, because this is one of the most serious tournaments in Europe. So that's a big mistake. That's a really big mistake. You're just playing top teams. You gotta handle yourself.
Yeah, so I mean, looks like we got a little bit of an update. There's some tech issues actually on the player side. So interesting. I mean, it's good to get a pause in, because who knows? I mean, maybe that's why Kaizen ended up dying to the minion. I don't know. That was still just wild to me.
Absolutely, and it's also good to see that you're not the only one with network issues, right? We had Zakota here earlier. He got banished to the Shadow Realm. We had Kusen dying to that. We're gonna say he lagged. Then we have another guy, having connection issues. So, you're not the only one working with, I don't want to say a bad internet provider. God knows who you work for. I gotta be careful, but everything,
Hey.
Yeah, the network provider could be better. I don't know.
Who knows? I mean, technical difficulties come around with tech a lot,
Absolutely.
especially in the nowadays age. Everything's just up in the air. But hey, it is what it is. Hopefully the players can definitely get that under control. Looks like I think they actually might have got it in control. So we're going to be going back to the game here soon. It's good to see. I can't wait to see what happens on this next Lord take, because this is, I feel like, the make it or break it for either side.
Absolutely, and this Lord fight is not going to be as straightforward as it seems. Even though VB is up 3,000 in gold now, it's a little bit late game. If we can look at the items, I expect Iritel to have the full items. I also expect the Roger, the Harriet, maybe the Farce as well to have full items. Maybe the Kimi should have full items. So we're gonna see a lot of full builds from this. Okay, maybe he just bought Bloodwing, so maybe now he has the full items. So the fight is gonna be very interesting to see, and more than the builds and the heroes and whatever the composition, I'm interested to see how the communication. Who's gonna be the aggressor? That's what I'm really curious about here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're gonna have to see. Right now, I think it's gonna be VB, but we're getting to the 18-minute mark. Like I expect the Kimi to be coming online, the Earthil to come online. I mean, if we can get a really good play by Super in my lobby, we could see something go down. But we'll have to see. This next Lord is going to be interesting to see. I think they're trying to bait it once again. If they would just control that mid bush, they could get the jump on to Sigma Boys, but they're opting to go maybe a little bit of a different route. They're going to go for the Farja. Look at this mid hunt. Maybe they are. I can't read them right now. Uh-oh. Bell coming in there, trying to get the Lord. Looks like the Lord does fall. Bell might fall as well. Able to secure a kill there. Super.
Harif's still playing with space, though. He's still playing with space. And the Iritel is not dishing out as much damage as you would want him to do. He's gotta run back, pops that sprint, and just concedes, right? They lost the Lord, they've lost their teammates. It's only Kimi and Iritel alive. You just gotta defend. And hopefully, I'm not sure, G, do you think they can hold this Lord?
I mean, 20 seconds in, I don't know. I think that Lord's going to make it down there as soon as they spawn. So this could be rough for the side of Sigma Boys. I think they just lock on a tower and they could definitely end it. Everybody is alive besides Roger. Looking at it, a little bit of a play onto Josh, and Josh falls! It's over. The Lord is barreling down and hitting the inhibitor there. It's over. GG's.
Yeah, it's over. GG's, like G the Ico. But yeah, crazy game, G. I mean, VB eventually took that. Can we say that was a throw by Sigma Boys? Actually not. I mean, that game from Sigma Boys, they came back, they did really good, they showcased great endurance. But at the end of the day, I would say VB had always had a little bit of a gold edge that eventually got caught, that eventually played the bigger role. They had played the team fights better as well. And yeah, Sigma Boys managed to stay alive from a certain position that I didn't expect them to be able to. I mean, to be 7,000 in a goal difference and still kind of survive to what, the 19-minute mark is remarkable, honestly.
Definitely. I mean, both sides. I don't know what was going down, but VB had full control over the game, and then at one point it just was a flick of a switch, and then we've seen Sigma's kind of coming back, secure a Lord, not be able to get too much out of that Lord, and then be pressed back against the wall. So I think VB, they lost the very first game, but then somehow turned the tides.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see the messages about Sigma Boys. Maybe they're beta boys, but I don't want to go that far. Actually, I want to say they played amazing because they kept themselves alive. They won that first. I think they won that first match with that Yu Zong was amazing. Later on, VB kind of got put on to what Sigma Boys were working with. Obviously gonna ban out the Yu Zong, never gonna leave that open. And it's interesting to see why the draft went as it went for Sigma Boys. They kept banning out the Baksha and the Matilda, something we didn't know, maybe. Other than that, it was basically just like last game, it felt like VB really woke up. They got comfortable after winning that second game. And that third game was basically a repeat in terms of draft. So they went comfort. The Belric looked weird. The Roger looked weird. They still managed to make it work.
I mean, I think that just comes down to like comfort picks, right? I felt like, I mean, we haven't seen Roger pop off like that in a long time, and you know, kind of seeing him come back has been crazy, right? Like that, it was full control. The Belric was also a wild pick. Like, I think all of these were just, you know, it's something like what I seen from Malaysia a long time ago. Is that this is just, it's odd, it's different. And some people just don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah, it really is. Sometimes when you see something odd or surprising, if you're not ready for what that hero can provide, I mean, maybe you're in for a treat in terms of you better get your knowledge on because they're gonna surprise you. And especially like you said, sometimes it's not the heroes that are the best that are picked. Sometimes it's the comfort, because with the comfort knows the limits of that hero. And I think that's what VB showcased. They have that comfort on that Roger, and they have that comfort also on that Belric. And look at this. This is a little bit of the stats. What can we see in the stats here? Anything remarkable here?
I mean, all we can see is that, I mean, VB was looking really good. They were controlling a lot of the game, and they still did. But then coming into the late game, everybody was kind of coming online. The carry coming into Aphrodite, which is, I mean, a little interesting. I mean, that was on the side of Sigma Boys, right? So he had, I feel like he had the damage, but I just don't know if he had the set potential. And I think that just comes from like, I don't think super was the key for Sigma Boys. There wasn't too many sets that were executed properly, and I might be the problem there.
Yeah, it is like you said. It's not straightforward how you set here with Badang, because who do you set? You set Harit, you set Farsa. That's basically it. The Roger's gonna be hard to catch. It was really difficult. It's not consistently a good setup, especially for Irtel. So he didn't get himself in the positions that he needed to dish out that damage. On the other side, you see My Lobby with that Phobius. Phobius in this case is a very strong commit hero. You commit a lot when you run that Phobius against that, let's say the Roger or whatever. You basically go all in, and sometimes it can be very difficult to get back. And I think that is why the 5 deaths were there. But he generally played good. I think all players basically showcased highlights in different kind of games in this stage. But generally, VB was consistent after that second game. And I think that was the difference. Just VB was generally more consistent after they figured out their draft they want to play against Sigma Boys.
I actually just seen the stream catch up to what happened to Roger. He was the one that disconnected. He actually disconnected and walked into a tower. So
Really?
it wasn't
Wow.
minions. It was definitely a full disconnection. So kind of looking at some
Okay.
of the highlights in the games here, it's kind of crazy. I mean, we're seeing full tower turtle and tower takes by VB. So I mean, well executed. Go ahead and take this away,
I
Sam.
I just want to highlight something. I want to highlight how much space this Harif is working with generally. Okay, here he overextends, but even before this fight, or even here, look how much space he's really working with. He doesn't need to be here again. Here he gets obviously picked off. I think in this team fight, he really dishes out a lot of damage. Look at the Harith here. Look at the Harith. He's still running around. The Phobius is not even there. There's no one to kill him. He's full ultimate, full chrono dash. He goes on for 20 seconds. And I think what was lacking here, we see a good set by Badang, but really sometimes the damage. Aphrodite can't move how he wants to move, and he can't put himself to position. I mean, the roam combined with the marksman was really lacking in terms of the positioning for Sigma boys. Look at the Harith again. Look how much space G. He keeps being uninterrupted once he chrono dashes in, chrono dashes out. There's no real consistent pickup for him.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a crazy game. I had just not quite sure why they
this
couldn't
Harith.
capitalize on it, right? Yeah, the Harith was like full HP. He was coming in, he was cooking,
Look,
right?
look.
Like full boom,
Look.
boom, boom, boom. Gets half HP. I'm out of here, boy. Bell shuts him down.
Yeah. I think it was this fight. I think it was this fight where he had a really good positioning. So he's not gonna get picked up. Look at him under Lord side. He's still just hitting Bell, hitting my lobby, hitting Super. He's hitting everybody. I think that was the really just Harrit in general had so much space, and sometimes he made his own mistakes, like we saw on that top side, like we saw on that bot side when he dashed forward against the Badang. But in general, I would say he dished out a lot of damage and had the space that he needed in the team fights to be the difference maker. Comparing that to Aphrodite, who really couldn't get himself in positioning to do the damage. I think Badang was trying, but maybe the Badang was not the right pick in this situation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hey, I feel like the Badang definitely just wasn't crazy, but it definitely I don't know. I said that in the very beginning when I was looking at the highlights. Yeah, I just don't feel like the Badang was working. But without further ado, we're going to be going into a quick 5-minute break to get things situated. So we'll see you guys here soon. Welcome back to the MLBB European Midseason Cup. There's a little bit of a switch up here on the caster desk as well. We have my boy Zakota here in the lobby, and I'm still here. I'm on the right side. I might have the right side caster cursed. I don't know. We'll see. But without further ado, how you feeling, Zakota?
I mean, other than the fact that Helcourt came in my room, and like used his ultimate, I mean, I'm pretty fine. I'm excited to see this upcoming game between Nightfall and Surge Titans. Two extremely strong teams, and who do you have for winning? Who do you think is gonna take the cake?
I mean, I haven't got to see SRG actually play the Titans. I mean, right now I also don't think I know anybody from that team, but I have seen Nightfall play, and to be honest, I think Nightfall they're an insane team. They're definitely, they bring grit. I've seen them play. They look good. So if I gotta give it just a wild pick out there, I'm gonna say NF.
I mean, I'd have to agree with that, but still, some players from Surge Titans are exceptional. Like Skylove is really good on the mid. Edem is really good as well as a player as a whole, micro-wise. But still, Nightfall has a bit more experience, the team itself. But let's take a quick look at the brackets, really.
He kind of made it into the best of three area, right? So, and I mean, we can't count out SRG. They were definitely at the top of the bracket. So, if anything, I feel like this fight is gonna it's gonna make it or break it for the teams, and it's gonna show which team has more grit. So again, we're in the we're almost at the end of it. This is the finals of the top 16.
I mean, we already know who qualified at the top birthright, team limit, and no, again, another very strong team, but still, here it's going to be very important for the players to focus and pick up on what they feel comfortable with hero-wise. Because if you pick something you're not so comfortable with, let's say with a new team, you're not comfortable with it, don't pick, play for comfort. That's the best advice I can give as a caster. And as a player, playing against these people especially, I know what their strong suit is, what they do, how they play, and what their mentality is, because that's what's really important. Players seem to forget mental is everything. Like, if you're raging, you're losing, you're gonna get mad, obviously. But you have to keep that cool-minded head, play level. But even so, this is gonna be a game that's gonna make sure 3 teams from this bracket are gonna qualify for the finals, if I'm not mistaken, for the upper brackets. It's like, if you lose here, you're gone, you're out. That's it, Aiko.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, kind of looking at what's going down here. We got NF and SRG here. Again, we've kind of seen like typical bans coming out. If you guys are kind of new to the MLBB scene, or you're just the first time tuning into these tournaments, I mean, normal bans that we're seeing is like the Kimmy, and I mean, we'll probably see that coming out, or they're gonna end up picking it. I'm not sure. We'll have to see here, Dakota.
I mean, there are a bunch of heroes which need to be banned, like the Uranus. Lapu Lapu, I feel like it's a hit and miss ban. It can be really good, but the one as well. But a little secret. I have been watching some of Nightfall's streams. I can tell you, Leave Me is crazy on any jungler you put him on. Fanny, Frederick, Lancelot. I've seen it. I've seen how good he plays it. So I'm excited to see what he's gonna pull up with. But the Yujon getting banned out. Just a bit of respect here. Matilda as well. Lord Evo on that roam is going to be interesting.
Most definitely, and kind of taking a look at one thing that I seen in our last cast is that Wanwan wasn't banned and was never picked. So I think right now NF knows that they don't want to deal with a Wanwan, so they're getting it out of here. And then SRG is also banning out the Yuzong, which I think is amazing as well. Probably going to go maybe for the Farja or the Kimmy. We've seen the Farja. If it gets picked, it's pretty much almost a guaranteed win. I mean, we'll have to see if they want to let something like that go through. Looks like they maybe missed a ban on the right side.
Who knows? Maybe it's a strategy. But as you said, one is a hit and miss. Depends on what you draft. If you draft a little bit squishy, one is literally a must ban. Let's say you draft for a funny something super squishy. If one marks you, you're dead. You can't do anything. That crossbow of Tang is going to be extremely painful. But Zetian was banned out, YSS and Uranus as well. Pretty average bans, but I'm excited to see the Zetian ban. Like, I was talking about it earlier and it never happened.
Yeah, the Zetian ban is insane. The YSS as well, leaving the Kimmy open. I mean, we got Kimmy, we got Badang, we got Farja. I mean, my guess is that NF is maybe going to pick the Farja first, if I had to guess, because that's why they banned the Zetian. So we'll have to see.
I mean, Lapu Lapu's open. As you said, Farsa, Kimi is still available. However, you're gonna go for the Baksha, a pretty good flex pick. 3 roles you can work in.
It's got a high win rate as well, so I think that's ultimately just a good pick. But that allows SRG to have 2 key picks here. I wonder what they're also going to go for.
I mean, it's risky to go for the Marksman or the jungle right now. I mean, yes, they are not banned. Hayabusa's open, Link open, Fanny open. But yeah, the Lapu Lapu and Juxin combination. I know Skylove is really good on Juxin, but I don't feel it's the right choice in today's games, at least. She wasn't working out very well for any of the teams to pick her.
Yeah, I mean, Zhu Xing is just one of those mages that can be decent, but to be honest, I think we're probably going to see from the side of NF is maybe just pick up the Farja. I mean, it's open, it's been key. I mean, I think it's a good counter to the Yu Xing, and it kind of keep him at bay. And paired with the Baxia, I think it'd be solid. There you go, and the Arla picked up, so huge pickups by NF.
I have seen what that Arlot can do in scrims, and it's extremely terrifying, let me tell you, Aiko. He is a complete and utter monster. That final slash, just marking down the buff, is extremely overpowered. That hero is the most broken, I think, in the game if you play him correctly. But even so, Kalea for the first time today. Bruno getting banned out, a respectful ban, as we know. But even so, I think they need to ban out possibly the Irrital or the Granger here.
Yeah, the Granger has definitely been dominating the scene as well. Ban that out. Paired with the Bruno, I think they're going to really target down marksmans at this point from both sides. Moskov has showed pretty good. We finally got to see a Harith in the last game, so we'll have to see which team has more synergy with their marksman here.
I mean, it really depends on which marksman. Right now, the meta is so volatile towards the goaling that anything you can pick can work. In Moscow, we've seen a lot. We've seen Irrital, we've seen Granger. Again, staple picks. But even so, they can get banned out pretty easy. The Beatrix is an interesting ban, but I believe that's a respect ban towards Kyo. He is very strong.
I was wondering.
And the shotgun as well, you know, he can hurt. He knows how to micromanage that Beatrix extremely well.
Yeah, I was wondering because I was like, hey, we haven't seen a Beatrix ban in a long time, so that coming out definitely seems like targeted at Kyo. So, and then it carried, look, it was just a full focus blast on marksmans there. What are they gonna opt to go with? I mean, they already got their roam secured. They need their jungle, and then they need their marksman on SRG side.
I mean, I believe Nightfall is going to go for the Feather if SRG doesn't pick it out, and I think. What would be beneficial to them? A Suyu would be really nice. In immune that dash. You're gonna go for the Irrital early on.
Ooh, Irithel. I mean, to be honest, I don't think we've seen the Irithel excelling as much as I would want, and it's also wild to pick that. I guess they're gonna wait on their jungle instead. I would have put my carry in last, to be honest. So we'll see what NF goes with here as their carry as well. I mean, they need a carry and a roam, but Badang is still open if I'm not mistaken. So maybe they'll opt to go to the Badang route, and that'd be a lot of control on the side of NF.
I mean, I feel the Fredrin and maybe the Nathan would work really well for Nightfall here. It's okay in the Irrital, but it's pretty risky. Maybe the Harry, if I'm being straight, but still, Kalea is really dangerous. As you know, the peak of potential of that hero is out of, you know, ordinary. It's like a Cho on steroids. Gets this immunity on your ultimate, you have a better dash, and you heal.
There's the grain. Oh, what?
Oh.
Huh?
Okay.
How did...
Maybe just use skin for Irrital, man.
I was like, wait a second. I was like, Irithel was definitely a weird pick, but I guess now we understand why they went with a Granger instead, which, to be honest, I like the Granger pick a little bit more. So that allows NF to maybe utilize something a little bit different into their carry. Let's see. It's kind of taking their time.
I still feel the Fredrin is going to come out from Leave Me. I believe that right now is gonna be on the table with the Arlot combination and Baksha on the XP. Would go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be something that they opt to go for here as we're kind of winding down into these final picks. I don't know. I mean, we've seen the Roger kind of go crazy in the last games, but I'm not sure if that's what they want to go for here.
I mean, Roger on the golem could work, but they're gonna go for the Lancelot Iritel and the Alice in the jungle? Well, I mean, not the first time we've seen it, but like, you know, you can flip a coin twice and it's gonna probably land on head, so we don't know if it's a win or a loss here. Because with Alice, you usually expect an Angela or a support type hero. The Kalea is more of a bruiser.
100%. The Alice is definitely, I think, maybe to try to get into the back line and apply a lot of pressure. But again, I think they're going sustainable and controllable for SRG side.
I assume the Alice is only there for the Farsa to go get that Feather Airstrike down, you know, with the Blood. Oh, you're gonna deal a ton of damage, and with that second skill, you're gonna stand them up. But then again, it's a really risky pick in my honest opinion. Yes, the Antil was nerfed, but you're playing against the Baksha Rome.
But we're already getting into game one here. We're into the finals of the lower brackets. So, I mean, we're looking at who's going to make it here, Nightfall or SRG. Whoever doesn't gets eliminated, and whoever does moves on to the top 8. Now, kind of looking at this first part of the game here, what's the win conditions?
Look at Skylove already dominating that. Rev is getting poked out. As you know, estimating mage right now is Jukin. Yes, she's rare and has a lot of system abilities. Also, the fact that just our ranger as soon as she gets level 4, not even there.
Yep, Lance coming in, utilizing his abilities. First blood down on the Skylove. Leave me now there. Blood Evo trying to get something done, trying to keep them at bay. First blood falls though.
This is why I like the Baksha in the roaming position over the XP. Yes, it can work, but still, Lancelot's clear speed compared to Alice is completely night and day difference.
Definitely Blood Evo though, not gonna let him go. Leave me able to get wasted into the top lane. That's huge. I don't think you want it to your jungle to fall. That's gonna keep Alice at bay.
I mean, hey, got wasted in that fight that we saw a little bit off only, but even so, taking down the mid lane so early, denying her the level 4 presence is, I think, a pretty big game changer for Team SRG. They're gonna have maybe that turtle advance if I'm not mistaken, but still, Lance is just annoying, really annoying.
100%. And I mean, just falling early now is gonna probably leave this turtle going for the side at F. Skylove and Blood Evo there to try to put out something, but Lance coming in, utilizing some of the dashes there. Looks like Feathered Airstrike comes out and secures the kill. Lapu goes down with an emote. Skylove looking to put a little bit of pressure as well. And the Vansky there, but nothing too much. Comes down.
Skylove already used his lantern, so I don't think he should be that close to the enemies. The Arrot is there, the Baksha is there, Farsa is there, but even so, in the bot lane, the Granger is winning that Iritel.
Yeah, I mean, the Irithel is able to stay a little far away, but not enough, you know? And I love, look at this read. This is a good read from a marksman, right?
And hey, everything comes with experience. He must have felt that before in rank, but even so, okay, it's getting bonked out by that Feather Airstrike. Just allowing Iritel to somewhat freeze the wave, but I mean, who knows what are they thinking? Because the Alice has a really odd rotation, right? Lancelot is not matching.
Skylove is the now under the chopping block here as Vansky comes in. The Lancelot is coming down, trying to secure the kill, but Krieve was left alone in the back, and it looks like SRG was able to capitalize on that. Both mid lanes fall, looking like a little bit of an even trade, but NF doesn't want to let it up just yet. They're going for Blood Evo. Looks like he might fall as Leave Me is able to secure a kill there.
How damage coming from Lancelot is astonishing, but even so, mage for mage, and then taking a roamer on top of that who used his ultimate, I think that's a really good trade for Nightfall. But even so, it's only a 2,000 or so gold difference, but Skylove!
Ooh, Skylove on the hunt! He's trying to stay alive, but he's not going to. Leave me is unstoppable, putting in a lot of force onto the side of SRG. Blue buff now. Wasted is next on the chopping block as Kreve was able to secure the kill. This is massive. MF is putting down the pound town on SRG. And then look off screen. Allen falls. Kite able to secure a kill there, though he's on a little bit of the wrong side. Vansky going to be able to put some pound on him, but Crave was able to secure the kill there.
30%, and I mean, has been used. I mean, I believe that's a big waste coming from Vansky. Yes, they got a kill on Kyo, but still. Raven's fighter was only used. Leave me finally gets a turtle. A ton of damage on Blood Evo, though.
Definitely, and we're looking at a little bit of an insane play up here. Skylove trying to put a little bit of pressure on to Leave Me. The Lantern was able to keep him at bay, but he was able to somehow negate the Lantern's effect. Not even quite sure he got lifted up, but wasn't being able to move him in time.
I believe Puncture was used in that scenario. He just used Puncture before, and as soon as that CC got off him, it just instantly casted. But even so, Yokite, 4 people in the bot lane.
This is what I like to call the Oreo effect, and it's coming down. Skylove kind of showing a little bit of pressure, not sure what's going down. The feathered airstrike, but gets interrupted, and it flickers out. The Lantern lady is able to live to see another day.
She's gonna glow her path away from there, but even so, I don't like the Alice pick. It adds nothing to the game, honest. Even so, Lapu Lapu hasn't made any play so far. Look at Liv just inside their face. No fear whatsoever.
Ooh, a little bit of a set, but Lance is able to get out of there, utilizing the Phantom Execution to get onto the better side of their side, I would think, here. Let's see what they're going to do here.
I mean, a lot of premature ults coming in from Vance. Yes, it's expendable, but still, 30 Puissance gives you a lot of resistance and that boost to damage.
Yeah, I mean, the Phantom Execution, the Thorn Rose going out. Leave Me now.
That's
able to get away. But look at the top lane. Boober able to get a little bit of a kill up here as well. Blood Evo falls. This is going to spell bad for this tower right here.
I don't know if you noticed that, but Lapu Lapu used his ultimate to chase down Lancelot and missed.
Ooh, Feathered Airstrike comes out. Creep now on the hunt. I believe the Lantern's going to be able to get there. A little bit of a flicker and a call out.
I mean, the Alice adds 0 impact towards the game. 0 impact. There would have been so many better choices. Even the Lancelot, the Link, or the Hayabusa, to go for that Farsa, to go for that Arnold would have been a bit better. I don't know if you agree with me, but still, this is such a playable game. You can turn it around any second. You just need one good proper team fight, and that's gonna be a game changer. Leave Me is out of picture now. You can go for the 4 versus 4 here. You have a better team fight potential.
Ooh, a little bit of Feathered Airstrike coming down onto Blood Evo. Sky now backing off as well. Bubber trying to figure out and zone them. They're utilizing this push to control that tower. It looks like they might go for Wasted here. Lance also pushing the top tower. They don't even care about team fights anymore.
I don't think team fights are in the books or in the cards of Nightfall, but even so, look at
Wasted. He's too far into the back line of NF, and NF is able to capitalize that, puts him down onto the chopping block. Mid-turret is now going to be there. We might see a Phantom Execution coming into the back line, some Thorn Rose action. There's the Phantom Execution, wasn't able to capitalize on too much. Blood Evo, what are you doing? Diving into the back line, the front line of NF, I mean. Yo, NF is just well executing. Look at Kreve here, he's being so cocky.
I mean, what they do to him, he's just that ahead. 8,200 gold ahead, and God is not on their side. Even with the Vatican flag coming from Evo, I don't think, there's a lot of help coming from, not too many people praying for them, but look at Wasted. He's not using the Alice for what he picked. Blood Evo.
Ooh, Blood Evo comes in, tries to get a set there, but Leave Me is able to use Thorn Rose and get the execution out. Leave Me also coming in with a double kill. Kai over here able to secure quite a few kills as well. Kreve and Vansky fall, and we're looking at Sky trying to still show a little bit of pressure here. Irthol putting in equal. Phantom Execution coming out, trying to get a kill on to Sky. Or Kai, and he was Leave Me able to get an execution. Insane.
And that Thorn Rose damage coming from Leave Me is impeccable. I feel like Lancelot has been slept on this entire season, and he's going for, again, my build on Lancelot. Jokes out of the picture, but even so, wasted. Sustain a little bit damage, but without the blue buff, what can he do really? What can you do as an Alice without the blue buff, and you're getting supported by a Florin or Angela, so you can't replenish your HP? It's like a Masha with no sprint. What are you gonna be used? Or like with Frink, with Flicker, not Frink.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at maybe a possible take here by NF. I think they were just kind of playing passive until they maybe could catch some prey if they come out. Sky looking to show a little bit of a pressure here. Feathered Airstrike does come down. The CC is there. Blood Evo trying to come in, gets a set, but is it going to be worth it as Blood Evo? Look at the lance coming into the back line. The Phantom Execution comes out. Thor Rose able to secure the kill. Sky falls. Sephref falls as well. This is spelling bad for SRG as a full engage is coming down, but 2 for 2 is lost. I don't know if they're going to be able to actually take out SRG, but they're going to look for it as Kai is low. 1 HP. Vansky able to secure the kill. Blood Evo is low. So is Boober. He's able to sustain, though, and keep him at bay. Wasted. Trying to stay alive as well. Does look like SRG lives to see another day.
That was such a perfect set coming in from Rusik. That final slash really put everyone out of the picture. Just in front of the Irritel. Oh, you're there? Now you're here, man. But even so, targeting out Yokai, the only guy who can actually do something this late in the game, is the biggest thing in Nightfall Scars. Yes, you have the final slash. It's expendable, but you need to prioritize the Granger over anyone else. No one can defend better than him. He has a ton of damage. He's been getting the kills.
Yeah, Kaio's been going insane. I mean, just we just haven't seen too much out of the Alice yet, but as we get into the late games, the sustainability that she offers to the playing field is coming into play.
I believe Alice is a mid-game hero, so I think her prime just passed. Look how much of a difference there between the junglers. 3 levels.
Oh yeah,
And
I
so,
mean, no farm.
I mean, no farm, but even so, like that's the problem with Alice. Their airstrike.
Yeah, Feathered Airstrike. I think they were trying to get something here, maybe trying to end the game a little bit early. The aggression is still going. I mean, that 8,000 gold lead is where they're trying to capitalize on something. I mean, if Blood Evil is able to get a set, they might be able to turn some tides.
Just Purify on the Irritel. So I think if he goes for the Force, he's going to use the Wings by Wings to escape. But still, if they combo with Skylove and get someone slowed down, I think they can make a play. Or even kill Living, but he's just untouchable with that Lancelot. He's playing on like 3 MS. It feels out of this world, you know?
100%. I don't think they're going to risk it for the Biscuit this time, though. They're going to go for the Lord. And I think this is going to be a free Lord. SRG is going to have to contest this if they want to even stay in this game.
Look at damage coming from the Irritel and Lancelot, just melting down that Lord. Ooh,
FGGs, they're going to... Full engage going to be coming in. They're being aggressive. Vansky going to be rolling into the back line. The Feathered Airstrike comes in, but look at Wasted trying to dive deep into the mid line. But Allen able to secure the kill here. Vansky also falls from Kaio. This is a 1-for-1 trade. Nightfall going to definitely wait for the Lord this time around. SRG looking for something else.
I don't know if you noticed, but Arlov got a mark on Alice and Alice teleported back. But even so,
Kaio able to secure another kill here. Crave was able to fall. That is not what you wanted to see, but a double kill by Leave Me! Sky falls, and so does Kaio. This might be smelling the end for SRG as the Lord, full HP Lord's barreling down. Blood Evo tries to get a set there. Not much out of it. The Thorn Rose is too much for them to handle. The inhibitor falls, and the base falls. Nightfall takes game 1.
Too much damage coming in from Leave Me. I mean, he was literally the game changer there. If they had maybe something with a stun to slow him, even a Suyu would have been great into a Lancelot. Honestly, from experience, I would go a Suyu or something that can defend himself, because you get still a 30% damage reduction to physical, so Lancelot is going to hurt a little less. But even so, he was on tank Lancelot and he was still dishing out a ton of damage. Zero fear, he goes in, goes out, no problem, goes in, goes out. But again, but Vansky was making the plays. Even if Alice was deteriorating the enemies, she was pushing them away, not allowing them to push forward in the base, still is not enough.
100%. I think you said it the best in the mid part of the game is that it just came down to that Alice, right? Like the Alice just it wasn't able to do as much as a Lancelot. I guess that's an S tier jungle versus someone that's probably into the B tier, hero wise, not player wise.
I mean, still, there was a big gap in farm. He just with Alice, it's such a risky pick because you have to pick a support. 100% you need a support. You can't sustain yourself as much. Your skill 1 does damage and the healing, not your ultimate anymore. So it's really risky.
100%, super risky. And I mean, looking at that game, I kind of got to give it up to Leave Me, man. That Lancelot was just devastating. The Thorn Roses coming out, the Phantom Executions were collapsing. And I think that's what SRG wished that they had, was something that could just dive that far into the backline and take out some of the squishies.
I mean, he dived into the inhibitor turrets and in the Nexus with no fear whatsoever, and he took 2 people down with him. So I don't think he even died that fight. Never, or he died once, but still, that's a really good thing coming in from Leave Me. He is so expendable. Even if he dies, the team can still back it up. Only big difference was, I believe, the goal lane, because the Granger was winning the Irithel actually.
Yeah, definitely. The Irithel was definitely online. I mean, we didn't really see too much. I mean, actually, to be honest, like Kai was doing insane. Like Kaio, that Granger was actually putting on some damage. The shots were definitely connecting, and then when they would connect, they were definitely taking out some of Nightfall. But I think the people that they were taking out just weren't like right? You know, like they were taking out the Boxia, and they were taking out. I mean, they did take out Creep, which, to be honest, I thought was going to be like some breathing room where they could maybe, push back, but it just didn't turn into that.
Nightfall just had too much map presence with the Arlot, with the Baksha, with the Farsa, with the Lancelot. He was always there, he was always in their face, not 1 second to breathe, as you said. I'm excited for game number 2. I don't know about you, Aiko. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tenacity and the grit that I see that Nightfall brings to some of these games, right? Like they just know once they create a tempo, it just goes insane. Like they just go crazy. And then I think we're gonna be looking at some of the key stats here, and you can just see that. Look at that's almost 100,000 damage taken difference, which I mean we're looking at over 100,000 damage dealt. So again, crazy. Nightfall was just going insane, and I think it has to attribute to Leave Me. I mean, look at that. He was 12, 1, and 2. Like the dude was a monster.
A tank slot build in 2025, that's really out of the ordinary. But look, Alice had no answers. They had only one proper stand. The Lapu Lapu was not doing his job. Warrex is such a hit and miss on that guy. I'd honestly go maybe for a Fury Hammer and then go full defense. No need to finish that 100 strike till the late game. Look at Arlot. He was sustaining, he was dishing out a ton of damage. Same concept as Lapu Lapu with a better setting capabilities. But even so, the Granger was the only guy who was actually leveling the playing fields. Yes, Blood Diva was sustaining, getting a few pickups, but still that's not enough to do anything with them. And Skylar was just getting poked out the mid lane in the early game as well. The Lancelot just going in, killing him. I mean, game changer.
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, I just think it was Leave Me just isn't insane at the jungle, and I love to see it. I love to see it. It looks like we got about 50 seconds to the next draft. And to be honest, I feel like SRG has to do something here to clap back. What do you think, Dakota?
Definitely trust a draft of Skylove, because I believe Waste is drafted right now. Props to him, but Alice wasn't it. Alice really wasn't it. You need something that has an impact towards the game, because Alice relies a lot on her teammates, like Fredrin, but Fredrin can sometimes solo carry as well. He's just too tanky. He has a really good kit. Alice just has one good skill and that's it. Nothing else. Nothing major. No execute, no nothing. Lancelot has an execute, a lot of dashes, immunities. I mean, night and day difference.
100%. 100%. I feel like ultimately it comes down to the draft right there. Could have definitely been a different jungle pick, and maybe we'll see that into this draft. I'm guessing that they're probably not going to allow that Lancelot to come through again.
I mean, anything Leave Me can play in the funny. You haven't seen the funny. That's really, really good. Almost on par with mine myself. I think a little bit better. Joking, of course. But even so,
Mm,
his Fredrin is insanely underrated. I think he has one of the best Fredrin in Europe. Genuinely. He has the map control, the awareness, the micromanagement skills. I mean, I think it beat MOBA Zane.
hey, well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Actually, I don't think we'll ever see MOBA Zane again in the MLBB scene, but
Who knows?
we'll see. We'll see. Now, looking at kind of the first bands coming out here, I think. I mean, maybe they just it's this is what I see in a lot of drafts. Are they going to get scared? Are they going to start banning out heroes that they just seen in last game and forget about the agenda?
I mean, I don't think Baksha is a really bad ban because Vansky is really good on it, but I think Kyo, the mastermind, I mean, he's already drafting from the picture. I mean, I'm telling you, he's already thinking about it, what to do, what to pick. Even so,
Yeah.
it's not out of the ordinary to ban heroes you'd lose against, because if it works, why change it? Why break something if it works? You know, why fix it if it ain't broken, you know? Baxia, really good until for the early game, good poking capabilities, really good hero to swap in 3 possible lanes, jungle, XP, roam. I mean, 3 roles, even on the mid lane, I've seen a Baxia, but still is not worth it, even if you have a huge first damage dealer. What I don't like
100%.
is people not respecting the Arlot. Arlot is such an underrated hero. Even the Akai, I believe, is so underrated right now in the current meta. He is strong. They have the CC capabilities, Purify. I'm talking about Akai. The heavy spin just providing him movement speed, a stun, and a Purifying in all 3. That's a pretty good deal. Remember what he was capable of in the tank meta. But Uranus is getting banned. How do you think he's going to follow through?
I was going back the 140p might be lagging a little bit again. I have to take over.
It's the curse on the right side, I'm telling you. That curse. But the Arlot is getting respect banned out. I assume the Lapu Lapu or the Granger is getting flushed down the toilet as well. Too many expectations from this, because the game is so volatile, the meta is so open, except the XP lane. On all other roles you can pick something, but on the experience is so locked in. You either go meta or go off meta, which is really risky. But Dank may work, but he's still pretty powerful currently.
Yeah, I mean, kind of looking at the bans, the Arlog getting out of there is pretty good, and banning out the Matilda is also good.
I mean, Matilda is just a respect ban, if I'm being honest. Blood Evil was known for his Panda, though, for his Akai, so, you know, I'm excited to see that in combination with maybe a Foveus. That would be really great, because I don't remember if you know, but old combo used to be Arlot and Akai, or Akai or Foveus, you know? Because it still counts as a dash if you push them back. It still counts today towards his passive, so it's something you have to think about. The hero synergies as well. The draft isn't there. Oh, you pick something broken, you pick one, you pick him, you pick YSS. It won't work. Just won't work. Too many squishies, 3 marksmen, you know. You have to think about the hero synergies, like a Tigreal with maybe an Aurora. That we've seen a lot. Freezing the tower, freezing the enemies after that implosion, you know? There's so many possibilities, but the Lancelot is gonna get banned out, as you said. I think they're gonna be scared a little bit.
I mean, it's a good respect ban. You definitely don't want to have to deal with that again. Like the damage that Leave Me was coming out with it, but again, like you said, like it just doesn't. I mean, he's just not a goat at just Lancelot. I think he's got a lot into his pocket, so I think that just goes back to what I was saying. Like, did you forget about the agenda, or like are you just now scared and just doing scared bans? But the YSS first pick.
I really like this new YSS. I saw a lot of people hating on the new passive change, but I feel it's a much more complete hero. An assassin marksman with a stun that does a ton of damage and has a CC immunity dash. I mean, that doesn't seem broken at all. It seems, you know, pretty balanced.
Oh, definitely. I actually like the YSS. We've seen him. I think he's kind of into like the S tier. He does a lot of damage. He can get in and out, and it does a lot. But Nightfall are going to be picking up the Lapu Lapu and the Kimmy, which I think is huge.
Yuzhong open on the table. I know Seraphil Reich, there is a lot, but still, I don't think it's worth to pick over the Yuzhong. But the Badang and Granger getting picked out again, are we gonna see a pick of Iritel to just go out and say, I've countered you? Or are we gonna see something different like a Moscow or a Harry?
I mean, I think. Yo, third pick Hayabusa?
No fear whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I think they waited to very last minute before, but now they're just gonna opt to go for the Hayabusa early. They wanted that. I mean, I think it's a decent play to go into a YSS and maybe a Granger.
I don't like it because of the Badang. That Fist Crack is really annoying as a Hayabusa. Even the YSS can counter if he predicts your shadow teleportation. Because if he marks you, know he's already gonna go and try to pull with his daggers. Because everyone does that. If you get that shadow mark on an enemy, you're gonna teleport them just to BM. But even so, I do like the funny here into the Granger and YSS because you have more mobility choices.
Yeah, and I've heard that you don't. I think once you pick up a Badang, like it's kind of hard to pull out a Fanny. So, I mean, you get locked into that Fist Crack, and then it's also another issue. So, we'll just have to see how well the Badang is utilized in this game.
It can go both ways. Yes, the Fanny can work. Yes, the Hayabusa can work, but it depends on the player. That's I think the most important thing. I know that Hayabusa can have immunities on his ultimate Ugi Shadow Kill on the turtle to basically guarantee an objective, but still YSS has that vision ultimate, which is really annoying if you think about it. Even if it doesn't do damage, just revealing your position is crucial.
Yeah, most definitely. And kind of looking at what we need to go for the second tier. What is Nightfall gonna pick to go against a Granger this time around, you know? My guess is that they're gonna pick up their gold here, or they might last pick them.
I mean, Iritel is the obvious pick. You'd go Iritel. Moscow is banned out. Maybe the hard, but they're already gonna have too much magic damage. So, it's really interesting to think about.
And they don't have the Farja this time around as well. My guess is that they're gonna probably play the Kimmy into the mid lane.
Kimmy in the mid lane is the only right choice in my opinion, but it can work in good, but it's too risky because you need a frontliner for you need something to stand to do damage because you do about 47 damage per bullet in the early game. Yes, you shoot like 6, but still that's not a lot. It's only like 400 or so damage compared to Granger who does a ton. Kalea,
yeah,
I really like that.
I mean, it's a good play. It's gonna force if they're able to snatch either Granger or YSS, that could be massive as a good play. It also synergizes really well with the Kimmy, the Lapu Lapu, and the Hayabusa.
I really like it because they're gonna deny them some mid picks, and that's I think the biggest part why they picked that Kalea. Because I believe they're thinking to pick up the Eve here in the mid. It can work into the Lapu Lapu Kimmy, but still it's a bit risky. However, Skylov really likes that Sicilian on mid. I believe he was global number 3 Sicilian.
We'll have to see. I don't know that. I mean, we can see if they pick that up. I don't think we've seen too many Sicilians come through.
I mean, Sicilian is a really niche pick. It's really rare to see.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be something. They actually.
Okay, I said it. Absolutely.
I mean, you can go for it. Kai Rome definitely might be able to lock down quite a few of them. The Valentina though is also quite wild.
No, it's
Panda
on the XP lane.
You think he's going EXP?
I really believe he's going on the XP.
That would be crazy. I mean, I guess both Badang and Akai would be.
It's really hard to tell. Still, it's too early to tell. It's like a boiled egg. You don't know if it's until it's out of the shell, you know. But what will Allen pick on the goal lane? Iritel is the safe pick. The Valentina here, it's really bad. Not that many ultimates you can copy beside the Lapu Lapu and the Kalea. That's the only two I can think of. Maybe the Hayabusa to immune, but still, it's really risky.
Yeah, they're definitely cooking up some crazy recipes on this draft coming around. And they go the Beatrix.
2 bans, 0 picks, 0 win rate. First game ever of Beatrix debut tape.
Yeah, I mean SRG banned him last time, right? Because they suspected so, or
I believe they just respecting Allen's Beatrix.
yeah, we'll have to see. I'm a huge Beatrix fan as well, so I definitely can't wait to see how it spells out into this battle. Again, I mean, we're seeing some wild, I would say off meta picks here in the draft phase. So we'll see. The Kai is wild, the Beatrix is wild. But we'll be getting into this game here.
Oh, it is a Panda room. It's a bit out of the ordinary in my opinion because you can actually save your opponents.
And it looks like they did put the Bedang on the EXP and then the Kai and the Roam. So that's kind of what I was suspecting, but it's wild that they opt to go for that.
It's really up to players and their confidence. Because not Evo is a Panda player, so he's really used to that hero. Even so, Vansky, MPL, Roman, and Mana a lot. So, damage from Panda, that's bad.
Yeah, that passive is massive into the early stage. We've trying to get something here. But I don't know if they're going to be able to. They're going to rotate to the Lethal Wander. I just don't know. We'll see how the Panda Pilot plays out.
Look at the damage coming in from Kriv. Still not a lot, but better than nothing. However,
I mean, he's definitely...
He's going for a pretty odd rotation. I'd expect you to gank. A Beatrix is really hard, but the Lapu Lapu, on the other hand, really is. Look at the poking damage. Boogie Shadow Kill is not there yet.
Usually he was going for it though, but I mean, this is definitely going to give him a little bit of breathing room to take some of the jungle. Sky a little bit too crazy into the... I thought they were made a play, but the damage there was too much.
Bad rotation coming from the YSS. He just kept going towards the top lane. Maybe he listened to my advice. But, you know, he did it in the wrong order, man. He should have went from top to bot, not from bot to top. Even so, Allen is completely decimating his lane, and Kriv is just poking out at tower plating already. It's 1/10 of the way gone. However,
I mean, it's
so good for Livmy. He's farming so much. He's gonna be level 5 for the first turtle, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, Sky showing a little bit of pressure here. We do have the Shadow Strikes available. I think they're gonna save that for the turtle though. Full barrage going for the turtle. They see Wasted at the top, so I don't think they're gonna have a problem with just taking this turtle and moving on. Looks like Beatrix might be on the chopping block though, as we see a full team diving in. Allen utilizing the flicker to try to get a little bit of a displacement. Blood Evo able to get the first blood.
She sustained so much damage at Beatrix. I mean, it allowed Hayabusa to take the red buff, and they traded for a flicker of Valentina in the early game. I think that's really in the favor of still Team Nightfall.
Yeah, Nightfall understands the agenda, right? They take what they can where they can, and they go crazy with it. I mean, killing Beatrix early, but you lost a little bit.
I mean, a lot of damage coming from Kriv. He already bought out his Sky Piercer first item, you know, just a cheap item that gives you 60 extra damage. But even so, Boba Rusik is trying to go for a cut. However, Hayabusa is going to answer for that gank earlier on Beatrix and kill that Granger. He is already playing behind. It's still a Hayabusa you have to worry about. It's not a YSS. Oh, and there's that Mountain Shocker.
They definitely got a little bit of a drop. They were going to go for him, but I don't know if they're going to have enough time. They waited way too long to get the gank on the Granger.
Blood Evo. Heavy spin comes through.
Ooh. A little bit of a set there. Allen able to get a kill onto Blood Evo, though. He's getting his revenge.
I don't know if you noticed that, but the Anda was still getting picked up by Vansky because of that CC immunity on that Idle Wave.
Wasted! The Shadow Strikes come out! Is able to kill him. Leave me coming out on top once again.
So much damage coming from Leave Me already. Wasted stood no chance. Even with YSS, look at the rotation he's doing. He's just not allowing that red buff to be taken. And that's a pretty big core component to YSS farm. First item
100%.
Strike.
I mean, it's huge. I mean, the Hayabusa is kind of coming into play at this point. Leave Me now able to secure another turtle. I don't think the Bedang's going to be able to do too much. The Retry is there. I don't think he'll be able to get a fist crack. He's kind of just wasting time at this point. But Allen able to get a flicker out, but the flicker and then the heavy spin to lock him against the wall. Kaio able to secure the kill. Oh, but looking like a little bit of a clap back here. The Bravest Warrior comes out. Purify, if I'm not mistaken, to ignore Vansky's there assault, but Blood Evo kind of a little bit low.
In the
I don't know if they're going to be able to do too much.
Used compared to the two of Team SRG. Trade-wise, SRG won that because they killed the Beatrix, but they wasted so many utilities. However, Badang has yet to get the standard belt. As soon as he gets those 10 stacks on turn belt, he is going to be so much better in the fight, because without them, you're going to be a bit of a waste. Fist crack's not there.
Yep, and then we're looking at Leave Me able to kill Wasted out once again. Wasted just not able to do too much against Leave Me. Vansky, a little low.
And the bot lane pushed out by Crew, but even so, Leave Me's hands are a bit too fast. I think it's playing on, you know, a satellite, an internet satellite. He's taking my internet, your internet, and just playing with it on that Hayabusa and Lance. I mean, you have to see how fast he is, really.
Yeah, 100%. And kind of looking like Leave Me trying to get something here. Blood Evo there. While all of that is happening, though, mid lane is coming in. A little bit of a set there and a barrage coming out. Full kill there. Allen wasn't able to get it, but still Leave Me trying to get out of there, utilizing the shadows. Does survive, and a full assault now going to be coming down onto Blood Evo. Sky is the target, though. A little bit of a set because of Valentina stealing his abilities. That's a crazy set. Vansky definitely on the chopping block. Leave Me coming in, diving, taking the tower here. I don't know if they'll keep this assault up, but they might.
Both Valentina and Kalea used the ultimates and hugged each other to death. Nay. But still, look at Bobarusik.
Yeah, they're still going. Looking like Leave Me able to get another kill on the Wasted. I feel like it might be personal at this point. Uber is a little low as we're looking at Sephiroth able to get the kill there. Allen, though, mopping him up. Creve taking him down as well. This is huge. Blood Evo trying to get a kill here. The flicker comes out and the set does happen. I don't believe he has his heavy spin, so Allen knows that. Looks like Vansky going to come in, take tower shots as they're going to allow it, but that heavy spin does come out. Not able to utilize that lot, baited out there while Leave Me is able to secure the turtle on the bottom lane.
Wasted has so far no impact towards the game. He has 2 assists on, and I think it's only from the Mount Shocker. He's going for the endless build. He's not going for any penetration. I think it's a big mistake. You benefit a lot for the Fury Hammer first item, which I like to go myself, but even so, Warax gives you a little bit more damage because it's true, right? It's true damage you can defend from. Even with Guardian Helmet, there's only so much you can tank. However, Leave Me is just gonna completely ignore that. It's gonna go for War Axe into Malefic Roar and just over-penetrate the enemies. He has the Hunter Strike, he has the War Axe. It's gonna deal a ton of damage, and it's gonna heal a lot when he's taking objectives.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, Leave Me is just kind of going at it. Allen utilizing a little bit of that Spitfire to the bush, trying to make sure that they're safe. Blood Evo then now going to come in, but I don't know if he has it. He does secure the heavy spin. I think that was on to Vansky. So Vansky does fall. A little bit of a rocket barrage coming out. The fist crack, though, to be able to take out Uber. This is a little bit of a tough, but Leave Me going to get the flank on him. I don't know if it's going to be enough. The Oog. The Shadow Strike does come out. Shadow kill doesn't secure it. Allen able to get the snipe there. Huge.
I'm telling you, Leave Me is too fast. I think he's playing from the future, you know, he's already reading them out with those quad shadows. But Allen finally got his Malefic Hand to just have that extra range on that sniper and that basic attack, which is gonna be extremely dangerous. Man, this is a complete slaughter. This is not even domination, this is just a slaughter.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting back, though. I mean, First Lord coming in at about 14. Looks like they're going to press that top lane, so they have actually insane control creep kind of on a little bit of the receiving side there. Looks like Bravest Fighter is coming in, trying to take it out. The heavy spin does come down. Kaio able to secure a kill there, but on the receiving end, Seth does fall as well. That is a 1-for-1 trade. EXP or EXP.
Worthwhile trade for Team SRG, bad trade coming in from Team Nightfall. They lost one of their frontliners. There's only so much one guy can tank. However, Leave Me is still unslain, 3 levels ahead of Wasted. And the Lord
Yeah,
just
but they just have so much
disappeared.
damage. Look at Sky. Grieve. Oh, Low wasn't able to get a little bit of a gank there, as I suspected.
There's still only two unheals actually on the side of SRG. I mean, compared to the actually only one of Nightfall, I think that's a big improvement. Still, only Badang is gonna heal a lot, but look at that heavy spin.
Blood Evo coming in with the heavy spin, trying to secure something. Grieve, though, on the chopping block, as Sky is able to secure the kill. A little bit of a set there, but it wasn't able to get there. Allen was able to get the snipe off, though. Secured the kill onto Sky. Looks like they're going to keep maybe going for it. Nah, they're going to get the farm up, wait for the Lord to
Look
come.
at Hayabusa.
Look at Leave Me. He's on the hunt. I don't think that's what he wants, but he's going to get the shadow kill out a little early. Does come out after Wasted.
Panda.
Wasn't able to secure the kill, but Kaio able to get Bansky down. This might be a little bit of breathing room, but Allen going to be able to secure the kill and take him down. So it looks like we might have a little bit of a rush here. Everybody's kind of low on Nightfall. I don't know if they'll be able to execute an end here.
Lord did charge down the bot lane. First, I mean, Allen got his house close, and that's going to give him extra attack speed and that lifesteal, which is really annoying. However, look at Wasted. Oh, Panda.
Uber. Ooh, Blood Evo not being as tanky as he used to be. Grieve and Allen are now both on the hunt. I think that Hawes Claws definitely allowed them to stay alive, but while all of that is going down, Leave Me is in the bottom lane, going to try to go after Kaio Kite, and utilizes the shadow, the quad shadow, to get out of there. Great pressure by Leave Me.
A ton of damage from the Hayabusa, even if it just got, like, I believe 3 dashes in on the Granger. Basically melted him down. 66 seconds towards the next Lord, but even so, I think one bad teamfight coming in from SRG is going to put them on the chopping block and out of the competition.
Definitely, and I mean, we can kind of see it here, looking like they tried to get a set right there, but not too much out of it. They're looking for something, as they're going to be putting a little bit of pressure into this mid turret, but the damage coming out by SRG is just a little bit too much. Clears the wave, and they're still giving them a little bit of breathing room. Quad shadows come out, but not much of an advance here by Nightfall.
If I was that Hayabusa, I would have went in on Serifil and go back in the turret and probably die. But even so, the Endless Hayabusa last item is really calculated. It's going to give him that extra damage he lacks when he's taking the Lord. Yes, they have the batteries, yes, they have the King, but still it's going to allow them to burst down even faster because you heal more, you do more true damage with the new buff on Endless. So it's a worthwhile investment.
And I like, it's a good feed here. They're attempting to try to get something. Blood Evo being slown, but not too much. Great setup for the next Lord take. I don't think SRG is going to be able to contest this. They need to, but the damage coming out by Nightfall is too much.
Lord is already gone. It was never there.
Exactly.
Too much damage coming from Team Nightfall.
Wasted. Wasted was a little bit left behind from his team.
Wasted.
You see the quad shadows.
Boogie Shadow kill? Wasn't there?
No.
Was I tripping? It was just that fast.
Yeah, he didn't utilize it. He utilized it to get out. I think they're definitely waiting on the Lord to come barreling down once again. Again, everybody has all of their abilities up, but Grieve and Wasted. Skylove as well. We'll have to see. Skylove could get a good set here. They did steal Khalid's ult. We do see the Siege, final Siege possibly coming down. Allen able to take out the mid turret. The full HP Lord kind of hurting down onto the base. Leave Me trying to look for a pick here. They're going for it. A little bit of a set here by Grieve, but they're not able to do it. Skylove was able to secure a kill there, but Grieve was able to take out Blood Evo. Grieve, one more shot. That's all they need, and they got it.
That base fell down almost instantly. Blood Evo, definitely the MVP of the game, even if he's losing. He made a lot of very good plays, but still Leave Me was just outclassing Wasted in every single category. Farming speed, objectives, ganks. I mean, impressive jungle. You can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, Leave Me, it was just well executed. Zero deaths, utilized other than quad shadows to get in and out. Not only that, Allen was there as well. Grieve just putting on a lot of damage. I think that just that double marksman comp was hard for SRG to do anything for.
Timmy just pushed everything left and right. He took bot turret, he took top mid turret, and he's transferred to a top with the Beatrix. How do you answer that? You can't even answer that. Too much pushing. Beatrix you can't ignore, she's gonna get farm. You can't ignore Kimi, you can't ignore Hayabusa, you can ignore somewhat Lapu Lapu, but still is a problem. But I mean, YSS really didn't use the character to its utmost potential. Did waste the YSS there. He had a good hero, but he didn't utilize the ultimate as intended. He used it to get out of base, but he didn't use it to farm with it. He used it a little bit to clear one heavy card. But still, no, it's maybe stress at the end of the day. Maybe they're on losing streak in the tournament, and it's really hard. Again, best players in Europe right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, this is kind of what I've seen from Nightfall. They have insane executions. The heroes that they play, they just know what they're doing. And to be honest, I think they controlled a lot of the flows of the game against SRG. I really didn't see too much of SRG being able to, take the flow from Nightfall.
I mean, you can't really. They just avalanche so hard. The snowball momentum was in every single game. Lancelot just getting the kill up on the mid lane. The mid lane control was lost a lot in both of these games. Nothing you can answer. The Valentina wasn't it this game. They need something that had an oomph, that had a bit of damage, something that can put, SRG on the map, on the kill feed. They didn't have that. The Valentina isn't it. You're gonna copy Kalea. Well, it's fine. They're gonna have the Lapu Lapu to answer for you. You're gonna copy the Lapu Lapu. They have the Kalea to answer. I mean, what? Not a good trade-off. That's why Valentina isn't as popular anymore. Yes, it's a niche pick. It's good versus a Lucas maybe, but Lucas isn't as popular.
I mean, true. It is true. I mean, the Valentina definitely, Sky tried to pull some crazy plays off with utilizing the Khalid's ult, but again, it just ultimately there wasn't much that SRG could do. It kind of the rhythm of Nightfall was just too much, and then SRG trying to match that pace was it was tough in some cases. I think ultimately, you brought the Panda out. I think, like you said, Blood Evo was insane on a lot of those heavy sets. He was capitalizing on and utilizing Akai really well, but I just think maybe there could have been a better EXP laner than Bedang. So I don't know if maybe halfway through their draft phase they just hit a switch and switched it up, but I don't know if that was what it was. I
mean, I
what they
believe
needed.
the only problem was the mid draft. I don't think Odette would have been so much better there. A Faramis to sustain against that quad shadows, the Hayabusa Sugi shadow kill as well. Something they didn't have any sustainability in the team. They had the Badang, but the Badang wasn't, Badanging. He wasn't doing anything. He wasn't fronting. He wasn't doing much. Maybe even on the jungle, if you put, let's say, the Ling. Ling is a really good pick because he can go for the backline. The YSS didn't go for anything really because he couldn't. He was just getting forced out by Vansky and by Lapu Lapu by Bobber.
Yeah, and I mean, every time we were seeing Leave Me, he could just he caught him. Wasted was just kind of getting wasted by Leave Me every time that he possibly could, and I think that just comes out that the shadow that shadow kill is just nasty. I mean, it was just
you can tell the player difference. They are good, but they aren't as good. It's like Area 77 versus PTK. Two different worlds. I mean, you have to get something to relate to. You're not from here, so you have to learn somehow.
I mean, hey.
I'm
Be
kidding,
honest,
I'm kidding,
it was NACT was a soft spot for me, so we got taken out pretty early in the top 8.
Again, Aiko, you have to admit, both of these teams played good. They had the mechanics, but still, who knows? Next year, we're gonna obviously be here. I hope. I mean, I really like and I enjoy casting with you, and it's gonna be interesting to see what you're gonna say. I remember these guys, Surge Titans. They played decently. Next year, they're really good. Maybe Cold Spot. Who knows, Aiko?
I've seen quite a few of the players in Nightfall play back when I was casting before, so that's why I was kind of out of the Gecko. I haven't seen SRG play, and I felt more comfortable in Nightfall. I mean, they show well execution.
I agree with you, man. It's really interesting to see what you have to say, because for me as an European, I don't follow a lot of esports other than Philippines, because you have to follow meta there. As you know, everyone does it. You spectate the games, you watch what they pick, how they play, and it's really interesting to see what regions pick. As in North America, you guys had a lot of the tank junglers, a lot of the fighters. Here we have more assassin, we have more flashy. We like to fight more, but to an extent, right? It's really calculated. So, because in the upper brackets, the teams up there, MPL level, I'm telling you, put them in an MPL spot, it's not gonna be that big of a difference. 2-3 years on them, Dagestan, best champions.
For sure, for sure. I mean, but kind of looking at some of these stats here, we're looking at zero turret damage here from SRG.
Hurtful.
And no Lord or Turtle takes. Again, I just think Nightfall had great control over the map. They never faltered.
The pressure kept going, the momentum was there. I mean, Hayabusa, map presence everywhere. He went for the BOD early. That's how confident he was, just bursting down Granger, bursting down the YSS. I mean, even the Panda, I think, was getting punished by him.
And I mean, that's just insane execution. Leave me discipline. I mean, it came down to discipline. That Nightfall was well disciplined. SRG wasn't able to find any cracks in that armor. And it just came down to it. I mean, look, the damage dealt was almost pretty dang even. It's just, to be honest, I think they couldn't find their own flow or to be able to upset Nightfall's flow.
I mean, you can't find an opening. That's. I mean, let's say if they pick something different, like to help them adjust to the draft, but Badang didn't have an impact compared to the Lapu Lapu was basic in every team fight. I'm telling you, he was just there. 9 assists, more assists than the Kalea. But the Badang was out of the picture, out of the frame all the time.
Yeah, and I mean, we can also attribute that to, as we look at some of these highlights, just the macro plays that we see from side of Nightfall. It was just well executed. Yeah, you were able to get the Bia early on. And Blood was so good at being able to capitalize on some of those things, but it was just good responses from the side.
Did you see that jump scare on Evo? Barbaric just entered the bush and it just stopped freaking. But even look at that Hayabusa's presence in the middle, and even in the early levels, he was level 3 and he just hopped on that Panda, just pushing him back, allowing Creef to get the lead. As you said, to have basically a proactive mid lane, and he could just push them up, freezing the lanes, just being in their face all the time. And Vansky was just helping that, Bloody was making the plays here. I think he had a really great pick here, but a really bad, let's say support. Badang support, I don't think it's the go on XP. I think it's better on Rome.
Yeah, 100%. Badang is just, and I said that from the very beginning. I was like, I just don't. Panda would have probably been a little bit better in EXP at this point. Even though Blood did insane. I just don't feel like the fist cracks were in the right areas. They just weren't there. And then this is how Nightfall was able to just survive and keep the flow going.
I mean, as you know, it all depends in the early game. That's the most important part right now. You cannot play into the late game because there isn't anything for you to rely on. Back then we had a tank meta which allowed us to sustain, to make a play, to open the map. But with Assassin and with marksman fighter junglers, it's so risky to open because you can get picked off so easily. But I think we've yapped enough. Let's get ready for the next game. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Without further ado, guys, we'll see you in about 5 minutes.
I'm a ball like any.
Oh no, you're good.
I'm just trying
to be honest, I think. What up, everybody? We're back with the MLBB European Mid-Season Cup. Hey, sorry about that 5-minute break. It turned into a little bit of a longer break. We had to get the players ready, but I think they're whipped into shape and they're gunning for the next match here. Again, you got me here, G, the Ico, and Zakota. How you feeling, man? How'd you like those last matches?
Man, I'm feeling excited to see the finals. I mean, the final games of the day, but the other game was a complete slaughterfest. Nightfall just took the cake, took everything. And didn't believe in the strawberries, But even so, I feel like they had a chance to turn it around, but it's so hard to transfer against this strong team. Surge Titans had a really good, strong run, but still, the strong beats the weak, as we know. David and Goliath story may never be true even until we figure it out. But even so, Vita Brevis versus Ake, what do you think about these lineups?
I mean, I'm liking it. The Swiss stage has always been something that was interesting to see. I think it's a little bit better for the Swiss stage because it does give like every team a little bit of a chance. It's a different take, and kind of looking at some of the brackets here that we're seeing. I think our last match that we're going to be seeing today is VB versus Akai.
Okay.
Eh,
Akai.
Okay. Ake. See, in English
Obsidian
language, that's tough.
Out.
Obsidian is out.
Obsidian is out. New Era advances. Hamdax and Nikki, a duo to not be messing around with. A guy from France, that's from Portugal originally, and a guy that's Romanian. I mean, they're gonna steal the games away.
Hey.
I can make the joke. I'm Romanian myself. Even so, it's an amazing thing to see what these teams are going to pull up with. The drafts we've seen were amazing. I mean, I missed a little bit of day one, but still, I was really, you were there. I mean, tell me a little bit about it. Day one, how was it?
It was good. I mean, I think it took them a little bit to get through, but it wasn't too bad for the teams. VB's kind of made their routes through. I actually didn't get to cast or see Ake, so it'd be interesting to see. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I've seen quite a few of the fans in the chat actually like Ake, so I'm kind of interested to see if they can come through and they can beat VB. I know VB was pushed back against a wall, had a loss, and then kind of came through and turned it around. But without further ado, we're just already jumping right into the draft. Hopefully that's fast enough for the crews. Let's see here. Coming into the first drafting phase here, to be honest, I don't know if I've seen anybody from Ake.
I mean, let me tell you a little bit about him. The only guy you need to really focus your eyes on is Mako. He's a demon on that Hellcore, he took my electricity away earlier. Even so, Kuro is a pretty decent XP laner. Astra and Nyando are also extremely decent, but Virtuoso is extremely strong on that roaming position. Husen, again, we saw his jungle. You saw Vita Brevis, I believe, when I was gone. Even so, Andre Tizi on that XP lane, we saw how disruptive he was. I mean, it all depends on what they're gonna draft, because we have to see a little bit, give us a little hint. I expect either the YSS or the one to get banned out, because they're playing more in that fighter jungle scenario with either of these teams. We saw the Soy in the hands of Ake. I mean, they went against a Birthright, one of the strongest teams, but there is the Helicord I was talking about.
Yeah, there's the Hellcurt out of here. I mean, as long as you know the team, just take care of what you don't want to see. And then there's the Roger.
There's the Wolf. I mean, we saw it walking a little bit of base. We saw Qs and just, strolling away.
Dude, I think both of these guys have watched each other's matches. If you didn't tell me about Ake in the very beginning, I wouldn't have known about this Hellcurt, and I'd be like, why are they banning Hellcurt,
Even so, the one-on is getting banned out. I'm assuming the OSS is going to follow through as well. Even the Lapu, the Uranus is still unbanned. I believe he goes next. If he doesn't go next, it's just a brain that you pick him, you go in there, German Cut. Another funny thing, I don't even know how German Cut got the name, because we've never had any representative from Germany in the early stages of ML, I think it was the Cho player. I don't know, do you know Unexpected, the Cho player? You're not an OG. I see how you're not an original gangster. But even so, the Oran is getting banned out. I assume the Lapu Lapu or the YSS followed through. Zetian was banned in the last game twice, so it gives me a little bit of joy. But the Baxia stand out.
Yeah, I mean, the Basha was pretty devastating in the roam roll, so we definitely didn't want to see that come through again, I'm guessing. But they also banned the Fredrin, so again, they're targeting, I think at this point, like Kiyush, I think they're just trying to make sure he can't have any jungles. Like, what else is left for him? Is he, like, very particular in what he does as a jungle? Fredrin and Roger?
In Europe, I don't think you're gonna see a lot of people playing the same heroes or like focusing on a specific type of jungles. Like we're a bit more unique because we can play everything in Europe. Genuinely, there's like I believe every player can play every hero on their role, and that's what's a really good pro player. That's what a pro player should do. Figure out these XP laners, these junglers. As Q was really strong on the Roger, but still, YSS open on the table. Fredrin was banned out as a respect. Padan Kimi getting picked out. Second pick should be the YSS. I mean, YSS Hayabusa open on the table. What's there left for him? Maybe the Ling or the Lancelot. We saw how destructive those. I mean, the Lancelot was really destructive in the hands of Lumi. Maybe Qsun can replicate that.
Yeah, and I think a good go this time around is picking up the Badang and hopefully not utilizing him in the EXP range. The Lapu Lapu, I do think is insane. They need to pick up the Farja, to be honest. Like, they pick up the Farja for VB, and this is looking good. The Kimi is going to probably be out of commission if utilized correctly.
I mean, the Farsa is the only real counter to the Kimi because you outrange her with the Feather Airstrike. She cannot do anything with that pull, even if you get stunned a little bit. Aulus! What? That's not right. That's not right. They're lying to us. That's not right.
I mean, I don't know. VB's had the weirdest drafts I've ever seen just coming into the game. So Akai Aki over here, let's see, they pick up the Phobius. I don't know. I told you, like, does he have anything else to jungle with after the Fredrin and the Rogers taken? Like,
I mean, that's
maybe?
A bit unexpected. I mean, I wouldn't expect an Aulus, man. That Undying Fury is a little bit, annoying, but what are you gonna do? Your little one is a really tall midget. But even so, Nyando goes for that Phobius pick. What is Core gonna do? Oh, we're going to a little bit of the casters. I mean, so how have you been? I believe it's midday there, right? It's like 6 p.m.
It's 3 p.m. here, so it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Just enjoying the day.
I can
jumped into the casting a little bit early, but hey, it is what it is,
I thank you for that. I mean,
but
as I said, Helicord was here.
Hey, you know what it is. I think like later today we're gonna be popping on and playing some games for the streams, So we'll see. I'm enjoying it. What is it? Is it night where you're at right now? Looks like I can't see anything out of there.
It's 11 p.m. Woo! I mean, I have my blinds down, but it's still like, how much is it in Fahrenheit? I think it's 80 Fahrenheit right now outside. It's still melting hot.
Yeah.
I mean, 25 degrees. I mean, I don't know how to convert that to Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
But, you melt. You really melt here in Europe. It's like California heat. It's so humid.
That is terrible. But
I don't know. Have you ever been to Maryland? Like,
I've never been to anything on the Europe side. I've been to more Asian.
Maryland is in America.
No, I thought you were talking about somewhere in Europe. No, I've never been to Maryland in America.
Well, don't ever go there in the summer. You're gonna hate it. Full of mosquitoes, man. Oh my god, it's really a pain. Yes, because like where I was, I had like an Airbnb rented out, full. Not one window had a mosquito net, and I think that's normal in every little country on Earth to have a mosquito nest on your on your window, like something to keep them out. Don't want them in, man. Why do you like have nothing like a window? And even so, I think we're getting a little bit off topic, but you've seen Europe. What do you think? What's the heroes that represent Europe the most? What do you think is European?
I mean, from what I've been seeing is like Kimi is just automatic. Arja. And I mean Lapu Lapu, there's just a lot of dominating factors. To be honest, like the Roger was kind of wild coming out. The Belric's been weird, but again, I think there's a lot of people that fall into like what you were saying earlier. It's just the Filipino meta, you know, like they're just copying the other countries, and sometimes I think you just got to bring your own execution into it. I know at one point America was known for our export, right? Like our export was just destroying, and I'm not sure why, but I mean, some people tried it, but it just didn't work out the same. I think, you know, that's what set us on the map.
It's a different mentality towards how you use that hero. Because in Europe, you saw how Leave Me was zero fear whatsoever, zero fear. That's in Europe we say we are fearless, right? When you go up against a fearless enemy, you type it in chat, you call them fearless, and it's a bit of a trash talk word, because I'm not gonna say the other part, but you know, it's something crazy to think of, because in the States you guys have a completely different meta. You guys don't draft like we draft here. You guys draft depending on the speciality of the player, you know. That's what I like noticed a lot. But you saw a bit of day number 1, right? You were on day number 1 with Warren, I believe. You saw Wicked playing. Who could you compare Wicked to? One of the best players from here.
I mean, Wicked does definitely seem like super aggressive. To be honest, he like remind me a lot of like Basic, you know, like his play style was just insane and unpredictable at moments, and I think that's where he could pull out some like insane savages, you know. And it just, I mean, to be honest, he was looking a little bit like Zia as well. He was a pretty good player, you know. Like I was surprised, and kind of seeing him play, that's who I would say in North America, probably like Basic or Zia. He was pretty good.
I mean, honestly, I wish some of the teams from North America could scream us, because I believe back then, I don't know if you were playing, I don't remember when you started, but back then there was a squad called TIG. It's a really old squad, but we screamed the old BTK before they went to their first M series. I believe they went to M3 first.
Yep.
But it was so interesting to see them playing against Europeans. I mean, it was a new thing. I mean, I think it's still up on YouTube, but I think we got a little bit off topic. Let's just take a look at the draft. We're gonna see a Carmilla Joy combination with a Farsa and the Granger.
Well, I'm talking about the Ling, yeah.
The Linganguli Guligwata on the jungle.
Yeah, a little bit of a wild take here, definitely. Looks like we're gonna be getting into game here though, but the Joy and the Ling is kind of crazy. I think the draft got a little bit wild. What's your win conditions here? It looks like they swapped Aldo for the pick.
I really don't like the Carmilla pick. It's a pick I despise. Even in ranked games, I try to. If I see my teammates playing it, I'm just gonna ban it out. You know, yeah. But even so, the Joy has been under the radar for a lot of time.
Definitely.
Look at that revitalize.
Oh, look at the damage. He's locked down. Virtuous doesn't know what to do, but Ake, Astra, 1 HP, able to make it out. The flicker happened. Josh wasn't able to get it. Toby is low now. Josh is on the chopping block. The fish crack comes out and secures the kill. Yo, someone stop this man.
What a good play from Asa, just having that Shadow to Stampede to get out of there and forcing the Granger to use the flicker to try to chase for the kill. But see, Linganguli Guligwata is just finishing up his farming rotation, but the Joy is out farming him. As we know, in the early game, Ling falls a lot under pressure because he's somewhat slow.
Yeah,
Rapid Boots on the Farsa, okay, I like that. I really like Rapid Boots. They're right now so meta for me.
We've seen, I mean, again, meta switches up all the time, but seeing mages pick up rapid boots has just been wild. And it's, I mean, it's just my guess is I was told that the other teams have a lot of slows, so you want to be able to get in and out and be quick. You know, you see Virtuous putting in a little bit of trouble here.
Not only that, the new passive towards rapid boots is that you have a mini guardian helmet in easier words. You buy now the blood amulets to heal a little bit over time, so it's gonna be really helpful for XP laners. I like to pick it up on Yuzhong, but even so,
Andre TZ, the feathered airstrike coming down, a lot of pressure put on. Ling was able to secure the turtle. Yang was able to take someone out as well. The spear goes wild. Maku able to mop him up again. 3 fall for 1. Ake on the market.
Oh, Andayo, will he slay them out?
I think he's good. I think he's
I
good.
mean, me and Sint have seen what Nandaira does on that Kimi, and we don't really like it. He goes for the Sky Piercers extremely early in a place where he should trade and beat a few more blows. But even so, look at Toby, just such a nuisance.
Uh-oh. Virtuous on the chopping block. Astra able to kill the kill. Toby, though, coming in and able actually gets taken out by Josh, and then Josh pops up another one. Yo, this is a Rock'em Sock'em Robot match here.
Rock'em Sock'em Robot match. That's so old. That's Ant status, if you know what that is. But even so, look at the Link. He's still over farming the Joy. He got that early kill, he got that turtle, but Lapu Lapu is just getting cut out by Kuro? That's not right. Should be the other way around.
No, definitely. Josh has just showed like crazy tenacity on this Granger. I feel like this is what you got to watch out for. Josh knows how to execute it compared and paired with I think what is that, the Lapu Lapu, just the damage that they can bring out is insane. I'm not sure. I think that VB actually might fall off into the late game though, right? Like the Carmilla just isn't too much of a setter.
I mean, Carmilla, I don't think they're here for the Carmilla for the set. They're here for that Link. So the first I can get a feather airstrike and a ton of damage in, because as we know, it's an artillery mage. It can overrange everyone, but look at that.
Ling might be on those chopping block. Maku into the back line. We're seeing ultimates going left and right and going wide. First turtle actually might be taken by Maku right here. I don't know if they're going to be able to contest it, but they're going to attempt to try to go for it. Joy comes in. The dash has come out, but Maku is able to secure the turtle. Full onslaught now coming. Not too much to come down just yet.
SOD.
Virtuous. SOD went wide. Not much of a connect here, but is that Kuru? Kuru gets in there.
Look at they're transferring towards the top lane. The Lapu Lapu, they know he doesn't have the bravest right has, he just used it. But even so, Astra can really easily win him as soon as he like pins him to the wall, you know? Lingang Guli Guat has just picked up his boots. We saw Genius 1 go in the hands of Joy. Let's see. What do you think about Mako? Is his linging?
I mean, the Tempest of Blades right there just kind of missed the mark. I think it was a little bit of a lag, but look at the crack. Crack face coming out. Josh now under a little bit of the chopping block. Maku coming in. He had Tempest of Blades. He could have possibly went for it, but Sirius able to take out the Phobius in the bottom lane. The Tempest of Blades come out. Toby is able to take out Yang. He's on the wall. He's going to get out of there. Toby now next on the chopping block. He's on the run. I don't think he's going to be able to make it out alive. He is just keeping him at bay. The Joy's there. He utilizes the fish crack to try to get a little bit of a shielding, but wasn't able to.
I mean, he wasted a lot of time, but finally we're going to see a Sky Piercer in the hands of Granger, and he's going to get a stack on it as soon as it goes up. But Houston gets pushed back. That's
Definitely.
Misery.
The Joy trying to come out. Maku, though, there. Feathered airstrike coming down. The damage! Just too much for him to take. Josh able to secure the kill there. Maku falls once again. And we see Virtuous come out as well. Crazy fights left and right now in the 6-minute mark.
They have no answer for the Granger already. The Granger has 2 items. He has that Hunter Strike, he has that Sky Pierce, did 1 stack, he got it on Maku. If he didn't have that time, I don't think Maku would have died. But even so, look at mid lane, Feather Airstrike is ready and available soon.
Yeah, definitely. I think Maku needs to calm down and stop going for too many takes right here. Josh is being an absolute menace. They need an answer to him. The turtle is now being awaited and baited, but can we get it? Sirius is now putting some pressure on their feathered airstrike to come out to try to put a little bit of pressure onto the Kimmy. We see some Phobius action coming into the mid side of the team here. They are going all at it, but is it going to be enough? Peru might fall. Tempest of Blades does come down, able to take it out. Virtuous and Andre able to take out Toby. So a 1-for-1 trade. Who came out on top there?
I don't think anyone came out on top, but if Link had a better blade placement, he didn't even move the Tempest of Blade, he just let them as is. 2 of them got stuck in the wall and he couldn't continue to do his, dash to the Defiance. But even so, it's such a waste of ultimate. He did get a kill on, I believe it's Vysenko, but he's already so far behind. I mean, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I mean, right now it just seems like both teams are swinging full force. Nobody's doing any UFC ground action. This is just all up in fights. We do see Josh kind of cut off a little bit off guard. Full four-man takedown. What a shutdown onto Josh.
That's gonna allow Team Ake to push a top lane. They know their one-man advantage.
A fist crack! CC's two of them. Feathered airstrike does come out and it goes into the back line. It looks like Toby was on the chopping block there as Andre was able to take him out. The bravest warrior's not going to keep him alive though as Maku secures the kill.
That was such a bad fight coming in from Ake. They lost their roamer, they lost their stunner. And I think Curry's gonna fall as well. Look at Astra.
He's going in, he's going deep, but he's not able to get the slam dunk on them as he falls too.
As we know, LeBron. I mean, if LeBron was there, maybe he could have gotten that dunk in, but even so,
oh god,
I think he's more of a Caitlin Clark of MLBB. That's what I feel like Kuro is, you know, Caitlin Clark or Angela Reese maybe.
I don't know, man. He was in that back line, in the back line of the first tier tower, trying to get something done. First Lord is up though. This could be make it or break it, but to be honest, I think teams are both at 50-50. The biggest difference that we're going to see here is that the Moskov is going to be able to possibly come in with a spear at this Lord take here. They're going to, I want to see if they waited or baited here. This is a good old rubber band match, is like one of my old streamer friends used to say. Maku's in there, he's waiting, he's got the position, the Lord gets reset, got a little bit of a CC and a shot off by Kimmy, and then we see Maku coming into the background, the fish crack comes off, the Tempest of Blades comes down, goes deep, goes for the Farsha, but look at it, Serious into the back line, utilizing the joy to the fullest. Virtuous falls, but so does Serious. This might be a free Lord here for Ake.
I mean, they were definitely in that lead, but SOD landed a bit poorly. It landed in the tier 2 turret and it forced us to get poked a little bit. That's where he decided to teleport, but even so, Yang is gonna get that feather airstrikes up and he's gonna clear that mid lane. He's just giving them a little bit room to breathe, but even so, Moscow used the ability on top lane store, but the bot lane is gonna fall to the minions. Focus managed to clear. So I don't know what's the right choice for these teams here, for Vita Breva. What can they do?
I mean, right now they're looking a little bit strung, as I think this just comes down that they just don't have the ability to make any sets. Like you were saying, like the feathered airstrike utilized with Virtuous, I don't know if it's going to be enough, as we're seeing a full down beat down onto Andre right here, probably going to push him back. Kimmy just going wild.
I think that's just because the teams are not staying together to give Carmina that blood, you know, that blood link.
Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing full control. Lord coming down into the top. I think that's going to weed them a little bit thin so they can take this mid turret. Again, they're going to utilize this Lord to mop up a lot of the map. But again, the feathered airstrike to then kill the minions. I mean, the feathered airstrike is what's keeping them in play right now.
The Farsa is one of the key players in this team, but Astra is gonna get that bot tier turret and almost the tower ability. That's why sometimes I like to pick the Jawhead, like, or draft it, because you can get rid of that ability for the tower, and it's really annoying, you know. If you're pushing really early, winning early, just throw that minion inside and get a free turret.
Oh, definitely. And I think they're going to attempt to try to go for this mid turret, but again, I don't know. I mean, the feathered airstrikes have been a nuisance.
That's what Farsa is. She has really low cooldown. As soon as she gets that level 12, she's gonna be even lower. I mean, she did buy the Rombo, so it's gonna slow down her farm. I don't like to buy, or at least I don't like my mage to buy Romboots on the mid lane, because you're gonna lose a lot on the damage, because that's what you're expecting to do. But Kuro is there, just revealing the position. Nanayo is gonna try to pull them in together. Gets only one.
Yeah, only one, and I mean, right now it just seems like they're playing a little passive. I mean, VB can't really engage too much at this point. The gold lead is now leaning into Ake's hands.
I mean, the gold lead doesn't matter as much in the the late game. However, the Lord is up in 25 seconds, but Virtuoso gets that stun on Toby, but not a lot of uses for him, right? Look at that build from Nandayo. That's a really good build, man. I congratulate you. Feather of Heaven, going into Glowing One, stop with that, Sky Piercer goofy item. It's such a waste of money if you're not on Granger or something like a Martyr that can actually execute, that can have the possibility. Because Kimi, a ton of damage, yes, but it's not really worth it if you're not snowballing hard.
Yep, and it looks like Virtue is trying to come in, but I don't. There's the feathered airstrike. I was like, what's going down here? We do see the Phobius coming in deep, hitting some slam dunks. Maku coming into the back line, able to get the kill onto Farja. 3 fall. Do we see more come down? Andre is here. Asta is going to take him down. That's almost a full team wipe. He's going to go for it, though. Almost. I don't think the spear is going to come in. They could possibly use this time to end it, or do they go for the Lord? I think they're both having trouble deciding on what they want to do here.
I think the right shot call is to go for the Lord, because the Farsa is gonna be up before we get to the minions towards that inhibitor turret. However, just the Moscow doing a ton of damage. If he had that flicker, he could have killed the Joy God in the first maniac of the series, I believe.
Yeah.
Today.
And I mean, they're kind of holding their own.
Don't be greedy. You can't be greedy in ML. It's you can just turn the game around if you're being greedy.
Yeah, I mean, able to solo the Lord was good. The Ling's able to bounce around the map and kind of keep things at bay. But again, I think the shot call there was a little wild. I think it took too long.
I mean, maybe two people are saying two different ideas, but still, they are in the lead. They didn't lose anything really. They couldn't focus down on the ending. At least Moscow got that Lord objective out of the way. Nothing for Team Vita Brava to maybe possibly steal. But we're seeing the freeze on Nyando. I mean, an interesting choice. I mean, even the Wind of Nature have worked really well against that Granger's damage. Even so, the Farsa is going to be the main damage there. But Lord starting down.
Yeah, the Fist Crack comes out, but is it going to be enough? We're looking at Sirius falling down. Tempest of Blades goes straight into the back line, almost able to kill 2 of them. Does get Yang, though. Full HP Lord about to be barreling down. This is it for VB. Okay, able to take the win.
Vita Brava fought this really bravely. However, this is only game number 1 out of round 5 today. So who knows? Maybe they're going to turn it around next game. What do you think, Aiko?
I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, VB was looking a little bit rough, but to be honest, like that, this is what happened in their last games. They lost the first one. They came around and got a little bit of a comeback. But to be honest, I don't know what. I think it was the roam that really just didn't fall through. You know, like again, I think the Carmilla was a little bit of an interesting choice and not too much. Like, I think I only seen maybe one Feathered Airstrike combo with it. I think communication is key, and maybe there was just a little bit of miscommunication.
I mean, as I said, the Carmilla pick was really unique, because they didn't have a main standard. They had the Lapu Lapu, but Lapu Lapu is a sustainability fighter. It's like a Yuzhong. You have one standard. I mean, Yuzhong has the Petrify, yes, but use that in combination with the Furious Dive so you can get a longer knock-up effect and a stun afterwards. I mean, it's really hard. Carmilla is an okay pick, but I wouldn't take it over, let's say, a Gatotkacha. You have that AOG, you have that taunt, you have that skill one that's annoying in the early game, and you have that passive that heals you a lot, like a damn lot.
Exactly. And it just, I mean, I don't know. VB is definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board. We seen in the very beginning that it was maybe a questionable jungle pick, but then I think some technical difficulties come down, and some of that stuff just happened. I will say that Josh was an absolute monster in that game. Like he was carrying. Like if he wasn't there, I think the VB would have been at a little bit of they would have, they wouldn't have made it as far as they did.
I mean, this is next game. I want to see Ake getting that Hellcourt one again. Maybe my layers are gonna go. But I don't believe it's gonna happen. Maybe it was just unlucky timing. But as you said, Josh really did pull a lot of the weight. But you have to give a little bit of props to Farsa. She was defending everything. She was doing a lot of the heavy lifting that Gradient wasn't able to do. It's such a soft spot for these heroes, because Farsa works, but you need maybe a Tigreal would have been really great here. Actually, a Tigreal I'm thinking. to set something for, you know, your jungler, for the Joy. She has that electrifying beat just going in, out, in, out. It's area damage, it's AoE. Same with Farsa, same with Granger, it deals AoE damage on the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, I think that might have been like the first Farja loss that I've caught in this one. So again, they were trying to cook something up. I mean, VB's definitely been one of those teams that just like cook up some wildness. You know, like you can't give them a recipe; they create the recipes. So VB though wasn't able to take out Ake there in the first round. Do they bounce back? They're pretty good at that from what I've watched so far. I think that's
I mean,
the
hey,
realness.
it's left out to be seen. As we know, Cat in the Hat was made over, I believe, 40 years ago, and they're making a comeback now, so who knows? Maybe we're gonna see a little bit of a comeback from Vita Brava, but still, it's too early to say. We have to see the draft. Then we're gonna be able to tell, hey, maybe they're gonna pick this year, they're gonna get YSS first, they're gonna maybe give Helcourt as a strategy to Ake, or who knows? It's so volatile. So I like ML, it's too volatile. It's a MOBA after all. In every single MOBA game, there is that scenario that you never know what's gonna happen. So a bit in other esports, you know, you don't expect some heroes to be picked, and you see them like the Estes back then, Blacklist M3. Never expected the Estes. Yes, he was known for the Estes. I was known for the Estes, but you didn't expect him to pick him in the finals. Or the Saber pick, as you know, it's such an unexpected pick. It's you know, it worked, so why not? If it works, it works. Don't fix it.
Yeah, we like to say that if it's not broken, don't fix it. Kind of looking at some of these stats, though, do you see anything in particular standing out?
400,000 total damage tanked over on a team. I mean, that's impressive. But I believe that's not YS. I mean, I don't think YSS builds mage items, but maybe he had a change of heart at the end. Of course, that's the Joy, but I don't like the Genius one first. I usually go for the Concentrated for that extra healing and extra damage. In pair with the Holy Crystal second item, that works, and the Divine Glaive would have been better because you're going to over-penetrate at Phobius. And, you know, the Wishing Lantern, 50-50 chance of the item being good because you're not going to deal a lot of damage in the early game by the time you buy it. However, Riqueso was tanking a lot, but not for the correct reason. He was just getting a lot of heal from the Revitalize, and, you know, the links weren't really linking together. The link was linking, though. But I really like Astra. He just did his job. He split pushed to join team fights when needed. He had the tough boost to sustain the Granger. So did the Granger. Both of the marksmen played extremely well. I mean,
Yeah.
hey, props.
I mean, to be honest, I think it just happened to be that. Look at the EXP difference, right? Like the mid lanes were one was 15, one was 13. So there, I think it was just a little bit of a gold diff as well. Just a massive lead by Ake, and there's not much they could do for VB to fight back. But again, I mean, coming into the second match, maybe we'll see something a little bit different. But again, I think Arcturus just didn't excel like we wanted him to.
We saw so much damage coming from Nyando, and he had the most assists. The Kimi is a really big pain to deal with because she has that annoying second skill. She can escape basically any stun. We saw it escape the Carmilla, we saw it escape the first of Feather Airstrike. But still, we're gonna go into game number 2 of series. Actually, the highlights, my bad. But look
there's
at it.
There's that flicker play that we suspected something was going to come out of, but I think it just happened to be that Toby was there. The fist cracks, man. But Dang was just locking down people, and then paired, like, bam, Astra right there was just going insane. Again, Josh just capitalizing on so many good kills. Go ahead and take over. What else was going down?
That Ling blade placement was really awkward. Like, here as well, it was a really big waste. He was just trying to immune a bit of the damage. But this is a pretty big fight. Ling was not linking correctly, but still he was putting in that effort and that work. Ling is a split push type hero, because I remember a story from a long time ago that if you see a Ling top lane, he using his like wall jump and he's clearing wave, go for the lore, you know? But it's so hard to do it in the current meta. It's so volatile. There are too many like new things, like damage dealers. They're just a big change.
Oh, exactly. I mean, it just happens to be like that, you know? So I mean, we can kind of see in this ending highlight here is that the Lord was kind of barreling down, and there wasn't just much they could do. The Ling coming into the back line, hitting the double Tempest of Blades, and just was mopping them up. If you did not pop that Wind of Nature, it was over. Like, you would have easily got a double kill, and then it would have just solidified the deal even more. But I think coming into the second round, it's sending back VB back to the drawing board. Now, do they do they forget that they had to ban out the Roger and they had to ban out the Fredrin? The
Fredrin as well.
Yeah, so I think a lot of those things are going to make it or break it for a team if they do forget those things, if they're going to give the comfort picks back.
A forgotten hero right now, I believe, is the Lunox, which is severely underrated. It would have worked really great for either of the teams here. I mean, dishing out some damage to the Carmilla, shutting her down. Good against the Badang because you can immune the power of Brilliance. Same with the Ling, you can immune the Tempest of Blades. Even the Spear of Destruction you can immune if you're fast enough. And again, the power of Chaos is going to allow you to melt down those objectives even faster. So it's we can talk about what should have happened, what they should have picked, but still, next game is going to be in 20 seconds. What are you expecting?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm expecting VB to fight back, you know? Like they didn't seem like a team that just sits down and takes the beating, you know? And they don't ever allow the beating to essentially put them in a rut, you know? So like they know how to clap back. They know how to stand back up after a little bit of a beating. So let's see. I mean, this is where you make it or break it. This is the finals to get put into top 8. So they better bring their A game.
I mean, it being the last game of the day, the players have played an exhausting amount of hours, but still, this is only the pre-eliminations, pre-season. The top 8 isn't still finished. There are still 2 games left to go. And we're gonna see the Roger getting banned out, and I assume the Hellcourt follows through as well. We saw how strong Kusen is on that Roger, and it's a pretty flexible pick. Again, gold lane, jungle. I like it a lot more on the gold because you can flex a bit more with junglers. The Fanny always open. It's such a risky pick in pro play, especially here in Europe, because there are good Fannies, yes, but there are good ROM players. There are good XP players. And what are you going to do if you play against a good ROM and good XP on the same team? With Fanny, nothing much. Really nothing much. It's just like a wall. The Belleric for Vitukeso.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, this is what I was saying. Are they going to forget about like the bans that they were going for, right? Is the Helgert going to slip through? That's kind of what I'm wondering here.
It's such a nice thing to see that they're actually trying to change out something. The Kalea Badang ban is, I mean, expected with the Badang. We saw Toby just being a complete and utter nuisance with that fist crack. In that play in the early game, that was like really, I would have been so annoyed. The Moscow survivor was like 23 HP or whatever, and you just go with the Badang. You say, maybe he's gonna, like, you know, not chase. You use the flicker, you can't escape, you have to dash in like 2-3 seconds up, and like the Badang just gets a level 2 and stuns to a wall. Like, that's so heartbreaking.
Let's see, is it the Hellcourt or is it not?
Come on, don't ban the Hellcourt, we have to see it.
Oh,
the prophecy.
Snap.
Let's check if the first, if the right side casting position is cursed or not. If the Hellcourt also and my power doesn't go out, I think it's, you know, it's a sign.
I was about to say your right side's looking a little dark. You might be falling into it.
If I turn off my lights, maybe, you know, I can turn into Hellcourt. I can do a cosplay. I'm gonna put on a black hoodie and crawl on the floor. But even so, come on, Mako, give me what I want. Show me that Hellcourt.
I think maybe VB's trying to bait them into it. I don't know. It kind of seems like a little particular this time around. I mean, we'll see. I mean, the Farge is still open. Maybe they don't opt to go for that. The Kimmy's still open. There's a lot of good picks out there that they could go with first instead of a Hellcourt. Who knows?
Come on, just give us the Hellcourt, Mako.
Baxia.
Come on.
They got you on the edge of the seat.
I think he got a warning, you know. Don't pick Hellcourts like Otto's electricity. My God, you know. It being right as well. But again, Belleric, I was gonna say. Baxia is an extremely strong pick because you can flex it. We saw it work in the game versus Birdfly. But Alpha, only Joshi played that. Joshi being the jungler of Team Limit. Wow. I mean, you can cook with that hero, but you know what if you burn the eggs? Come on.
I think that's why they banned the Badang right out of the get-go. They don't want to have to deal with that. I mean, that was literally, if I ever play an alpha, like I absolutely hate Badang. But it is also like you got to be very particular with alpha, right? He doesn't have escapes. You're gonna need a tank that can definitely support him.
Matilda is gonna be picked out by Vita Brevas. I mean, absolute cinema.
If they picked Matilda, 100%. Elkart is now on the field. I definitely am with you.
I mean, what if your power goes on now?
Not mine. All my electricity is underground, so we're good. There's a tornado could come through. It could anything. I think the only thing that could take me out is flooding, but I'm on top of a hill, so you can't get me there.
What if it's gonna rain, man? I mean, they're gonna pick that Kadita, you know.
I'll be the last house to survive. It'll be alright.
Bro is the king of the hill. He's on top
I am.
But even so, Lapu Lapu, I believe he's the most picked hero of the night besides the Farsa. It's such a risky hero because you don't have that many stuns. Back then, the meta was, I would say, boring, right? Because you had the Gatotkacha XP, Hylos XP. Sleep. You know, you can sleep and you play those heroes. You know, skill 1, skill 2, that's it. Glorious pathway down, but the Matilda is gonna get read out and banned away. The Kalea is something that you don't want to play in Alpha, so I think that's a pretty good ban, like the second phase. But the Dragon gets banned out. I mean, I believe Kuri, wants to play something other than Phobia, so he's gonna ban it out. The glue works pretty well into the Lapu Lapu, speaking from experience, but it depends on your playstyle with glue. Are you really gonna try to play for kills? Because right now Glue does a ton of damage, but he's really annoying with that, stick. You can just get a ton of stuns in, but the Sicilian is a really, again, weird ban. It's so out of the ordinary.
Well, I mean, BB's out of the ordinary, right? Like, who knows what they're gonna pick around this time? They could have went some Carmilla CC route. I don't know.
I'm feeling a Gatotkacha. I don't know why. Gatotkacha is in the mix somewhere.
I mean, or maybe a Zetian, I mean, is still on the playing field as well. There's quite a few that we could see into the mid-roll here. Again, we definitely know the Alpha is going to be in the jungle routes. EXP. A Cho! Whoa! Yo!
No, that's out of the ordinary. The Chu.
I told you, I don't know what's up with VB, man. They just be dropping random bombs on us. Like a Cho?
Who knows? They banned the Kale out. The Kale is out? We banned it? Cho.
Like, it just blows me away. I mean, maybe they're doing the Cho so they can get into the back line and take care of the Farja. I mean, that's the only thing that I can possibly think of, but I just don't think it synergizes.
It's for the Helicore to push him back, We have the Dragon. As soon as Helicore jumps on you, just, you kick him in the face like a cockroach. But it's even so, there is so many possibilities for Team Vita Brava on the mid lane. The Kadita is going to be a great pick, considering the fact they have a Helicord. But the Tigreal, first time picked out, actually second time picked out, and Kuru with that Granger yet again. Strong picks here. The Implosion Helicore with that Night Prowler passive, and the Baksha on the experience lane though. Wait.
Yeah, I mean, I would like it. I mean, the reason.
XP?
I mean, I don't think so. Well, it could be.
You never know. You never know.
I think the Tigreal is a direct counter to Alpha, right? Like, Alpha comes in, Implosion happens, like, Alpha is GG'd at this point. Anytime I play Alpha, I hate Tigreals.
I don't think I've ever had an issue with...
Just wait. You'll see it.
I mean,
you'll see it.
I would have felt like Gatotkacha would have been a bit more disruptive if Ake picked it up, because you can taunt the Alpha with a spear. When he engages the Spear of Alpha, of course, and then you can go into the AOG to go for the backline. But what is the mage gonna be? Kadita is a really great pick here, honestly.
Lo Yi. Yo! I mean, my favorite mage by far. I mean, it can interrupt the Tigreal. It can stop his implosions if you can hit your yin yang right.
Now they can see on the map when you teleport, so there's not more diversion plays.
Really?
Yes.
Yo, why? Dude, that was the only thing she had in her kit.
Exactly, and now it's gone. Nothing more for her to be used. It's the same with Cheap. Now you're gonna see Cheap getting marked on the map when he teleports around. So it's the same with Louis. You're gonna see a little flash on the map.
Dang. Dang.
I think I ruined the rest of your day. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, my girl. I'm telling you. Who knows? I mean, we'll see how things turn out. I definitely think they're a little bit back heavy here. We're kind of going to be looking at this. Where's the Bashia? Where he's in the EXP lane. Like we suspected. We were thinking maybe a little bit of a make-up,
It would have
but
been
it's
fun.
not.
It would have been fun. You have to admit it.
I think so as well. But I mean, the Hellcurt's definitely gonna dominate the Loyi. I think gonna dominate the Moskov. Who knows? It might even dominate the Alpha. We'll see here. But give us some win conditions here in the very beginning.
I mean, the only winning condition I can tell right now from Ake's side is the Helicore just going to split push every lane possible. He's just gonna be a cockroach being everywhere and anywhere at all times. Josh is gonna try to stomp him out with a spear of Misery, just pin him to a wall, but even the mid.
Caca.
I don't think that's what a pigeon makes. Wrong
That's a
animal.
pigeon?
That's a pigeon. Yeah, it's a
man.
pigeon.
In America, they go caca.
That's a crow you're thinking. No, that's a seagull. yeah. Frey the seagull. Okay, force us bet. I mean, husband actually. You know, that's a really weird thing.
Yeah, definitely. We're looking at a little bit of a control here by Yang. He's hitting them with the yin and the yang in the mid lane. Let's see what he can get done with it. I don't know, man. I mean, we'll see. Both teams are kind of keeping each other at bay.
I mean, Hellcourt is rotating over the top lane. 4 people in the top, 2 in the top as well. Look at that.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Here's
he gets
the
found
Alpha.
out.
He gets set up. He gets knocked up. We see a little bit of Astra putting a little bit of a play there, but nothing to it yet.
The mid lane is getting camped out. Mid-right bush is in control of Team Red on Vita Breva. But even so, the lead is already in favor of Ake. 200 gold, a few minions. But the Alpha is gonna get level 5, I believe, soon. He's gonna get a level advantage on top of the Helicore. But look at that.
Oh my God, a little bit of a knock-up. You're forcing... What in the world? What is he doing? He came back in. The Hellcurt's going to come in, get that kill, but he gets Yin Yang. Then he stole a bit to get out. Nice! G! But I think that's going to give him a little bit of a VP being able to take the turtle here. Unless Ake can do something about that as they're looking at Andre Teasy. A little bit of a setup here onto the marksman. A little bit of Yin Yang action. The feathered airstrike does come out. Sirius able to secure it. Rolling along, nothing else. They were able to secure the turtle, though.
One flicker used by Cho in the early game completely gave out the Hellcourt's possibility to take the turtle. Even so, I don't think he can really contest into an alpha. He's already level 6, 2 levels ahead. Now 1, but even so, that's a big lead. And who knows, maybe Ake can do something different here. He's gonna go for that extra farming speed, getting both buffs at the same time. But look, 3 people on top lane. Diversion, you're gonna see.
There's the diversion. Nothing about it though. The Cho, I think they're just bringing people in. You know, maybe giving a little bit of a fake out. You know, you can't see who teleports, but you know there is a teleport. But you gotta question if anybody did teleport.
Did I see correctly? Was there a teleport? Why am I not seeing anyone there? Where's the Louis? Why is the Louis in mid lane?
She stole in mid lane. You know, a little bit of a sticky situation to be into here. But Toby trying to show a little bit of pressure. Maku now on the hunt. The darkness falls might happen here, and it looks like it puts a little bit of a pressure onto Josh, but not much of it. I think he's gonna end up opting. Are they gonna go for it? This is crazy.
We have 2 tanks in the top lane right now. We have Astra and Toby. Look at that, he's just going in the bush with that Panzer tank. Even so, Yang is there. Big kick.
Oh, a little bit of a kick here onto Toby. Feathered airstrike coming in to try to keep him at bay. The spear goes wide. Not able to get it. Be able to kill Kura, though.
I don't think that Moscow knows how to play wide receiver, but even so, such a weird thing.
He went wide.
Even so, Toby had the implosion, but he didn't fully commit to it because he knew that spear of misery was... did you see what Kissen did? He missed the spear of Alpha. That was he just hit the wall.
I mean, hey, sometimes you gotta go wide. A little bit of a Jukondo action there by the Cho. The turtle kind of leaning in the favor of VB here. Looking like Victor's trying to go in. Way the dragon does connect, and it does connect all the way as the Feather Airstrike's not able to get it, but Maku able to steal the Lord. Getting in, getting out. Karu needs to get gone, though. They're kind of baiting him at this point. A little bit of a yin-yang action. The Andre TZ teleports out just in time to stay alive.
I mean, Maku has that cockroach playstyle. He's doing everything correctly. He's just being sneaky, you know?
Ooh.
Even so, look at that poke damage.
Oh, but the Alpha able to come in and utilize his spear to take him down. Sirius going ham. A little bit of a Jukondo over here. Not able to connect the way of the dragon, though.
I mean, he connects it, but not the correct way. I mean, he's like my internet provider, not doing the correct things. Even so, that's a big utility. The way of the dragon comes in every 40-ish seconds, so that's gonna allow them to have an advantage. But I mean, the Feather Airstrike comes through, clearing out that mid lane, just allowing them to teleport. Top lane,
Whoa.
4 versus 1.
Massive teleport into the top lane. Toby there trying to show and give some pressure. Oh boy, Astra turning into a tank, gonna try to take him downtown. Maybe Toby. He doesn't. I don't think he has his flicker available, so we're not going to see a flicker implosion at all. But maybe.
Was the right choice for him. The Purify on Louis has been used already. Only Alpha I can think of that they need to melt down. Like, really, that's the only guy that's, in my mind, worth as a target. Him and Josh. But Josh has the Purify already. He has a Shadow Stampede. So it's really risky, right? But Helicord is taking that bot lane pressure with that experience, extract gain, and the minions. Just gonna try to level out. Kusan is in the lead by about 800 or so XP, but look at their airstrike!
Ooh, the Feather Airstrike almost comes down on a Yang, but Yang's now going to be out of commission for this next turtle fight. This is the time that they'll be able to capitalize on something. Toby does have Flicker in 1 second. He might be able to hit a Flicker implosion onto Alpha. I feel like that needs to be their target they lock down, but the Yang is already back in time. Turret secured into the top side. Karu trying to look for a little bit of a play, putting a little bit of damage onto the Alpha. Andro TZ too deep. Maku able to mop him up. Astra looking for the next turret. The next target, and Kuru going in and zoning the Alpha. Looks like they want more, though. I think they're going to go in for serious. Feathered Airstrike comes in, and Astra able to take the kill. Yang next on the chopping block, not able to yin-yang her way out of this situation.
Top lane there doesn't have a protective overshield, but even so, it's recently... Oh!
Maku. Maku trying to get a little bit of a damage here. Looks like they might go next for the Moskov, the spear. Kuru gonna come in and get a little bit of a CC, but I don't think they're gonna be able to do too much about it. Bouncing happens, Darkness Falls comes in, Bravest Fighter comes in to show a little bit of tenacity and Zerg to get him in there, but that's it.
Not much you can do. Already using the Bravest Fighter and that, you know, utility, that Purify from Moscow, that's already an impressive feat. You're gonna already win the next team fight, because Moscow has been untouched. It has a perfect score, but so does Astra. Astra is 2-0-0. He to push that top lane turret, but they traded for the bot lane, but they got 3 kills, if I'm not mistaken, on top. So, who won the trade, in your opinion?
I mean, we'll kind of see here. Karu coming in.
We have the dragon.
Utilize the way the dragon, the Feathered Airstrike does come out, but the Bravest Fighter is on top of Farja at this point. The Feathered Airstrike not able to do too much. Alpha coming in, but not able to secure a kill as well. Astra going insane with this Granger. We have 2 lost on the side of VB. Ake coming in, trying to get the play here. Andrew!
Wings by wings!
Oh, the feathers! Wasn't able to pluck the feathers from that bird.
I mean, that pigeon really saved her alive, but even so, Yang is gonna teleport using the diversion. I mean,
He's gonna get out of there.
Almost forced the recall on Josh towards the top lane. He got a tier 2 turret as well, and half a mid turret. I mean, even more than half. Basically, like, it's left with 1/10 of his HP. Demon Wings finally picked up by Sirius, and Brook picked up by Yang. I mean, I would expect something as a penetration item, maybe because she's not having mana problems, right?
Right. And I mean, right now we're going to see possibly a Lord fight. Karu looking for a target. roly-polying around, but not going to be able to get too much right now. They're looking at the Moskov taking the bottom turret while they're diverging their path here, maybe trying to get that red buff first, but we do see Tigreal coming in, trying to put a little bit of a pain down, but it might be in a little bit of a mistake. Toby in there, Implosion, not able to go down, but the feathered airstrike comes down and secures the kill. Astra coming in as well, putting the damage down. Hellcurt able to take out Cho. All of this while going down. I think the TP is definitely going to take him away.
SOD.
But again, Josh able to get the shutdown. Yo, Josh, this might be it. Maku left alone on the Lord. We might see the Yin Yang take him out, but the Hellcurt was able to secure the kill, but Karoo falls too.
And he managed to take out that Little Wonder as well. He is playing at Cockroach to its fullest potential. But even so, Josh made an amazing...
Mega kill! Yang falls.
A lot of damage coming from Josh already. He was left unchecked, same as Granger, but he got that shutdown. That's a ton of gold in the hands of Josh. He doesn't know. Maybe he has to invest in something, in gold. Maybe.
Yeah. I think what we need to watch out for is Toby has the flicker, has the implosion. Everything's ready from the side of Ake. Can they utilize this?
But keep in mind, Yang did die, but she still has the Purifies. So does the Moscow. Both of them have the Purifies. Even so, Andre has to go and stand in that Tigreal. He doesn't get stunned anymore when using his Earth Shatter when he gets that skill 1. But the kick, again, misses out. He doesn't know how to aim it properly. That's so unlucky.
Does not get him over the wall. Way of the Dragon wasted. Feathered Airstrike comes out. Yin Yang does get a little bit of a set and a little bit of a control. Moskov versus Maku in the top lane. Not much out of it. The Lord does, I think, crack into that tower, so it does put a little bit of pressure in the top. They are looking and feeling for something here. The mid turret is next on the chopping block. Andrew TZ kind of trying to keep him at bay. He does have the bravest fighter, but I don't know if he's going to go in. Maku comes in, able to put a little bit of pressure onto Josh, but it wasn't just enough. Way of the Dragon does connect onto Toby. He does able to secure a little bit of a knock-up, but Yin Yang's in there as well. The feathers are there. Oh my god, look at the damage. Alpha dives into a full team, but not much of it. Karoo next on the chopping block, but look at Maku coming in the back line. It's a triple kill. 4 are down. Do they have enough pressure here to be able to take out Josh, though, and press these towers?
10 seconds up till Andre is back. Josh has the most gold on either of the teams, basically. I mean, 100 difference right now, but he just bought a rumble. The levels are there in his favor. He is going to reach that level 15 before Ashad does, so it's going to allow him to have a little bit more physical growth and more HP, so it's going to allow him to be tankier. But I said that he does get that wind of nature item to, be able to be immune for 2 seconds. The version comes through, Cho is going to get that mid-right control, allowing him to have opposite laning potential, but Farsi is going to take that bot wave. Tigreal is in a pretty nasty spot right now. He has the flicker, but he's going to get picked out by Cho, I believe.
He's trying to, but also Farja is there as well. It might have been a little bit better to maybe get a little bit of a way of a dragon there, but I think they may be able to capitalize on this and take out Cho. We do see the rolling come around. I still think we have quite a few sets. Might be able to just flicker in and get the implosion. He goes for it. The implosion goes wide. I don't know what he was possibly trying to utilize there, but they sure did secure it. But at the top lane, they might be able to pick off the Lord here as Maku's trying to come in. We need to see what the Lord HP is at, or do they go for it? Do they go in? Alpha is there, but I think they're going to be able to get in and get the set on there. The Maku's able to get the retry of the Lord, the shutdown. They destroy Sirius, and now they're looking for more. Yang's trying to get out of there with the TP just in time, but not going to be able to. This Maku able to secure the kill to fall for that Lord. What are you doing, VB? You lost your conscious. You're just losing it all. Minions coming down to the mid lane. Are they going to be able to stop it as the feathered airstrike comes out? Way of the Dragon might be able to connect, but it doesn't. I think they're just going to focus on the base. SOD comes out. Backline Astra is the target, but he does get set down. He's still going, though. Someone stop him. Full HP Lord going to be barreling down, and a team wipe happens. Wiped down. Ake moves on.
What an amazing play. I don't know if you people noticed that in the last few seconds, Farsa predicted the Joe flicker and just flicker towards the right as well, just to save herself, and managed to get a lot of damage coming from the Feather Airstrike, just allowing them to secure the deal. But even so, Mako did an amazing job trying to get that opening. SOD did finally connect the 10, but still not enough for them to do an amazing play. Alpha was 1 second away, 1 second more if he had maybe a Rose Gold Meteor, you know? That would have been a different game changer. However, Ake takes the win 2-0 for Vita Brava. Really good plays coming in from both of these teams, but still the best is gonna take the win, and the best today was Team Ake. What do you have to say about this game? I mean, Aiko, I know you were excited, we made a few jokes, but still it was an amazing series.
It was an amazing series. I mean, both teams kind of putting up a really good fight. I think we've seen some crazy plays, both by Cho. I mean, we've seen the Tigreal definitely coming in clutch. Josh is just a monster at his marksman game. Like, again, carrying most of VB on his back, keeping him at bay. I think that was the only reason that, you know, Ake wasn't able to snowball in these situations, was just because the SOD hit marks and was able to come in and put punishment out on Ake. But in the end, Ake was able to make the better plays and win. They had a more team.
I agree with you on that. They had a bit more communication. Again, even if that Tigreal missed a few of his implosions, it still was an amazing pick, just singling out that Alpha. As soon as you use that Spear of Alpha, as you said, you can't really escape anything. You have to engage it, you can't disengage. You're gonna get stunned, you're gonna get picked out. But I believe who takes the cake here is the Marksman. Again, they played it extremely well. Both Josh, I mean, he was carrying the team. Let's be honest here. He was the sole carry of Team Vita Brava. The Roamer was playing iffy with Cho. He wasn't landing the proper kicks. He wasn't aiming them correctly. That's, you know, maybe down to stress, maybe down, you know, you're tired. You've played entire day of ML, you know, you have to take a little break sometimes. Mental breaks are really important. Maybe we're gonna see them next year being an improvement, but still, I believe this is the end of the road for Vita Brava, and Team Ake is going to advance the top 8 finalists.
Oh, my cat's over here biting my legs. Yeah, again, I mean, Ake was over here. They did make it on. Again, to be honest, the Hellcurt was wild, right? The Hellcurt actually came in. You were talking about a cockroach, but this guy was a king cockroach, you know? He was in there. He was getting plays. He was getting her done, you know? And I think that's why they banned him in the very first time. And I think ultimately, I don't know if VB just suspected that they could do something against it. But they weren't able to. So, I mean, the Hellcurt definitely came in clutch. Let's see if they'll be able to carry that Hellcurt to victory later on in the tournament.
The Cockroach was really pushing every single lane, and in the last Lord fight, where Alpha didn't even see him teleport in the bush, and I think that's one of the biggest plays people don't expect him to make. You don't know if he's there or not. You know he's somewhere, but you don't know where. And as soon as he got that, you know, marked down, he terrified the Alpha. I knew it was just gonna be an overfight. Houston panicked, hit the retribution early, and then, I mean, hey, the rest is history. Mako got that thing instantly. Yes, they could have maybe went for a bit of an earlier stun, but even so, I think that was the right choice from Mako. I mean, hey, complete animal, let's say.
Hey, definitely animals to see, animals to go. I mean, they were the Lion Kings. That's their logo, right? Ake.
No. I guess the Lion Kings, maybe. Who knows? I can't wait to see what they're gonna do in the top 8. I don't know about you, Aiko.
Hey, true. I don't know. I mean, we are seeing it. I mean, there was a lot of great plays. VB definitely, I mean, was showing some tenacity later on in today, but today they kind of just they were the prey instead of the predators at this point. And, I mean, Ake just moved on.
I have to say no did it before, but even so, on Link he was extremely well. Mako played it decently, let's say. There needs to be a few improvements made left and right, of course, but not everyone's perfect. Not everyone can be top of the game. Again, semi-professional league, so you have to expect the unexpected. We saw a few interesting picks. The Cho, a rare pick, but I really enjoy having a Cho on my team, but I don't think it was the right choice for him to be here because they didn't have an AoE stun. They didn't have something to make a set. Cho is a single target. I mean, they picked it for the Hellcurt alone, but it wasn't a thing. The Hellcurt wasn't getting stunned. He was just never there.
Exactly. I mean, it was crazy. I think also like the the Farja what came into play as well, right? Like the feathered airstrikes were just key to get people whittled down just enough so that the darkness falls, and then you're like, oh crap, I'm dead, you know. And then, like you were saying, I think we've seen quite a few good take real plays and stuff like that. There were some that were a little questionable, but again, I think it just happened that way. Kind of looking at some of these stats, though, what do you see?
I'm seeing a lot of things I expected. I mean, 300,000 damage taken from Team Ake only, but still Vita Brava took 300. I mean, 37,000, 38,000 more, but the damage dealt is in the favor by 40,000 actually. You have to give proper due. The Granger was doing a ton of damage, Helicourt a ton of damage, and the Lords and turrets were again in the favor of Aki. They had a split pushing hero. So did Team Vita Brava, but still not anything you can do. Josh couldn't do everything by himself. They lacked a proper frontline. The Lapu Lapu wasn't it. As I said, the glue would have been really great here because you can tank those turret shots for him. You know, you can go into a little puppets, you know, the little glues, the split, and tank a little bit of the tower shots and allow the Moscow to keep on fighting. You just take the damage from the tower, then you keep going.
I want to point something out. Maku never finished his boots.
I mean, what for? You know, he's a cockroach. He has a lot of legs.
He was definitely moving around with quickness and didn't even have to finish it. So crazy to see. And it just, hey, I mean,
no, I believe he sold the boots later on to buy an ending item, to buy Windtalker, if I'm not mistaken. But let's take a quick look at the highlights. I mean, these were really impressive. The fights were in the favor of Vita Brava in the early, but still, it spiraled out of control and Ake took the cake. But as soon as that fight in the top lane happened, we already knew.
Yeah, but look at the lockdown on the Alpha right there. He thought he had the turtle, but it looked like Maku was able to take it. These are just some key moments. Again, that was a moment that Maku, I was like, oh damn, boy, he got smashed. You know,
He got wrecked.
Yeah, and then look at that. The Purify popped out there by the Lo Yi with the flicker and an implosion. Looking like a little bit of a play here by Cho, but I think the feathered airstrike. Look, and Andre Teasy was in the back line trying to keep the Farja at bay, but the feathered airstrike stool were connecting. Again, I don't know. Did you think the Alpha was what they needed in this game?
Alpha is not a priority pick in the current meta. The Hayabusa was still left open, and I prefer it into the Farsa. I mean, you had squishes, 3 squishes on the team of Ake, so why not pick the Hayabusa? Why not go for the Ling? Why not go for the Fanny here? Not as many crowd control abilities that were needed.
Exactly.
Look at that play. You seen it? Which you guys are just missing out that flicker and kicking the wrong target. I mean, that's what really changed the game. But just a few seconds, if Moscow were to survive. It was just
he tried.
Decimation, complete annihilation. 2 games in a row with a Brevis, you know. They felt the wrath. Fuck it, they said, we are losing long enough. It's time for us to turn around and serve people what they came for. You know, a spicy finale of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. I suspected Ake to put a little bit of beat down on him, you know. But I also suspected BB to actually fight back. And I mean, I think with what they had, they did what they could. You know, and then kind of looking at the final brackets, we can see all the teams that have moved on. We're looking at Rain, and then MIF moving on, and then Birthright, and then ET moving on, as well as, I'm trying to figure out who is that. That would be Memento Mori, right?
Mori.
Yep, Memento Mori up there as well. Nightfall, New Era. And then finally, Ake moving on. A lot of eliminations. Quite a few good teams moving on. And I'm actually really excited to see the qualifiers after this.
And something I didn't expect is to see Zedel losing out so early. They lost versus Holo Pantheon. If I'm not versus Holo Pantheon. What's that team's name? Chimera, I believe. But still, that's a pretty hard matchup. Zedel being one of the most decent junglers in Europe, so he has that game knowledge, but I think he has some team issues with the ROM, so, you know, it's maybe just an unlucky time. Miracle Gen just losing, going up against extremely strong teams, and, you know, first team to be eliminated, I believe, was Miracle Gen, so that's unlucky. However, you know, next year, I mean, I'm excited to see what Zedel is going to cook up with. Sigma Boys got eliminated, today as well, if I'm not mistaken. So did Hollow Pantheon. So it was such a amazing thing. However, you have to give congratulations to the teams who made and the teams who didn't make it. They put on an amazing show. But do you have any last words, Aiko?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the final brackets here for the quarterfinals. We can see who's going against each other. We got Rain versus Ake, Birthright against Momento, and then and then we have ET versus NF and MIF versus NRA. I think, dude, these are going to be crazy. Is there any of these teams you're looking out for?
Team Limit versus Nightfall is going to be definitely interesting, but Minerva Fury is going to be a complete decimation. I think they're going to take the win instantly. It's the strongest team, and they're out for blood. They really want to get rid of Birthright. That's, I believe, the goal of Wicked. I mean, the beef is there, and I think they don't want Birthright to win. The top teams are going to be... This is my top 4 teams, let's say, because there's 8 brackets. 8 teams in 4 brackets. I'm going to just say the top 4. Rain, Birthright, Team Limit, and Minerva Fury. I believe these are the strongest teams currently. But, not far behind are Memento Mori and Nightfall. These 2 teams, again, are the strongest. The weakest being, I believe, Ake and New Era in no particular order. But still, they are, I believe, the new rookies. These guys are veterans to this, European esports scene. So it's going to be interesting to see tomorrow. I can't wait.
Yeah, same. I mean, it'd be interesting to see. I think you're going to be cast in some of the quarterfinals, right?
Yes, sir.
I unfortunately, this would be my last cast. I work on the weekdays, so gotta work for that internet provider, keep them at bay. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see. I'll be watching out and watching the games as they happen. And yeah, it's gonna be. I can't wait to see what you guys can get done.
I mean, again, we thank you for watching today's matches. I was Zakota, joined here by Jida, Aiko, and I believe this is going to be it today.
It is going to be it today, and we'll see you guys next time. Again, make sure to like and subscribe. See you later.